responsibility to be passed on to you depends on you, that adolescence. The parents should feel comfortable to pass on that baton on you. In certain communities, how to announce this? There are traditional ritual ceremonies. In tribal communities, they have ceremonies. There are party feasts भी होता है, rituals होता है, and there are certain physical challenge to the boys. कुश्ती होती है to expose them that he has done that mighty physical stamina he has got. That is announced to the community. कुश्ती होता है वो किसको हराता है या कुछ हारता है. That is the announcement they say. And in this, nutrition is very vital for children, of course, adolescents, which my colleague Dr. Priyanka will deal. I will omit certain parts of the basics of nutrition. I should not intrude upon her territory, but certain things I have to pass on here. Nutrition is the basis of health. The lack of nutrition and plenty of nutrition, both sides, is not only malnutrition which we got independence, we are thinking of, we were exploited by Britishers, there is no food to eat. Today we are surplus in food. So that hunger, malnutrition days are over. Now it is a days of sufficiency, obesity, and metabolic syndromes. So both sides, we are now in a transition zone. It will be mostly ignored by medical experts like me, pediatricians. Every pediatrician should measure the anthropometry and keep it in a chart form, which many of us in the busy practice probably forget it, but it is a very, very important thing. So nutritional needs vary with age. It's not same in all ages. By the time they're young, very young, the growing stage, they eat much more. As you offer, they eat faster, they cooperate. But as they grow in, after say 2 or 3, when the fast growth period is over, mothers come to us, sir, bachcha to kuch khata hi nahi. Least understanding that requirement has come down because the rate of his growth has also come down. The requirement of food requirement of the body has come down. The appetite will come down accordingly, adjusted. So it's not a disease. All the mothers are worried. My bachcha to kuch nahi khata. But still the child grows. Adequacy of nutrition must be ensured and not easy to monitor the actual intake of food. When you say I was in examination, I was asked about the diet survey, how it is conducted. Very difficult to measure the food he is taking and the quantum of protein or carbohydrate is actually getting into the body. Very difficult. So what we do is we monitor the growth and development of the child. That is the indirect evidence that nutrition is proper. So as you see, this need of nutrition monitoring is very important. Growth and development is a dynamic process, not static. One should measure and it's over. It's not that. It is a dynamic process. One has to see in the health to growth to health chart in the chart how that trajectory this child is going through. It's not once you measure and forget it's healthy child. You can't label it. In further nutrition depends on his growth, on the nutrition to continue or not, availability of food, is he taking or not. So the faster going phases particularly are vulnerable. One in the prenatal period, mother should get proper nutrition when the child is in the womb so that the baby grows. That starts from very early in life. And then the first 2 years when the baby grows faster, and the mid child 7 to 9 years, and adolescence, very, very important. Growth faltering must be recognized early. The child is growing normally. There may be faltering. That means he leaves this own trajectory of growth. He comes down suddenly and loses the growth curve. So that is called faltering, sudden faltering of the growth. So that has to be recognized earliest so that you intervene. You put that baby into the own trajectory by nutritional intervention. The childhood growth and catch-up dilemma. The first 2 years growth, there is a development of organ system, particularly the brain. The body in this age, if the child suffers from undernutrition, the brain growth will remain unhindered, do not affected. The body may have some fat or the weight may be affected, but nature tries to protect the brain. Brain growth is not compromised. Even during the time of deficiency of food, that is preserved. So this is initially 2 years is very, very important so that the brain growth is uh, intact. And the growth after 3-4 years is due to increase in the fat mass. And if this is much more, that may result in the metabolic problems and the consequences. So nutritional anthropometry is an opportunity you should avail, not only parents, but also the seniors and juniors, and the caregivers, everybody should be about it. And the weight, height, and the BMI, particularly the head circumference that shows the brain growth, has to be monitored. This is the health to the chart. This is the 50th percentile. One should not be below this. Normally, the child is expected to follow this line. If it is higher, it's okay. But if it is passes through, 85% is overweight, and it's more than 95% is obese. So that in a child, we find this growth trajectory is very important. If it is below 1 standard deviation, 2 standard deviation, that details will be covered by maps. I will leave this. And this is the where this side is obesity and this child is normal growth. This range should be maintained. This is the 50th percentile of growth. And you see, this is the height and this is the weight. So beyond anthropometry, what? See, optimum growth may not ensure all is well. But there is something to it also. So micronutrient deficiency is another aspect. Must achieve all potential of physical growth. Energy for work and play child should get. We say if a baby is playful, he is healthy. Don't worry about it. And intelligence, behavior, which signifies the brain development, and immunocompetence of the child, the prevention of infectious diseases, organ function like intestinal ecosystem and vision, fat fighters at the fetal origin of adolescent disease, the baby is getting less energy or development is defective in the womb. It may reflect in adult disease later part of life. So life starts very early. It's not only after the birth life starts. So we conclude from here is that optimal nutrition is the key to health. Abnormal nutrition causes of occurrence and recurrence, delayed recovery in disease. So we should see that is no abnormal nutrition. Poor nutritional monitoring is very common in amongst us, particularly busy practitioners. And if this tendency, if not changed, it is irreversible repercussion may result in maybe stunting, which is very common in India. About 33 to 35% of our baby are stunted. So nutrition is vital for growth in adolescent. Something about the adolescent is there are profound consequences on growth and development and health in later part of life. Also on the health of their own offsprings. Later generation also will be affected. Present generation is going up in changed food environment with nutritional problems, micronutrient deficiency, and food insecurity, overweight and obesity, in epidemic proportions we are facing, and multifaceted strategies intervention are needed in time. So nutrition have a long, lifelong influence. Has formative role in timing pattern of puberty, late adolescence, early adolescence. In late childhood and early adolescence, we should be minding about it. Adult height, muscle, fat mass are crucial. Risk of non-communicable disease in later part of life. Adolescent development extends beyond musculoskeletal growth to cardiorespiratory fitness and neurodevelopment and immunity to face the adulthood. So these child should be prepared to face the adulthood, provided the body is competent to withstand stress. The adolescent deserve better future and social and moral duty. This I will in COVID-19 period, if you remember, the catastrophe for children and young we had, in-person and interpersonal relationship came down. So children did not mix with each other, peer group, no play, no school. So social roles, identity, mental health suffered also. So for growth and development, this social interaction is also a must to develop the child's personality in the adolescent age. Hunger, food insecurity, poverty, increased school closures in rural area like Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, where the school meals were very important. At least 1 meal in a day the child was getting in the school. That they suffered. So malnutrition also worsened. Then came with this adolescence, as I said, this is a period between dependence of childhood and independence of adulthood, but this should go with responsibility. This responsibility, unless you pass through these, learn lessons, listen to your seniors, you will not understand these dreamy days. Most pleasant days in life is adolescent days, but it should be spent very with responsibility. And you are not yet matured enough to decide. So decision making is not matured. You may do something wrong and it will impact your life. That's very important to understand. So parental control is essential and critical. You must accept the parental control. Or senior controlling your senior boys and girls in this class, they're controlling you, or the teachers they're reprimanding you, they have a purpose. You should understand this. It is a parent's responsibility to mental control over adolescent decision making. Decision making is very important. Adolescents decision making, not parents. Adolescent decision making should be influenced and controlled by the parents, should be overseen by them till they become trustworthy. See the words trustworthy, mature enough to understand the long term consequences of their decisions and actions by the adolescents. This is very important. Child may not be aware of own maturity level. Without their knowledge, they may commit some slip in the path, slippery path, and suffer problems for the future. So adolescent period may become a struggle between parents and child. What we see, we also fight with our children. I also fight with my grandchildren today. So this is normal. We should understand I was maybe scolding or hitting my children. But when same thing action replay occurs now in front of me with my grandchildren, I realize those days actually I was probably doing something wrong. And I reprimand their parents. This is, it is normal. You have to withstand this. It's very important to understand. All the parents should understand. Maybe many are online. We should please understand that this is a normal response of the children. Adolescents' exposure is limited to assume responsibility. Say in a class, our system of education, class 3, class 5, class 10, in that class, almost same age group boys and girls are remain. They have no opportunity to mix up with the juniors or mix up with the seniors to either guide the juniors or get reprimanded by your seniors to charter the correct path. That is our problem. So this is our education system we go through. It limits our ability to guide the younger and learn from the seniors. Their economic dependency may extend adolescence as long as 24 to 30, not exactly 19. It may extend in the here parents support the education. But in Western countries, the parent don't support. You have to earn and study. So you have to be independent. So, but the adolescents get drifted with time in the community, develop strong opinion on events, on social around what is happening around you in the society, tend to support the idealism, participate in movements towards social reforms. Some political parties organizing a meeting in class 11, 12. I was called by the Communist Party of India to address the public meeting. I was elated. Oh, in public meeting and a child. I think they have recognized my efficiency and I proudly I went and addressed. When I came back home, I get good thrashing from my father. What did you do? You doom your career, what do all those things we do not think at that particular time. We are carried in that moment of joy and recognition. So I am being recognized by the community. Support of radical religious political movements that is happening. You can see now in the social media, causes, riots, protests, what not happening. But our adolescents are easily they're drawn to these movements, and they're easy for us for the politicians. They use or misuse them. They may be called upon to fight wars. What is happening in Israel, and even the adolescents, some countries they are asked to join this war and the movement. All these are easy targets. Something happening without understanding what is the purpose, take a placard and march in the road. We don't have time to think about. And the coupled with it, they are targeted and influenced with rapidly developing physical and cognitive capacities. They are vulnerable to counterculture of the society. They are bombarded with excess stimulations of images, sounds, tragedy, sexuality, brutality by magazines, internet, TV, video games, social media, and whatnot. Who is either you guide yourself or allow yourself to be guided by your seniors. That is very important. So physical growth and contour of in adolescence, growth of secondary sexual characters come in girls and boys. They find a change in themselves. Sometimes get shocked, astonished, what is happening to me? And they are shy, they do not ask the parents. No scope of asking the seniors also. They think it's a taboo. They don't ask and get surprised. They compare themselves with the ideal standards of images. How should I ideally be? I don't know whether I'm normal or abnormal. How they and the parents deal with the rapid changes in adolescence will impact their overall adjustment to life. The rapid changes in adolescent physical growth rivals slower rate of changes found in early. They remember, I was also growing my childhood. These things did not happen to me that time, but why it is happening now? So these are the things to be settled, and the, the masculinity, the changes in this boy and the femininity in the girl, they are really surprised. What is happening to me? They should get the right answer in right time. Otherwise, this doubt on themselves will continue unnecessarily, prolonging them in their mind. We should not be shy to tell them, to clarify their doubts, raising questions yourselves. What is happening to is normal. They should be convinced that it is normal. So this is a scientific way things are happening. The hypothalamus in the brain controls our pituitary, and that pituitary that orchestrates all endocrine glands in the body from birth to adolescence to adulthood. This goes on. This endocrine hormonal march goes on. Males and females produce sex hormones and they produce the secondary sexual characters like this what I have seen, and different parts of the brain are responsible also for further growth. Like here, the growth spurt occurs. No, sorry. Sorry. ये ये नीचे जा पीछे नहीं जाता पीछे कैसे जाएगा तो पीछे और ऊपर पीछे पीछे तो आगे जा रहे हैं हाँ और पीछे yeah so this is the okay so you see this male and female sexual development you're mostly of medical students you will understand is the effect of hormones certain sex hormones in the ladies say estrogen comes subsequently progesterone will have its own play but quite late and these are the changes the girl child has and you can see this compared under the armpit, the hair growth, and the deposition of fats in the breast, and this pelvis also widens in the girl. So these changes do occur, and these are the Tanner sex maturity ratings we use. Like there are stages 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and these are changes in the pubic hair, the breast. This is the changes in the male. So these you need not go into details, but in pediatrics nursing, we classify the stage of sexual development by the Tanner staging. So the sexual development is biological, but sexual behavior is social. So sexual behavior and emotional and biological uh, aspect to it should be borne in mind. The struggle with gender identity, dealing with sexual urges, cultures, expectations, they should exercise restraint. Parents, schools, media, religion, the entire milieu shape attitude towards sexual behavior, and sexual behavior types are described in psychology. Sexual relation could be casual or manipulative or teasing or exploratory. I not discuss this thing with time taking, but usually they are casual, no special relationship or sex is involved, just a romantic feeling. They have some friendship and forget it. In some cases, they slip to the wrong side, and we should protect ourselves from that. So physical growth and psychological psychosexual development, the sexual behavior is commonly varied. Most young felt premarital sex is immoral. Peer pressure influenced adolescent boys to experience sex prior to marriage, but the girls are expected to remain chaste virgins. Of course, a double standard in our community, but it is meant for your good. One should have restraint. Attitude changed in West, accepting the casual sex. Their society is different. Our society is different. We should understand, follow our norms in our own society. Change in physical growth and psychological development. In CDC in US, the things are changing. When the STD came in, sexually transmitted diseases, people become cautious, more cautious about the sex life. So this I will skip. Now coming to the cognitive growth, sometimes the adolescent reach the fourth stage of cognitive development called formal operational stage. This is important for us. That constitutes hypothetical reasoning is beyond experience. By reasoning beyond perception and memory, better at planning ahead can link between relationship, differentiate between reality and possibility. This is the formal and operational cognitive growth. So adolescent new ability to think hypothetically, abstract thinking, enables interested in science and mathematics, scientific fiction, fantasy, horror stories, cults and mediation. This age, it comes with your developmental process. And you have to wait for that particular age to get it. That's why our syllabus in schools are designed accordingly. Observe on own thoughts, attitudes, values, leading to egocentrism, though I am something. See themselves at the center of all everybody's scrutiny and attention. This is चलने के टाइम में भी पिताजी बोलते हैं ऐसे सीधा चलो. Why तुम्हारा why your behavior is not correct, your posture is not correct. So they think everybody is watching me. I am in the center stage. That's the wrong feeling they get psychologically, and they get upset. So why I am being watched? For every small little things, why people are point out things to him. But that is the normal behavior of that child. Parents don't get upset about it. Amid such imaginary audience, feel whatever they say or do is a display for everyone else to see and judge, hence become hypersensitive to criticism. थोड़ा कुछ बोलने से ज्यादा react करता है. Why they are acting? They think that I am in the center stage. So the part of egocentrism constitutes is consider themselves as unique from children or adults, but wish to dress, think like peers. जे अपना बच्चे जैसे अपना दोस्त जैसे पहनते हैं उसे पहनने की कोशिश करता, but they behave like children but expect responsibility like adults. That's a dichotomy. To believe they're very special and personal fable, believe nothing adverse can happen to them. You see in the streets how they drive the motorcycle. So speed you can't imagine. हमको डर लगता है. But वो चलाता है, हम शायद उस उम्र में किए होंगे. पर वो होता है normal. That is normal. So with such feelings related to risk-taking behavior, we should correct them. So cognitive changes in adolescence, I will skip some. Okay. So this brain development starts from behind. It progresses forwards, and the amygdala is responsible for the emotions. These are the areas of the brain responsible for various development, like judgment, planning, behavior, emotion control, the frontal temporal lobes, and emotional ability. These are the different areas of brain. As it develops, these qualities come in life. So the moral development, these things will skip some questions. The psychological development, ask them, who am I? What are my strengths? What are my weaknesses? How will I fit into society? These questions come to the child, and he starts searching for his own identity. And in the group, some of them, they feel they're different. Like some homosexual, if that feeling comes in him, he thinks I am different. So why I am different? He wants to find his own identity. Somebody has to guide them in that particular time. Or gay, lesbian, all those things. So social development for partnership is important. Dating occurs. Adolescents keep trying to establish own identity and decide who are we first before actually reaching to share the feelings in dating, and which is not very common in our society, but in Western countries very common. But that's why the positive coping skills should develop, and these are the coping skills. I'll skip the slides and to summarize, a period of pleasure, excitement, and turbulence is adolescence period. We must charter these choppy waters very carefully, aided by parents and our caregivers. Thank you.
Please. Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Prabhake Dasila, madam, to please felicitate sir with a certificate. The next session for the day is on nutrition basics for adolescent health. We have an opportunity to listen to the session by a knowledgeable speaker, Dr. Priyanka Parekh, Assistant Professor, MGM School of Biomedical Sciences, Navi Mumbai. She has completed her PhD in food and nutrition from Maharana Pratap University of Agriculture and Technology, UGC NET qualified, having more than 10 years of experience in research, academics, and consultancy. She was principal investigator for ICMR and DBT funded projects. Nutrition through life cycle, micronutrient deficiency, non-communicable diseases, and maternal and community nutrition are her area of interest. LEC member of Nutrition Society of India, Mumbai chapter, lifetime member of Indian Association and IDA, published paper in indexed national and international journals, guided more than 30 students for MSc dissertation and also guiding PhD students. Madam, we welcome you and I would request you to please come on the stage. Now I would like to invite Mrs. Sarika Sukesh Nair, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to felicitate Madam with a sapling. Nitin sir, please. Yes. Yeah. नीचे कैसे जाना ये नहीं लंबा टीवी
Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to give thanks to the organizing committee of the conference for giving me opportunity to speak about. To speak about the adolescent nutrition. The topic which has given to me is nutrition, basics of adolescent health. So in this, I am going to cover the importance of nutrition for the adolescent, recommended dietary allowances for adolescent, factors affecting the adolescent nutrition, and nutritional related problems among the adolescent. First of all, it is very important to know that why nutrition is important for the adolescent age group. So nearly 1.2 billion adolescent, that is the 16% of population of world is in the age group of adolescent, and in India 1/5 of country's population belongs to adolescent. So that is the largest population, adolescent population in world. So it is very important to take care about their nutrition. And during adolescence, as sir said, sir has explained about all about the growth and development during the adolescent. The physical development will be there, the social development, the cognitive development, overall development will be there during the adolescent. There is a change in their body composition, their body mass will change, their all the organs and systems will get the maturity during that time. So in this time frame, this is the second growth spurt of our life. So it is very important, that time it is very important to take care about all aspects related to nutrition. And among the adolescent girls, the menarche will happen. It increases that time also, because of menarche and all, the micronutrients requirement will be increased among the adolescent girls. So that's why for them also it is very much important. So this proper nutrition is important for their physical and mental growth, and it will increase their strength and their work efficiency also. So that time during the adolescent, 40% the individual gain 40% of their adult weight and 15% of their height during this period. So inadequate nutrition or inadequate food intake during that time delayed the sexual development and it slows down the linear growth of the individual. So poor nutrition during adolescent can impair the work capacity and work efficiency among the boys and girls in their adolescent period and in their later stages of life also. So undernutrition, undernourished girl, that time they are having the risk of developing complications during their pregnancy and chances are there to give birth to the low birth weight baby. Here you can see the vicious cycle of malnutrition. So if they entered in this vicious cycle of malnutrition, then definitely it will affect the next generation also. So it is said that and we need to take care of the nutrition of adolescent girls because they are taking care of the 3 generations of our life. Okay, so that's why nutrition during the adolescent it's very important, specifically for the girls. So here I have presented the recommended dietary allowances for the adolescent. It is very important to know the recommended dietary allowances. Na? So ICMR, National Institute of Nutrition, Hyderabad, they have given this requirement for the adolescent age group. So they have divided this into different categories age-wise. It is 10 to 12 years, 13 to 15 years, and 16 to 18 years. Here you can see the requirement for all the nutrients so the requirement for energy, protein, micronutrients like iron, calcium, vitamin B complexes, and all is increased as compared to the childhood. As I said, that this is the second growth spurt of our life. Pubertal age will also come under this category, adolescent category. So that's why nutrition plays an important role. In the second table, I have mentioned the estimated average energy requirement. So here also you can see the energy requirement is increasing as per their body weight during the adolescent time frame. So we need to take care about all the recommended nutrition. So now the question is how we will get this nutrition? What is the source of this nutrition? So the answer is all the food groups. By taking food groups, by taking proper diet, we can meet out all these recommendations. And here one more thing I want to highlight. During the adolescent time frame, the iron requirement among the adolescent girl is increased. Why? What is the reason behind this? Because this time they will achieve their menarche. That's why they need the higher amount of iron in their diet. And in India, when we see in my further slides, we see the prevalence of anemia. Because of these iron deficiency, 50%, more than 50% of adolescent girls in India suffering from anemia. So that's why we need to take care about iron intake also. Here, I have mentioned some of the guidelines on the basis of food groups. So there are food groups. We need to take care about the intake of all the food groups because in the balanced diet, the contribution of all the food groups is very much important. So category wise, I have mentioned the serving size for the adolescent population. This has been given by the IAP, Pediatric Association. Here you can see the energy giving foodstuffs. So the major energy giving foodstuffs are cereal, fats and oils and sugar. So cereals 8 to 15 serving. So in the one serving of cereals, the raw amount of the cereal would be 30 grams. This is a serving size and this is a standard serving size which has been given by National Institute of Nutrition. So 30 grams. So 8 to 15 servings of cereal and millets is very much important. In that, we need to include whole grains and millets also. The examples are as follows like buckwheat, the amaranth, bajra, jowari and all. So fats and oils, 7 to 10 servings of fats is required in a day for adolescent. That is 5 gram, 5 gram or 5 ml. Serving. So they need to take care about the composition of fat also. Like it should be the combination of saturated and unsaturated fatty acids to fulfill the requirement of essential fatty acids also. And the sugars, 4 to 6 servings of sugar in a day is sufficient. Now come to the growth promoting foodstuffs. So in that pulses will come. As we all know that pulses are the resource of protein. They are the major source of protein in our diet. So 2 to 3 serving of pulses is recommended for the adolescent population. And if we are following the non-vegetarian food habits, then what we can do? We can replace our one serving of pulses with the intake one serving of meat, fish, and poultry. And milk products are also source of growth promoters. So 5 servings in a day, that serving size is 100 ml. I have mentioned the serving size for each and every foodstuff. You can go through. So these foodstuffs are low-fat dairy milk and milk products. And then protective foods, vitamin and minerals will come under this category. They are the micronutrients. They are also very much important. That's why nowadays we are giving weightage to the inclusion of fruits and vegetables in our diet. That is very important. So fruits, at least 2 servings in a day is very much important. One serving would be 8 grams, or sometimes we can take, one serving would be 80 grams. Or sometimes we can take 80 to 100 grams also. But here I have mentioned one more thing. Whole fruits are to be preferred over the fruit juices. What is the reason behind this? Because of the fiber content. So fiber intake is also very much important. Recommended fiber intake for the adolescent is 20 to 30 grams per day. So that is very important. And the intake of green leafy vegetable and other vegetables. So one serving of green leafy vegetable in a day is very important. Other vegetables also, and roots and tubers also, to get the vitamins and minerals. Here I have mentioned one more thing, that is the plate, my plate concept. This concept has been given by National Institute of Nutrition, ICMR. This is nowadays we are following this plate concept. And here, what is the speciality of this plate? In this plate, you can see some portions. So see, 50% of portion we need to in a whole day. 50 in our whole day diet, 50% of portion should be covered by the fruits and vegetable, intake of fruits and vegetable. That is very important to get the vitamins and minerals. And in the remaining, we 1/3 portion we can cover by the intake of pulses, pulses, nuts and oilseeds and fats, and the remaining would be covered by cereals and millets. That is very much important. Even WHO also promotes this, ICMR also promotes this, and it is very important to follow. Not for the adolescent. Actually, it is for the for every life stage we need to follow this plate concept. It is very important. And the inclusion of milk and milk product is also important for us to get the calcium and to get the remaining protein also. Then there are some of the factors. It is very important to discuss about the factors also. We have discussed about the recommended dietary allowances. We have discussed about the plate concept, about the serving size. But there are some of the during the adolescent, there are some of the factors which may also affect the eating behavior of the individual. What are the factors? We can categorize the factors into 3 categories. Individual factors. Individual factors means the nutritional knowledge, awareness among the adolescent, their body image perception, their emotional status, their social status, and their health abuses, whatever the habits they are following, all these things will come under the individual factors. The another factor is the social factor, means their socio-economical status, their family surrounding, their parents, the family food rules, their household income, all the things are, and their beliefs, their culture, whatever the religion they are following, it also affects their food habits and eating behavior. So that will come under the social behavior. And then environmental behavior is also, environmental factors are also very much important. What are the environmental factors? In environmental factors, the policies, the nutrition related national policies, international policies, and their these food marketing offers, the social media, the advertisement, all will come under the environmental factors. So the combination of all these factors affects the eating behavior of the adolescent. And eating behavior of the adolescent will affect the dietary pattern of the adolescent. And if the dietary pattern is affected, then it will affect the nutritional status of the adolescent. So that's why we need to take care about these factors also, and because these factors will also affect the nutritional status. Here, after the nutritional factors and the recommendation and all, what will happen when the adolescent is not taking proper nutrition, not taking care of the nutrition or the diet intake? They may lead some complications. Here I have mentioned some of the problems which is or the complications related to the adolescent. The first one is underweight. Yes, India is suffering from the dual burden, means in India, the adolescent population is suffering from underweight also and overweight and obesity also. So the adolescent is dealing with both the factors. If undernutrition is there during the childhood, means we can relate this adolescent with the childhood also. If during the childhood, the nutrition is not proper, then the undernourished or underweight child may suffer from stunted growth. And this stunted growth, he or she may carry during the adolescent also. And if we are not taking care during the adolescent, then it will lead to the till the adulthood and till the old age also. So that's why it is very important. So under nutrition may lead some of the problems. It may affect the growth hormones, that is thyroid hormones, and insulin like growth hormones also may be affected because of the production of stress because the increment in the stress levels. Then overweight and obesity, it is also, we know that overweight and obesity because of eating behaviors and faulty eating behaviors and because of sedentary lifestyle, nowadays adolescent population is suffering from overweight and obesity. And overweight and obesity is one of the major risk factor for metabolic syndromes, that is non-communicable diseases. In non-communicable diseases, type 2 diabetes and cardiovascular problems, hypertensions and all are very much prevalent among the adolescent also nowadays. So and other problems are asthma, PCOS, that is polycystic ovary syndrome, and premature mortality will be there if we are not taking care of nutrition. Then here I have mentioned some nutritional status of adolescent in India. So as per the CNNS report, that is Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey report, that is released in the year 2000, that is survey conducted in the duration of 2016 to 18, it says that 20% of adolescents, that is 10 to 19 years of age, they are suffering from thin for their age. That means their BMI for age is on lower side, and 5% of population is suffering from overweight and obesity. In our department, we are conducting a study that is funded by ICMR. In that also, we are working on adolescent girls. We are seeing their nutritional status and we are seeing their micronutrient deficiency status also. And on the basis of that, we have planned the intervention, and that intervention we are giving. So this is a result of our pre-investigation, sorry. So here you can see the underweight population was 15.6% in our population, and then 64.9, that is 65% were in the normal category, and overweight is 12.3%. Adolescent girls were suffering from overweight, and 7% of the population belongs to the obese category. So this is the result of our study. Here, one of the article which has been published, in this we have conducted the assessment, nutritional status assessment of college going students. And we have seen the relationship between diet diversification and BMI. So in that also in results, you can see 12.1% were come under they were in the overweight category, 21.3% were in obese category. So here, one more result we found that in the obesity, the percentage of obesity was more among males as compared to the females in the college going population. And here I have introduced one more word, that is diet diversification. We have seen the diet diversification also, and nowadays diet diversification is also one of the major aspects. What is the meaning of diversification? Means we need to explore each and everything. So in the nutrition context, we need to explore all the food groups. We have to include all the food groups in the diet. So we have assessed their diet diversification also, their dietary diversity score, and we found that there is a relationship or association between BMI and diet diversification. But additionally, it's a matter of selection also. We need to select the right food item in right proportion to maintain our nutritional status. This is applicable for each and every population, age group population. So here, the same thing I have mentioned. So another problem is micronutrient deficiency. One more word we can utilize for micronutrient deficiency, that is hidden hunger. So we are working on hidden hunger also in our ICMR project. So majorly these are the micronutrient deficiency, anemia. Majorly in India, iron deficiency anemia is prevalent among the adolescent population. In adolescent, it is prevalent, more prevalent among the adolescent girls. And then vitamin D deficiency, vitamin B12 deficiency, calcium deficiency, zinc deficiency, and the other deficiencies are also emerging nowadays, like folic acid deficiencies and all. So here, this is the micronutrient prevalence of micronutrient deficiency among the adolescent as per the CNNS report. That is the Comprehensive National Nutrition Survey. Why I have used this report? Because this is the only report which had been worked on the adolescent, specifically 10 to 19 years of age group. So that's why I have mentioned this report. I have mentioned the results of this report. So here you can see the iron deficiency anemia among the adolescent girl. The age group is also mentioned here, 10 to 19 years. Here you can see state-wise prevalence of iron deficiency anemia among Indian population. So you can see it starts from 10% to 45%. And here I have mentioned in the next graph, I have mentioned the prevalence of anemia and the combination of iron deficiency anemia. That is also more. Approximately it is 40% with the combination of anemia and iron deficiency anemia, or alone iron deficiency is also prevalent among the adolescent population. This is the result for vitamin D deficiency. As I said, vitamin D deficiency is also nowadays increasing. You can see here the results. It is approximately 9 to 10% to 70% state-wise. So in Punjab, it is on higher side. So vitamin D deficiency is also very much prevalent. That is also one of the major micronutrient deficiency. In the next graph, vitamin A deficiency. Most of the Indian states are coming under in the context of adolescent. This is the furthest exact age group, adolescent age group, 10 to 19 years. So here you can see most of the states are suffering from the moderate public health problem. That is the prevalence of vitamin A deficiency is 10 to 20%. Okay. So now another zinc deficiency is also prevalent. In zinc deficiency also we can see here 5% to 60%. State-wise prevalence is there, and prevalence of vitamin B12 also ranges from 3 to 47%. So we can say overall, we can say the prevalence of micronutrient deficiency is increasing day by day. It is from 5% to 40%, or for some of the diseases, some of the deficiency diseases, it is more than 40% also. Why? Because of the eating behavior and because of the dietary pattern of the adolescent population. Here, one more thing, as I said, overweight, obesity is increasing day by day, and it will increase the risk of non-communicable diseases. So here, I have mentioned the risk factors as per the report for the non-communicable diseases. So you can see here the prevalence of low HDL. HDL is a high density lipoprotein that is beneficial for us. So you can see the prevalence of low HDL among the adolescent population is on higher side. On an average, if we see the majorly all the states, we maximum or the majority of the states will come under 20 to 21 to 31% of prevalence of low HDL. And for the pre-diabetes also they have assessed, and in that also we can see the majority of the states are coming under which category? 11 to 21%. And for the hypertension also they have assessed, and this is also more, majority of the states coming under the 5 to 8% of the prevalence. So we can say this NCD, prevalence of NCD related risk factors are also increasing day by day among adolescent girls. So that's why it's an alarming stage. We need to take care about the adolescent nutrition. Here, one more problem which is related to eating disorder. I have mentioned in the individual factors about the body image concern. So do you think that adolescents are very much concerned about their body image? They want the figure like celebrity like figure or the zero figure, whatever it is. So they are very much concerned. But the thing is, it is very important to assess the body image properly, because they are very much concerned about to maintain their figure and reducing their body weight. So this may lead towards the eating disorder. And what are the major eating disorder related to the adolescent? That is anorexia nervosa and bulimia. So these two eating disorders are very much prevalent, and these two eating behaviors lead towards the undernourishment, malnourishment. And if malnourishment is there, then it will invite the other problems. It will increase the morbidity and it may increase the mortality also. Yeah, so that's why it is very important to take care about the this thing, proper assessment of body image, and they need not to follow these kind of eating disorders, because which may lead the micronutrient deficiency, overall malabsorption and malnutrition. Now, eating disorder related study. In our department, we have conducted one of the study on the adolescent population, school-going adolescent population. So here we have assessed the body image perception and the relationship with the BMI. And also we have assessed their dietary pattern also. So here you can see we have conducted the study on 300 school-going adolescent, and we found the association between body image concern and BMI. Means body image is also related to their BMI. That means if their BMI is on higher side, so maybe they are satisfied if the BMI is in normal category, and if they are satisfied, or maybe sometimes it may be vice versa also. If their BMI is on lower side, then they are very much concerned about their body shape. So here in this diagram, in this graph, you can see that majority of the school going kids, they are concerned, they are having marked concern about their body shape. Okay, but if they are concerning about that, then proper assessment is also very much important. We have to educate them, create awareness about the assessment and all. That is also very much important. And then in the another study, we have assessed the eating disorder, presence of eating disorder among the college-going adolescent. And here also you can see the prevalence of the nutritional status of the college-going students. Like 9% is were in the underweight category, then 48% were in normal, and 37% were in overweight, and 7% were in obese category. And we found that the presence of eating disorder among the college going students, there are certain domains related to the eating disorders. So they are having the presence of all, means these four kind of domains in the eating disorder. Now, so we have discussed about the complications, recommendation, the importance of adolescent nutrition, and then the food. We have assessed the guidelines also. So I just want to conclude my session or my talk with these few certain points. Like proper nutrition is essential for the adolescent, that we know, and nutrition intake of adolescent should be as per the requirement. That means as per the RDA, and that for that we need to follow the balanced diet. We need to follow the plate concept also. And selection of food items should be healthy. Yes, that is very important. Selection of the food item should be proper. Inclusion of food items should be proper. Inclusion of fruits and vegetable is very important. As I said, 50% of the plate should be with the fruits and vegetables. And we need to hydrate our body. Proper hydration is also very much important, and healthy snacking, because adolescents are having tendency of skipping their meal and they are doing the snacking. But the healthy snacking is preferable, not the unhealthy snacking. So for that, we need to restrict the intake, or we need to avoid the intake of processed food items and junk food, because they are, most of the time they are rich in fiber, they are rich in carbohydrate, and they give us empty calories, and they contain some of the these chemicals also for the preservation and all. So healthy snacking is important, and regular physical activity is also one of the aspects that is very much important to keep ourselves active and to maintain our nutritional status. We need to move towards from the sedentary lifestyle. We need to move towards a moderate lifestyle. That is very much important. Yeah, thank you. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you so much, madam, for sharing your reflective knowledge with all of us. It was indeed a very, very good and very informative presentation. Now I would request Mrs. Sarika Sukesh Nair, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to present the certificate to Dr. Priyanka Parekh. Soon we will start with our inaugural session. We are waiting for 2 minutes. Sir he has just reached. So just be with us for 2 minutes. We'll soon start with the inaugural session.
ये वाला है। हम देखते रहते हैं।
Inauguration is an integral part of any event. So we have come to that point of our today's national conference. And I would request Dr. R. Ponchitra, Professor, Vice Principal, NGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to host the inaugural session.
Thank you, Preeti. A warm good morning to all the dignitaries, guests, and the delegates seated here and who all have joined us online. It's with great pleasure and a deep sense of honor that I stand before you today for the inaugural session of the 11th National Conference organized by MGM New Bombay College of Nursing in collaboration with the Department of Pediatrics and Department of Family Medicine, MGM Medical College Hospital, Kamote, Navi Mumbai. This event serves as a testament to our commitment to progress, collaboration, and the collective pursuit of knowledge and skill. To initiate with inauguration, I'll give a short brief about our organization for the candidates, external candidates who have joined online and offline today. Mahatma Gandhi Mission Trust was established in the year 1982 and has focused on healthcare services, school education, as well as higher education. Mahatma Gandhi Institute of Health Sciences was accorded deemed to be university status in the year 2006. The university is known today for its excellence in teaching, research, patient care, and community outreach activities, serving people from various stages of life with focus especially on rural communities. The university is accredited with NAC with grade 8++ and also accorded with category 1 status and 12B status by UGC. The MGM Trust has initiated MGM Medical College since 1989 in Kamote and in Aurangabad since 1990 and in Vashi since 2023. The university is still further expanding with new healthcare campuses, education, as well as hospitals. The university also offers undergraduate, postgraduate, and fellowship programs in allied health disciplines like biomedical sciences since 2007, physiotherapy since 2008 in Aurangabad and the Navi Mumbai campus, and pharmacy since 2023. MGM Medical College Kamote was awarded third rank at national level, Switch Campus Ranking 2018. And it is also the MGM IHS has got ranked among top 20 universities in India in the NIRF ranking 2023. Now up to MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, which is a constituent unit of MGM Institute of Health Sciences, had its inception in the year 2008. During all these years, the organization has grown profoundly from undergraduate to postgraduate program and the PhD program. The college is also one of the pioneer institute to start the nurse practitioner in critical care program from the year 2017 onwards. The college is also recognized among the top 10 promising nursing colleges in India and is also nationally recognized for all the events by the Indian Nursing Council. Institution has been offering the nurse practitioner in critical care program. Now it is in our future prospectuses is to start the nurse practitioner in emergency and trauma care nursing. To begin with, now may I request Dr. Vijay Kamale sir, Professor and HOD Pediatrics, to deliver the welcome address.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, sir. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nitin Kadam, sir. Hospital Director, Dr. Salgotra, sir. Principal of Nursing, Dr. Prabha Desila. All the faculties who have come to attend the conference and my dear delegates. As a member of organizing committee, I am pleased to welcome you all at this landmark conference on adolescent health. Adolescent consists of 20% population in India. That is a huge population, huge amount of gray matter, which is mainly positively impacting India's progress that everybody knows. Everybody is taking education and progressing. Actually, adolescence is the conjugator of childhood and adulthood. It is said that, make no mistakes, adolescence is a war and no one gets unscared. Somebody gets some injury, it is injury for betterment, or sometimes it can be bad injury also. So adolescence is the time in which we experience everything in more intensity. However, few of these experiences and struggles may lead to negative impact also on adolescent health. And this problem of negativity can worsen if there is no proper mentorship. So here we are to do a proper mentorship for the adolescent population of huge population of adolescent population of India. Educational environment is very important pillar for structuring adolescent health. Keeping this in mind, MGM Institute of Nursing had an idea of organizing conference on adolescent health. As such, National Medical Council has given a lot of importance to adolescent health and care. And it is part of competency-based medical education curriculum for pediatrics. So that is why a Department of Pediatrics and Family Medicine got involved into it, because it is a compulsory competency for undergraduate teaching and obviously postgraduate teaching. To Mahatma Gandhi, the adolescents or youths are agents of social change. They have capacity to establish an ideal society based on the immortal principles of truth and non-violence. So our aim of conference is to ignite minds of students and youth by delivering scientific knowledge. The faculty involved in these conferences are from varied category, starting from nursing professional, pediatricians, family medicine specialists, social workers, psychologists, lawyers, and many other fields. The details will be given by the further organizers also regarding this conference. And I know everybody is willing to hear the pulse of wisdoms from the dignitaries on the dais who have come to bless our conference, because they are having much more and vast experience in general regarding education and adolescent field. So I welcome again all delegates who have come, faculty of various specialties, and our delegates, beloved delegates, and thank everybody with folded hands. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your warm welcome. Now may I request Dr. Prabhakar Dasilla, Professor and Director, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to unfold the theme of this national conference.
Good morning, Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, Honorable Trustee and Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. N.N. Kadam, sir, Dr. K.R. Salgotra, the Hospital Director, Dr. Mohanty, Honorary Professor, Dr. Rakesh Gildial, Professor HOD, Department of Psychiatry, Dr. Vijay Kamale, HOD, Department of Pediatrics, Dr. Rakesh Thumke, Professor and HOD, Department of Family Medicine, Dr. Rahul, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Nirmal, Vice Principal, Pharmacy College, all the resource persons, professors and other seniors, and dear delegates. At the opening of this conference, I would like to express my most profound gratitude for our management for their generosity in hosting this conference. It's my proud privilege to introduce the theme of National Conference organized by MGM New Bombay College of Nursing in collaboration with MGM Medical College, Department of Pediatrics and Department of Family Medicine on a hybrid mode. We have already heard two sessions and some description by Dr. Vijay Kamale also about adolescence. So I will not talk much, but just to brief you why we have taken up this topic, as the developmental journey of an individual is a lifelong process which is marked by various stages, which begins at the age of infancy. And adolescence is a pivotal stage marked by profound change, which impacts the physical, mental, and emotional development of an individual. During this period, there is a strong inclination towards seeking independence. Before that, the parents look after the children. And then this period when the child starts identifying themselves, there is the cognitive development starts and it enables them to have more complex thinking. It is a crucial aspect of their development as they navigate the balance between independence and guidance from their parents and other significant figures in their lives. Addressing adolescent health promotes healthy behaviors, reducing the risk of diseases, which plays a key role in shaping lifelong habits, fostering social relationships, and preventing potential health problems in their life. Education on nutrition, exercise, and addressing mental health concerns are vital component of adolescent health care. Encouraging open communication and fostering a supportive environment at home, in the school, can positively influence adolescents' well-being. A medical team can support adolescents by providing comprehensive healthcare services, which includes routine health checkups, vaccinations, and screening to monitor physical health, addressing mental health through counseling and support, which is very crucial. Establishing a trusting and confidential relationship with healthcare providers encourages open communication, making it easier to address any concerns or challenges the adolescents may face. Therefore, we, the faculty of MGM New Bombay College of Nursing and MGM Medical College Department of Pediatrics and Department of Family Medicine, plan to organize this workshop and conference, which focuses various aspects of adolescent health. So this conference was planned in 3 days' time. The day one was the pre-conference workshop, which was conducted yesterday, that is 12th January 24. First half of the day was having hands-on workshop sessions, and the second half with the paper and poster presentation. The hands-on workshop was divided into 3. First was the overall management of low birth weight babies, which was there at MGM Hospital, Kalamboli, and the resource persons were Dr. Rupali Jain, Assistant Professor, MGM Medical College, Kamote, Dr. Padmaja Davale, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Mrs. Manju Narayanan, MGM College of Nursing, Vashi, Dr. Vikas Gupta, Assistant Professor, MGM Medical College, Kamote, Mrs. Arunima Srilat, Associate Professor, Bharati Vidyapeeth College of Nursing. And I am thankful to Dr. Archana Chatterjee ma'am and Dr. Sushil Kumar sir for their support in conducting the sessions there at MGM Hospital, Kalamboli. The second and third session was at MGM Hospital, Kamote, on management of sick child. The sessions were conducted by Dr. Vijay Kamale, Professor and HOD, Dr. Kirti Arora, Assistant Professor, Department of Pediatric, MGM Medical College, and Mrs. Anna Hima Thomas, Assistant Professor, MGM College of Nursing. The third session was development of assessment, development assessment in child health, that was done at MGM Hospital, Kamote. Dr. Rakesh Thamke, Associate Professor, and Dr. Amrita, Fellow Pediatric Neurology, Department of Family Medicine, MGM Medical College, Dr. Bhagwat, Assistant Professor, and Dr. Damini, Clinical Psychologist, Department of Pediatric, MGM Medical College, Dr. Sindhu Thomas, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, were the part of resource persons. I thank Dr. K.R. Salgotra sir for his help in conducting these sessions there at MGM Hospital, Kamote. So total 150 participants were there attending these sessions yesterday, which includes UG, PG students, junior residents, PhD scholars, and faculty physically present. And there were total for 17 scientific papers and posters, which was conducted in the afternoon session. Today is the day 2 for the conference. Here, the sessions which we have already done is growth and development. The resource persons for the program, and then still furthermore topics will be conducted under this head. So the session which is already done is by Dr. N.C. Mohanty sir, Professor Emeritus, Department of Pediatrics, MGM Medical College, and Dr. Priyanka Parikh, Assistant Professor, MGM SBS. Dr. Aparna Sanke, Principal School College of Nursing, JJ Institute. Dr. Bela Agarwal, Professor and HOD, Cardiovascular Respiratory Physiotherapy, School of Physiotherapy, and Dr. Prasad, Department of PSM, will be having the session after the inaugural session. Later on, we will have psychosocial development and health problems among adolescents, which will be done by Dr. Vitoba Narayan, Assistant Professor by the Institute of Psychiatry and Human Behavior, Government of Goa, Dr. Sindhu Thomas, Assistant Professor, MGM, New Bombay College of Nursing, Dr. Nirmala Almeida, Consultant Psychologist and Psychotherapist, Nirmala Nikatan College of Home Science, and Dr. Rakesh Gildial, HOD, Department of Psychiatry, MGM Medical College, and Mrs. Vandana Kumar, Assistant Professor, MGM, New Bombay College of Nursing. Afternoon, there will be panel discussion, which will be done by Dr. Kalyani Patra and Dr. Chitra Kulkarni, consultant pediatricians and adolescent experts, Navi Mumbai. Dr. Ankit Patel, developmental and behavioral pediatrician, Navi Mumbai. Dr. Mani Mistry, child empowerment facilitator, Dr. Anna Thomas, assistant professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, and Dr. Vitoba, assistant professor, Institute of Psychiatry and Human Behavior. So total participants registered for today is about 200, which are done on online and offline mode. Day 3 is tomorrow on Sunday, which is from 10 a.m. to 12 noon. It is in online mode for parents and teachers, which will be done with assessment of adolescent nutrition, psychosocial issues, sexuality, and legal protection. It is done by, the moderation will be done by Dr. Hemant Gangolia, pediatrician, and sessions will be conducted by Dr. Kiran Vaswani, Dr. Jay Bhandarkar, pediatrician Panvel, and Dr. Shubhangi Dere and Mrs. Sheila Hosmani. So there are 56 participants who have registered online for tomorrow's session. I'm sure the deliberations from the distinguished experts will benefit the participants who are there today on an online and offline mode. And I understand that the delegates from various institutions will have the opportunity to connect with us for the future help. And I thank all the experts for accepting our invitation and boosting our enthusiasm to make this conference a great success. Thank you very much to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. To begin with the inauguration, I request all the dignitaries to come on the stage for lighting the lamp. I request Honorable Vice Chancellor Sasank Dalvi sir, Pro Vice Chancellor sir, Hospital Director, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Rahul, Director, School of Physiotherapy, Rajni ma'am, and the Vice Principal, Pharmacy College, to be on stage to light the lamp. Dr. Kamali sir and Dr. Mohanty sir, the organizing people, and Dr. Rakesh sir also to be on stage. Thank you, all of you. May I request Dr. Nitin Karan sir, Honorable Trustee and Pro Vice Chancellor, MGM IHS, to address the gathering. And I request Hospital Director, Dr. K.R. Salgotra sir, to felicitate him with the sapling.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, Dean Dr. Narshetty, Director of the hospital, Dr. Salgotra, sir, Dr. Dasila, madam, and all her colleagues, Dr. Vijay Kumar Kamble, sir, Dr. Thamke, and Dr. Rakesh, my colleagues, and dear students. I welcome you all for this conference. At the outset, I congratulate Dr. Prabha Desila, madam, Dr. Vijay, Dr. Thamke, Dr. Rakesh Gildia for organizing conference on adolescence health. Before coming to this auditorium, I was talking to Dr. Mohanty, and Dr. Mohanty sir told me that just I finished my lecture and I had come to VC sir's office. Then I asked him, what was your lecture? He said it's adolescence problems, physical, mental, social, emotional. Then I was just thinking, what he has kept for us. The problem with Dr. Mohanty sir is that for the chief guest and their invitees, he kept only one thing, that's the lamp lighting. This is really very important topic. And if I ask anybody in this auditorium, if I ask, I'll not ask, but have you faced any problem during that phase, adolescence phase? And I'm 100% sure that everybody will raise a hand. including myself. This is a very, very typical phase of, that is a formative phase. It's a physical development, emotional, mental, so many factors are going on. And when we see the investment, that is our time, education, money in this adolescent's health is a very useful, not only for that personal, but it's very useful for the generations to come. And it's very useful for the country and even the achieving the sustainable developmental goals. So it has very, very wide effects. It's not that person, it's the generations, it's a nation, it's the universe, I think. They are going to face this problem. Because if any problems created in this period, I think it has got a long lasting effect. When I was going through your program, I realized your commitment, all organizers' commitment, because I seen your collaboratory efforts for involving the nurses, involving the doctors, involving the psychologists, involving the schools, involving the parents, and involving even the lawyers, and involving the social workers. And this problem can be sorted out at this multiple levels. This problem we cannot sort it out at our clinic level. We'll have to come out of the clinic, take it to the community, and resolve this issue. So that's a really important thing to do that. If we see, but nowadays, I think for quite a long time, the stress was not given on the adolescent's health. But now the stress is given to improve the adult life and the next generations for the adolescent's health. If you look at as 1 in 6 people aged between 10 to 19 years, it's a very unique formative time, physical, emotional, social changes, including exposure to poverty, abuse, or violence, can make the things more vulnerable. If you look at globally, it is estimated that 1 in 7 10 to 19 years old person experience some mental health conditions, and yet these may remain unrecognized and untreated. This comes to almost 14 to 15% of our adolescents. They face the mental health conditions, and this is a very important thing to give a stress on that one. Adolescents with mental health conditions are particularly vulnerable to social exclusions, discrimination, stigma, educational difficulties, and risk-taking behavior. So these are the really, and most of these problems go unnoticed, untreated, and that creates a problem in the society. So this health, adolescence health, is also important to organize and manage the civilized society in the country. That's the importance of adolescence health. If you look at the problems, apart from the physical and other problems, there are so many mental problems. If you see the emotional problems, I think 3 to 6% of these children, they get depression, mood changes. Many of them, they get the behavioral disorders like attention-seeking behavior, hyperactivity disorders, and conduct disorders like destructive and challenging behavior. It's not a deal. If not deal in a time, these behaviors can go into the criminal behavior of the child. There are so many eating disorders. We go for the anorexia nervosa or overeating. And recently I read it in the newspaper somewhere, some endocrine conference, I think just 2 days back. And the paper was presented that 31% of our adolescent girls in the rural area, they have defective, they have say raised this one, your hypoglycemic hemoglobin. So this is really, we'll have to see in our setups what's happening around us. These are so many issues what we are facing. And I'm sure that all the experts will discuss all these issues. And I hope this discussion and knowledge created in the conference hall will be transformed into the adolescent health program at a different levels. And I'm sure that Dr. Kamble, Dr. Prabhat Islam Madam, Dr. Thamke will see to it that if we can run this program, if we can convert this knowledge into the adolescent program in Navi Mumbai and make an ideal adolescent clinic here, and if we can approach to the schools and community and form this program. Thank you very much and best wishes for your conference.
Thank you, sir. Now may I request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dr. Shashanki Dalvi, sir, to address the gathering, and I request Medical Superintendent, Dr. Rahul, to felicitate him with a sapling.
Good morning, everybody. Honorable Pro Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nitin Kadam, sir, who made to come and belong to his subject, mainly the pediatrics, to surely that I will come for this particular conference and the various topics and the importance of this topic. He narrated very well. Dr. Salgotra, sir, Hospital Director, Veteran Pediatrician, Dr. Mohanty, Advisor for the conference, Dr. Prabhadashila Madam, Organizing Chairperson of the conference, sitting behind me, Dr. Ponchitra Madam, Dr. Kamale sir, Professor of Pediatrics, other organizing chairperson, Dr. Thamke, Professor of Family Medicine, Dr. Maria Matthews, all the heads of the units and the faculty members, right from Biomedical Sciences, Dr. Gildial, Dr. Rahul Peddawad, and Dr. Rajnimullah Patan, Dr. Mrunal Madam from the pharmacy, Dr. Bela Agrawal, and all the faculty members, the participant delegates, and also the delegates who have joined for this particular online conference on important topic of the adolescent health. Adolescent period in the life, as sir have really mentioned, and everybody have surely gone into their past and have thought, and surely everybody have faced some or other problem in their life during their period, and they have recollected. And these problems in the life, in the future journey, we try to forget them, we try to remember them, but this is the period. I would like to compare this period of adolescent is like, when we are traveling by air, there is the warning or instruction. The plane is going through the turbulence period and please fasten your seat belts. And these are topics that are giving the knowledge to all of us is like the seat belts for the various problems in the adolescent field. Those have been identified. Nearly also Dr. Vitova, I have forgotten to take, but I have also mentioned that it is very difficult to forget your name. A faculty from the Goa who has come to this particular conference. So these topics are really very, very good, carefully designed topics. And the speakers for these particular topics, lifestyle disorders, Dr. Prasad Wangankar sir is going to speak. And I am sure that the topic of importance, the pre-diabetic phase in adolescent group recently in the rural area, he will surely touch on what Dr. Nitin Kadam sir have identified this particular topic during his deliberation and the talk.
Madam, I will like to suggest, Dashala Madam, on this, the adolescent health. This is really so very good. MGMHS can publish the book on the deliberations and each topic. Later on, whatever the faculties, those have been deliberated on those topics, spoke on those particular topics, question answer sessions, and in the question answer session, 360 degrees you have taken for this conference, right from parent and all those. So these can be published into type of book on the adolescent book. That can be revised, that can be edited, and that will be really very good book of MGMHS publication on the adolescent health. So please see to have this book on the conference, so that will be the memory of this particular conference, and all the best wishes to this particular conference. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your excellent idea. We will work on with the conference proceedings book and we will surely publish it, sir. Thank you. Now I call upon Dr. Padmaja Davle, Associate Professor and Nursing Superintendent, MGM NBCON, to propose the vote of thanks.
Good morning, everyone. Distinguished guests, dignitaries, invitees, delegates, colleagues, and my dear students, we have reached the end of this short inauguration program, and I deemed it a great honor and privilege to be here, extending my vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. I take this opportunity to thank our management trustee members of MGM IHS for being the guiding light for all of us. We are really grateful to you, sir, for always guiding us throughout. From the depth of our heart, we thank Dr. N. Kadam, sir, Pro Vice Chancellor of MGM IHS, for not only sparing his valuable time for the gracing of this occasion, and sir has constantly encouraged, and by his encouraging words and guidance throughout in our all endeavors in numerous ways, we always look forward to that thought-provoking, motivating, and inspiring words of sir. Thank you, sir, for gracing this occasion. I mention my deep sense of gratitude to Pro Vice Chancellor, Sir Dr. Shashank Darvi, for his unstinted support and encouraging words. Thank you, sir. Sorry, Vice Chancellor, for his unstinted support and encouraging words. Thank you, sir. I extend our sincere thanks to Dr. Rajesh Goyal, sir, Registrar MGM IHS, Dr. G.S. Narshetty, Dean, MGM Medical College, Dr. K.R. Salgotra, Hospital Director, MGM Hospital Kamote, Dr. Chatterjee, Medical Superintendent, Dr. Sushil Kumar, HOD OBGY, Dr. Vijay Kamale, sir, HOD Pediatrics, Dr. Rakesh Chamke, sir, HOD Family Medicine, all our directors, principal of various institutions. I take this opportunity to extend my heartfelt thanks to all our guest invitees who have come here from different destinations for gracing this occasion. My sincere thanks if I have missed someone. Before concluding, let me thank the Almighty God for making this event resounding success with his blessing and grace. Thank you again to all assembled here for making this event a grand success. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Padmaja. As a closing, let's seize this moment to foster connections, build bridges, and sow the seeds of collaboration, not only in the form of conference, in the form of interdisciplinary teaching, as well as researchers. Together, we have the power to shape the future that reflects the very best of our collective abilities. I wish each and every one of you a rewarding and an enlightening experience at this national conference. To end this conference with the quote, stay positive and happy, work hard and don't give up the hope, be open to criticism and keep learning. Surround yourself with happy, warm and genuine people. Thank you all. And I request all the delegates and participants to join for a short tea break. Thank you.
Delegates are requested to have their tea and come back fast for the next session.
कौन सा ये आपको ही देखो।
The next distinguished to honor us with her presence is Dr. Aparna Sanke, Principal JJ College of Nursing, Mumbai. Madam will be delivering the session on adolescent gynecology. She is affiliated with MUHS University at Nashik. She has completed her MSc Nursing in 2006 from SNDT University, Mumbai, and PhD in Nursing in 2016 from KIMS University, Karad. She has completed 24 years in her teaching, out of which 24 years for UG nursing and 14 years in dedicatedly for the PG nursing teaching. She has guided more than 60 PG students in their dissertation and also guided few PhD nursing students. She has more than 50 national and international publications in her credit. She was the resource person and delegate for various workshops and conferences. We welcome you, madam, and would like you to come on the stage. Now I would request Mrs. Preeti Maria Matthew, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to welcome madam with a sapling.
Very good morning, one and all. Respected dignitaries and all the team members of organizing chairperson and organizers of national conference and my dear students. We all have gathered here in the national conference second day to have a knowledge or have a review about adolescent health. I would like to thank Prabha Desila ma'am, Nimen sir for giving me a topic of adolescent gynecology. As we all know, adolescent period is a transition period. And that is from adolescent is now no more child and is no more adult also. So in between, adolescent is falling into that criteria. And adolescent transition period, some says it's the stormy age, more inquisitive age. Adolescents are more enthusiastic because the endocrinology, the hormone plays a very important role in bringing the physical, emotional, physiological changes in the adolescent. And that changes going on in his growth and development. At the right time, if they are not been guided, they may land up into problem, emotional problem, and that emotional problem definitely will impact on their studies. So today we'll have a gist of adolescent gynecology. So the term adolescent is derived from the word adolescere, meaning grow to mature. It is the time of physical and emotional changes as the body matures. The mind becomes more questioning and more independent. These are the formative years of the life of an individual when major physical, psychological, and behavioral changes take place. This is the period of preparation for undertaking greater responsibilities, including healthy, responsible parenthood. So as a healthcare professionals, it's our role to bring and spread awareness regarding all these changes and to guide them on a right path. So rightly, Kamale sir, Nimen sir, they have shared the knowledge. They have given us a knowledge regarding the adolescent population, that is 225 million adolescent comprises of 22% of Indian population. So why we have to discuss in detail about adolescent health? So it's a 22% of Indian population comes to the adolescent. Of this 12% to of 10 to 14 years of age group. And out of that, 10% is of 15 to 19 age group. Now, this is very important aspect. If 47% are female adolescents, and out of this, around 20% are married before the age of 15. Here, as a healthcare professionals, we have more concern about that early marriages, and they become mother at the age of 15. And you know, a child rearing and to handle the child till 9 months is a big challenges in front of the teenage. More than 70% between 10 to 19 years of age group suffer with a severe to modern anemia. We'll discuss in detail why there is a more anemia. So mortality and morbidity is also high in this age group. Unmet needs of contraception is much higher in this age group. So we need to more discuss regarding the contraception, the emergency contraception, so that we can avoid teenage pregnancy also. Over 30%, 35% of all reported HIV infection occurs among the 15 to 24 years of age group. This indicating young people are highly vulnerable and majority of them infected with unprotected sex. So adolescent, as per WHO, the adolescent age group have been categorized early adolescence and young adolescent. Early adolescence of 10 to 13 years, middle is 14 to 16 years, late adolescence 17 to 19 years, youth adolescents are of 15 to 24 years, and young adolescents of 10 to 24 years. Now we'll see the characteristics of adolescents. Adolescence is for aggressive, also anemia, abortion. D is for dynamic, developing, and they are more depressed. O is for overconfident, overindulging, obese. You might have remember when we were adolescent, that time we were fit into this criteria, characteristics. L is loud but lonely, lack of information, enthusiastic, exploring, experimenting. This characteristic indicates us that they need help. They are social, sexual, also spiritual. They are courageous, cheerful, and more concerned. They are emotional, eager. So look, and they are nervous, never say no to the peers. So a lot of peer pressure is there in adolescent age group, and the peer group is very important for them. So why to invest? Honorable Kadam sir also given us a valuable information why to invest, because today's adolescent is tomorrow's parent, tomorrow's a responsible citizen. We have to invest in young people. It will yield dividend in terms of delaying age marriage. We can reduce incidence of pregnancy, that is teenage pregnancy. As a healthcare professional, we can meet unmet needs of the contraception, and we can reduce incidence of HIV, AIDS, and sexually transmitted infection. Investment in young people will dividend in terms of dealing age marriage. Gynecological problem, when it comes to the gynecological problem in adolescence in puberty, the puberty are of two types. It's a precocious puberty and delayed puberty. When the adolescents attain the precocious puberty, either or delayed puberty, they are suffering with lot of challenges. Then the gynecological problem regarding menstrual abnormalities. When we were in the hospital or community clinics, we have come across many adolescents with their parent with the problem of premenstrual syndrome, amenorrhea, dysmenorrhea, menorrhagia, polycystic ovarian disease. Then some cases with sexual abuse, teenage pregnancies, and ovarian tumors, and many more gynecological problems they are having. When we discuss about the puberty, the girls and the boys, when the girls attain puberty, there is a thelarchy, that is the breast development, height spurts, pubarchy, menarche, and in boys, increasing testicular volume. Again, pubic and axillary hair development in the boys, height spurts, adult testicular volume. When we say thelarchy, it is the most common primary heralding sign of pubertal development. It is most evident. The first sign of puberty, it's a thelarchy. It is evident, we can see the breast development, asymmetry in the breast development initially common, but itself it observation until complete development. Unilateral onset of breast development may occur, may take 6 months for opposite breast bud to become palpable. Then there is a adrenarche. So adrenal gland, slowly, adrenal gland also in under the influence characterized by increasing serum level of dehydroepiandrosterone sulfate. It may lead to precocious puberty also. Appearance of secondary sexual characteristics before the age of 8 in girls and before the age of 9 in boys, we can call as a precocious puberty. Development of puberty. So precocious puberty, when we say precocious puberty, when the girl attains its precocious puberty at the age of 8, so and the boys attain at age of 9. Again, it's a more challenging for the adolescent as well as for the parent. So precocious puberty is of two types. It's a central precocious puberty or a true precocious puberty, or also it's a gonadotropin dependent precocious puberty. And peripheral precocious puberty means from the periphery organ, there is a estrogen and androgen dependency, estrogen and androgen release, and that leads to peripheral precocious puberty. That is a gonadotropin independent precocious puberty. And there is incomplete form of pubertal variants. We'll see the central precocious puberty. It's the most common form of precocious puberty. It is always isosexual. That means when under the influence of hormone, GnRH, from the hypothalamus. There is a signaling the anterior pituitary. Gonadotropin will release and it will give signal to the ovary to secrete estrogen and progesterone. So the adolescent who is suffering with this central precocious puberty, they're always isosexual. Girl will have a more feminizing characteristics and boys will have a more masculine characteristics. There is premature activation of hypothalamo-pituitary gonadal axis, and there is more sex hormone secretions. In peripheral precocious puberty, iso as well as heterosexual behavior you will see. Heterosexual means when the boys will have a more feminine characteristics and girl will show more masculine characteristics. No activation of normal hypothalamo-pituitary gonadal axis. Some secondary sexual characteristics appears in this peripheral precocious puberty. Then there is a mixed type. Peripheral precocious puberty induces hypothalamo-gonadal axis and triggers central puberty. Then in that, McCune-Albright syndrome is there, where the bone dysplasia and hormone problem you will see. And in all forms of sexual precocity, you will see in the Albright syndrome, increased gonadal steroid secretion increases height velocity, somatic development, and the rate of skeletal maturation you will see. The mixed type of precocious puberty, because of premature epiphyseal fusion and sexual precocity can lead to the paradox of tall stature in the childhood, but later on it will be a short adult. Then there is also the incomplete precocious puberty like premature thelarchy, premature adrenarchy, premature menarche. So premature thelarchy is a sporadic, transient, isolated breast development without any other sign of pubertal development. Then usually occurs before 2 years, rarely after 4 years. Generally regresses within 18 months as per the Tanner stage 3. Menarche at expected age you will see. Premature pubarche will be seen. Appearance of sexual hair before age of 8 years in girls or 9 years in the boys without any other evidence of maturation. That is, more frequent in girls. Axillary hair appears later. Slightly advanced in height and osseous maturation. Premature menarche, it's a rare entity. Common causes such as vulvovaginitis, Facebook sexual abuse. Uncommon causes, urethral prolapse, Saccharomyces botrytis. These are the enzyme which can secrete, which can give rise to premature menarche. Now we'll see the causes. Their idiopathic cause. The precocious puberty is more common in girls than the boys. Idiopathic, that is 80%, it's idiopathic. Then some CNS tumor like optic glioma associated with neurofibroma type 1. Hypothalamic astrocytoma, ependydoma, glioma, craniopharyngioma that can give to precocious puberty. Other CNS disorder like encephalitis, brain abscess, head trauma, hydrocephalus, arachnoid cyst. This can give precocious puberty, that is of a central type. Then there is as like a precocious puberty, it can be treated with the hormone. It's a hormone dependent. Like precocious puberty, there is a delayed puberty. So puberty is said to be delayed when the breast tissues and pubic hair have not appeared 13 to 14 years, or menarche appears at late as of 16 years. That is a delayed puberty. Delayed puberty is more common in boys. The normal upper age limit is menarche is 15 years, and it is more common in boys than the girl. Causes of delayed puberty. Hypergonadotropic hypogonadism is the main reason. Gonadal dysgenesis, pure gonadal dysgenesis, ovarian failure, hypogonadotropic hypogonadism. Reason may be constitutional delay, chronic illness, malnutrition, isolated gonadotropic deficiency, intracranial lesion. Then eugonadism, in that anatomical causes, androgen insensitivity syndrome can lead to delayed puberty. If the delayed puberty treatment directed according to the cause, assurance, improvement of the general health, treatment of any illness may be helped in a non-doctoring causes. Causes of hypogonadism may treated with a cyclical estrogen, unopposed estrogen, 0.3 milligram, that is conjugated estrogen, daily is given for first 6 months. Then combined estrogen and progestin sequential regimen started for delayed puberty. Cases of hypergonadotropic hypogonadism should have chromosomal study. Cranial irradiation also has an effect. 2, precocious puberty after late treatment of congenital virilizing adrenal hyperplasia and other previous chronic exposure to sex steroid. There is a precocious puberty. 2, precocious puberty due to gain of functions mutations, that is KIS-IR-GRP54 gene and KIS1 gene. Then after the precocious puberty, if we are aware about the precocious puberty about in the girl as well as in the boys, as a healthcare provider, we can make the parent, make the community, make the society aware about the signs and symptoms of precocious puberty and when to seek the healthcare help. Then there are most of the adolescent girls with suffering with menstrual conditions that may require evaluation. When the adolescent girl, when her menstruation that have not started within 3 years of thelarchy. So usually after breast development, that is thelarchy, after that 2 years, there is a menarche. But within 3 years of thelarchy, menses have not been started. By the age of 13, with no sign of pubertal development, by age of 14 with history of suggestive of eating disorder, concern of outflow tract obstruction and anomaly. And even the menstruation has not been started by the age of 15. Initial regular period that become markedly irregular. Cycle, we know the normal cycle of 28 days, but if the cycle is less than 21 days and if the cycle is more than 45 days, it's a the person can seek medical help. If the period is cycle is more than 90 days apart, even for one cycle, and the history of period lasts for more than 7 days, and the history says if there is if the girl is menstruating, then she changed the pad more than one every 1 or 2 hours. That means it's a menorrhagia. So that these are all the criteria where the parent or the adolescent can seek the medical help. Now, what are the causes of abnormal uterine bleeding in adolescent girls? Sometimes pregnancy, immaturity of the hypothalamo ovarian, pituitary ovarian axis, hypergonadotropic anovulation in PCOS. Most of the time, anovulation can lead to abnormal bleeding, coagulopathy, von Willebrand syndrome, hypothalamic dysfunctioning like eating disorder, weight, excessive weight, stress, hyperprolactinemia like conditions, thyroid disorder, primary pituitary disease, primary ovarian insufficiency, that is POI, iatrogenic, sometimes secondary to chemotherapy or radiation. Some adolescent, if they are suffering with cancer, malignancy, and then secondary to chemotherapy and radiation, there is a iatrogenic amenorrhea like problem or menorrhagia problem. Medications like hormonal contraception or anticoagulation medication can lead to menstrual problem during adolescence. Sexually transmitted infection, some uterine lesion can lead to menstrual irregularities and some malignancy. Prevalence of menstrual problem, 75% of adolescent experiences menstrual problem. And why we have to worried about this problem? Because we see the population, it's a 22% of India's total population, adolescents are there and 47% are there girls. So 75% of adolescents experience menstrual problem. Delay onset, irregular cycle, painful period, heavy period. Only 10 to 17% seek help. Only 10 to 17% seek help. The rest of the adolescents, they don't discuss with the parent. They remain aloof. 1/3 seeking alternative medicine, that is acupuncture, yoga, meditation, and all that. Adolescents often lack adequate knowledge about menstruation and menstruation hygiene. Preferred seek advices from family, that is 70% they preferred. Then 40% from trained they seek advice, and only 6.5% they will seek advice from the doctors, from the nurses, and from the teachers. Here they should be more vocal. And when they will be vocal, when in their syllabus it has been added, what are the growth and development and what are the stages and what changes is going through the adolescent period. It has been taught in the syllabus, then they will be more vocal and informations are available. Then they will be seeking the help of medical advice. Other sources like newspaper, books, 24.3%, internet, 12.3%, they are seeking help. 1 in 8 girls had absent from school because of the menstruation problem. It is the age, this is the age where they form the base. And now we know the competitions are going on, NEET and what all things, other competitive exam. And if they have to excel in that competitive, their best should be good. And in that period, they were suffering with menstrual problems and they are away from their school because of this problem. Now, why we have to worry? Because these are the problems which are we can treat. It's a treatable and it's a preventable problem. There is a problem with a dysmenorrhea, means painful menstruation, most common gynecological complaint in adolescent and young women. Sometimes there is a primary and secondary. Primary dysmenorrhea, menstruation pain that is not associated with the pelvic pathology, typically occur in the first 2 years after menarche and affect has been 50% of the post-pubertal female also. Epidemiological study in adolescent population, that is age range 12 to 17 years, reported that dysmenorrhea has prevalence of 59.7%. And because of this spasmodic pain, they will remain away from the school. Early age of menarche, less than 12 years. Nulliparity, heavier prolonged menstrual flow, obesity, positive family history, these are the risk factor. Now, why there is a dysmenorrhea? As per the theory says, there is a prostaglandin F2 alpha. It's a potent myometrial stimulant and vasoconstrictor, which has been secreted in the endometrial lining. That is a reason for painful uterine contraction. It can be treated with the relieving cramping, pelvic pain, and associated symptoms. NSAID is the best therapy to relieve dysmenorrhea as they lower the prostaglandin F2 level. So this prostaglandin level is been lowered by the NSAIDs and that can give relief to the adolescent girl. But how long she will take prostaglandin? Sometimes oral contraceptives are required and many more times you can make them aware about the non-pharmacological treatment like heat pad, massage, exercise, diversional therapies. Then there is a secondary dysmenorrhea, less common than the primary dysmenorrhea, associated with the pelvic pathology, pain to occur several years after menarche. Pain may be associated with discomfort before onset of menstruation. There is a premenstrual syndrome and during menstruation also there is a pain. It can be treated with the correction of underlying cause, NSAIDs, and even non-pharmacological treatment will help. Then there is a second menstruation problem is with the menorrhagia. Common adolescent gynecological complaint. Menorrhagia, it's an excessive bleeding in the period, in the menses. Usually 30 to 50 ml of blood in her period she will lose. But when there is a more than 90 ml blood, if she is losing, that is a menorrhagia. So most common cause is anovulatory, majority time. Anovulation because of unopposed estrogen production can lead to more endometrial thickening and that can lead to more of menorrhagia. Easily manageable with a hormonal therapy. Underlying bleeding disorder should rule out von Willebrand disease and platelet dysfunction. Von Willebrand disease and platelet dysfunction, we know these are all the indicates towards the more bleeding tendency. Easily investigated by the blood test. With the blood test, we will come to know whether the factor VIII is absent, whether von Willebrand factor is low, whether there is a platelet dysfunction. So with the blood test also we can diagnose menorrhagia. Benefits from non-hormonal therapies also will do counseling and we can guide them for the future pregnancies. And sometimes if suppose that menorrhagia is associated some fibroid or adenomyosis, the surgeries are performed. Almost all medical treatment, that is iron supplementation, will play a very important role to cure anemia and even to prevent anemia. Non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drugs, that is NSAIDs. Tranexamic acid also will is a very important drug. Combined oral contraceptive pills sometimes will be helpful for menorrhagia, to control menorrhagia. Progestogen and sometimes Mirena, like intrauterine devices will help for controlling the menorrhagia, that is excessive bleeding. Then there is a complaint like oligomenorrhea. It's a less bleeding. So menstruation occurring less frequently than every 35 days. We know the cycle of 28 days, but 28 days is over. Now it's a more than 35 days it takes for next cycle. Commonest cause of polycystic ovarian syndrome, temporary disturbances of menstrual control. Then you will see the change in body weight, hyperprolactinemia, developing cause of secondary amenorrhea. Then the most of the girls, again adolescent girls, they will present the complaints with the amenorrhea. There is an absence of menstruation. Now absence of it is defined as a failure to menstruate by the age 16 in presence of normal secondary sexual development, but there is a menstruation is absent. By age 14 in the absence of secondary sexual characteristics. Some endocrinological problem 40%, and there is a 60% of the girls presents with a developmental abnormalities which they suffer with the primary amenorrhea. As primary amenorrhea, there is a secondary amenorrhea, absence of menstruation, temporary or permanent. That is more than 6 months. First, she has started with the menarche, but after that, 2 years of that menarche, then again she has started with the cessation of menstruation for more than 6 month duration. Any cause of secondary amenorrhea may also cause primary amenorrhea. Prolonged hypoestrogenic state carries a risk of bone demineralization, may be the reason for secondary amenorrhea. So these are the causes which can lead to amenorrhea like problem. Uterine causes, Mullerian agenesis, then ovarian causes, polycystic causes, hyperprolactinemia, then premature ovarian failure, uterine causes, some systemic causes, head injury, cranial irradiation. So, and there is also the hypothalamo-pituitary ovarian axis failure. So these are the causes which lead to amenorrhea problem. Now, how will work? There is some work of amenorrhea. First of all, history, whether it's a primary amenorrhea or whether it's a secondary amenorrhea. So in a adolescence age group, when you deal with the adolescent patient, you have to be more gentle and you have to give a time to get the history, a detailed history about a menstruation, duration, its flow, whether it's scanty and a cycle. Everything you need to ask, physical examination, body mass index, BMI, as we know, if there is obesity, there is insulin resistance, and even the problem with the hormone, pubertal development, stigma of PCOS, sometimes hirsutism, pregnancy test also you can work out. You can work out with the follicle stimulating and luteinizing hormone, estradiol test, testosterone, prolactin, thyroid function. So all these hormonal level we need to check along with the sonography. You can check the morphology of ovaries, endometrial thickness also been evaluated, some MRI scan, pituitary hypothalamic imaging is also required to rule out the pathology. Then the bone mineral density, if hypoestrogenic, and karyotyping also required to rule out Turner syndrome. Then the second, the last important problems which the adolescent girls suffering with the polycystic ovarian syndrome. So diagnosis during adolescence is challenging and it overlap between normal pubertal development and features of PCOS. So polycystic ovarian morphology in 35% they lack transvaginal screening. But polycystic ovaries, non-hirsute PCOS, oligo and anovulation PCOS, classic PCOS, ovulatory PCOS, clinical and biochemical hyperandrogenism you have to rule out. 59% irregular cycles, 2-year post-menarche. And in the puberty, if there is a low sex hormone binding globulin, that can again lead to PCOS-like problem. In the adolescence age, PCOS, 3 of 3 Rotterdam criteria are required. So there is a how we can diagnose PCOS. We can exclude other disorders related with other menstruation disorder, that is hypoandrogenism. not all hirsutism, that is hair growth. So not all hirsutism is PCOS. Now management according to the individual problem, signs and symptom. If suppose 38% obesity, endocrine disturbances will be increased insulin resistance, increased sex hormone binding globulin. Possible late sequelae may be dyslipidemia, triglyceride, LDL and low HDL. Menstrual disturbances, 66%. Oligomenorrhea, less menstruation, 47%. 19% amenorrhea, regular cycle. Hyperandrogenism, subfertility, and asymptomatic 20% PCOS. These are the disturbances we can rule out to treat the PCOS like problem. Prognostic factor of persistent long cycle, diagnosis of PCOS at first consultation, body mass index more than 23. You have to diagnose PCOS. Conservative management of the girls who were screened out and longer follow-up is needed with the PCOS. Then there is a primary ovarian insufficiency. We have to diagnose oligomenorrhea at least for 4 months. Then there is an elevated follicle stimulating hormone, 25 international unit on 2 occasions 4 weeks apart. And the causes for primary ovarian insufficiency are chromosomal, autoimmune, iatrogenic, and mostly idiopathic. Investigations suggest of karyotyping and adrenal antibodies and so on. Then the most emerging problem about the adolescence at the teenage pregnancy, where the need for contraceptions are very, very important. Emergency contraception. Teenage pregnancy is a pregnancy in human female under the age of 20. Pregnancy can take place in pubertal females, known as adolescent pregnancy. Causes. What are the causes of teenage pregnancy? Lack of education on safe sex, peer pressure, sometimes under the influence of drugs, alcohol, unprotected sex. Potential behavior patterns of teenage girl becoming pregnant include early dating behavior. Nowadays, we know the impact of mobile, internet, high risk behavior, lack of support from the group, from the family, from the peer, unhealthy environment at home, stress, depression, delinquency, criminal behavior. They'll end up into criminal behavior, exposure to domestic and sexual violence, and most important, financial constraint. These are the causes where the teenage are land up into the teenage pregnancy. Now, impact of teenage pregnancy on the health effect, high risk for anemia, because in teenage group, as already there is a precaution, already there is a menarche, early menstruation, the bleeding, and again there is she's child rearing fetus in her womb. So high risk for anemia, pregnancy-induced hypertension, PIH. She's prone for lower genital tract infection. She's prone for low birth weight babies. Social effect, she will isolate from the society. But there will be guilt feeling, there will be depression, there will be low self-esteem resulting in lack of interest in the studies, limited job prospectus, lack of support of the few friends, to name just a few. Effect of teenage pregnancy, in a non-pregnant state, there is quite a high possibility of getting sexually transmitted diseases, chronic pelvic pain. Sometimes they are, because of that, unprotected sex, and they may suffer with a cervical cancer, HIV infection, AIDS, nutrition deficiency from poor eating habits in attempt to lose weight through dieting, skipping meals, food fadism, snacking, consumption of fast food. So these are the effect of teenage pregnancies. Now, how we can prevent teenage pregnancies? Why we are too worried about teenage pregnancy? Because teenage pregnancy may lead to unsafe abortion, low birth weight babies. She will suffer with scholastic backwardness. Yes. So with the health education, as a healthcare provider, we have to spread health education, skill-based health education to the teachers, to the parent, and to the adolescents are very, very important. Life skill education has been given importance. Family life education is very, very important, where in today's society, parents are more, these adolescents are more reluctant to discuss any sex matter with the parents. counseling for emotional stress are very, very important. Government of India have been started like program, adolescent reproductive and sexual health. It's been in 2006 as a part of National Rural Health Mission Program, RCH2. Many areas where we see the adolescent friendly clinic, and they are extending help. They are providing information, health education, and better communication with the adolescents, where they can go with the parents, where they can go alone also, and more friendly approach they will see. Then the another governmental program like RKSK, Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram. So government of India have been started giving much more importance to adolescent age group, and we know the much more challenges are there in front of adolescents, and many more problems with the adolescents, girls as well as boys. But as a healthcare provider, if we spread awareness in the society regarding the changes, regarding the physiological and emotional changes, regarding the hormonal changes within the adolescents. So adolescents themselves, as well as if we spread awareness among the schools, among the community, then definitely we can prepare today's adolescents for a better citizenship and better parenthood. And last but not least, if there is a challenges, if you don't face the challenges, you don't change. So you have to prepare the adolescents for facing the challenges. Then only they will bring change in themselves. And this is the age where they are very much enthusiastic, and they give very much importance to their whatever bodily changes. So if we develop a friendly approach to discuss with them, many more problems will be prevented. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for sharing your reflective knowledge and let us know about the various aspects or the factors which are responsible for the gynecological problem in adolescents. Now I would request Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, Associate Professor, MGMU Bombay College of Nursing, to present the certificate to Dr. Aparna Sankhe, ma'am.
Sir, please.
It will be my proud privilege to invite Dr. Bela Agrawal, Head of Cardiovascular and Respiratory Physiotherapy, NGM School of Physiotherapy, Navi Mumbai, on stage. Madam will be delivering the session on physical activity and adolescence. She is AHA recognized basic life support instructor and advanced cardiovascular life support ACLS provider, Executive Council member of Society of Cardiovascular and Pulmonary Rehabilitation and member of Society of Indian Physiotherapists. She has 40 publications, 4 chapters in book and 12 copyrights. Kamla Bhagat Sohani Science Siksha Sodh Karti mentioned 2022 by Rethink India Best Postgraduate Guide. Member of Academic Council and Board of Studies Physiotherapy and Prosthetic and Orthotics of MGM IHS. Invited as a speaker and resource person in various conferences. Conducted several workshops in physiotherapy, in the ICU, pulmonary rehabilitation, cardiopulmonary exercise testing, and has won Best Paper and Best Poster awards in conferences. Madam, we welcome you here and I would like to call you on the stage. May I call upon Mrs. Fergangia Jubilson, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to welcome Dr. Bela Agrawal with a sapling.
Going to do a quick brief session on physical activity. So tell me one thing, how many of you remember going to school, coming back, throwing your bag and going for play? All of us would have done that at some point of time. But do you think the generation of today is doing that? Yes, some answers, please. Yes or no? Is the generation physically active? No. So I think not so much. That would be a more realistic answer. So the topic for today is physical activity in adolescence. All of you, by the end of this conference, would be pit-pat with the numbers. India has over 250 million adolescents. And looking at these figures, you will really realize that why we are talking about physical activity in these people, in these group of people who are so much going to be driving the future of India. So we'll just take a quick glance at what you mean by physical activity. So are we physically active at present? No, we're just sitting. So any movement of the body which is brought about by skeletal muscles is termed as physical activity and which requires some amount of energy expenditure. So physical activity is usually categorized into sedentary, light physical activity, moderate and low based on the energy expenditure of the body. So these are terms that I'm going to be using repeatedly throughout my talk. So please be aware of what is called as MVPA, that's moderate to vigorous physical activity level. So that is the recommended physical activity level that I'll be talking a little bit more about. So in short, like how would you know that you're achieving your MVPA? So if you can talk while you walk, you're only doing mild physical activity. If you're slightly breathless when you're doing any activity, you're doing a moderate level of physical activity. And if you're very, very breathless, if you can't talk at all, not even put together two words, you're doing a vigorous level of physical activity. So this graph is quite alarming. So why do we need to talk about physical activity? Isn't it a natural phenomenon? The body is made for movement, but what is happening is there's a global trend towards physical inactivity. If you look at the graphs, all the developed countries, the developing countries, and the low and middle socioeconomic countries, there is an alarming level of physical inactivity, which is considered to be the fourth risk factor for development of NCDs. So Dr. Prasad is sitting right here, who's going to be talking much more about them. So I will not highlight too much on that. So India somehow is 73% of adolescents are physically inactive. In the sense, it's not as if they're not moving, but they're not accumulating the required amount of physical activity for which is required to maintain a good health status. So WHO has put up this global action plan for prevention of NCDs and reduction in physical inactivity by 25% in 2025. So we are not very far off, but yet you see that we are not really making huge leaps and bounds towards this reduction. So these are some of the Indian figures. So what you see here is a study which is called as the India report card for physical activity. And they have put down certain observations where it is told that almost 25 to 50% of adolescents are not meeting the guidelines. Almost 60 to 64% of boys and girls are not meeting the guidelines. This is a study from Maharashtra. And whereas you see that around 35 to 45% of the adolescents are not meeting the guidelines in the state of Tamil Nadu. So you see that the different states are presenting with different figures, yet there is not enough information which is coming out from all the states of India. So there is definitely a need to take this up more seriously, taking up more research into the area of physical activity. What is also observed that girls are more inactive compared to boys, and the urban adolescents are more inactive compared to the rural adolescents. So this target population needs to undergo much intensive therapy compared to the rest. So girl or women oriented programs are a requirement of today. So WHO, as well as the World Confederation of Physiotherapists, has taken up this mandate quite seriously, and we want to encourage people to become more physically active to obtain better health outcomes. So what are the health outcomes which are reported to be benefited by with increase in the physical activity levels? I'll show you a graph later on, which is very straightforward. The more sedentary time, the less are, or the poorer are the health outcomes. The more is the level of physical activity, the greater is the health outcomes. So improved cardiorespiratory fitness, greater muscle strength, a better metabolic profile in terms of a better blood pressure, a better lipid profile, and a better glucose tolerance can be achieved with greater activity levels, greater muscle strength, greater bone mass strength, and better academic performance can be obtained with greater levels of activity. So not only are we improving the physical status, but also the social interaction, the psychosocial status, they are also benefited with engagement in regular activity. There is a reduction in the risk of depression. So it's all interlinked. If you see the circle over there, it's all interlinked to each other's physical with mental, with social, with psychological, to get a better quality of life in our adolescents. Now, what are the factors that influence physical activities? Again, you see it's a multi-dimensional, multifactorial influence. Not one particular reason can be triggered to why they remain physically inactive. So you would be aware of the social pressures, the peer pressures, the academic stresses, the influence of the socio-economic demographics, along with the reasons which we'll come to in more details is what is happening at the level of the schools and the higher education institutes. So along with that, what is happening at the work level, because many of them in the rural sectors begin working at a very early age. So do they really have the time? Along with the faiths and the community. So a cultural perspective also comes into the play where you see that girls are not encouraged to enter into the physical activity domains. So what's happening at school? So in one of the studies that we had conducted, we found out that the children are not, or the adolescents are not engaging in more than 1 to 2 sessions of physical activity or physical education classes throughout the week. So that is a very, very low level of activity. Schools, although they have a mandatory physical education program, but these programs are not structured in nature. Therefore, the outcomes that are produced because of this activity level is not adequate. Most of the schools do not produce or promote accumulation of the recommended levels of physical activity, which is at least 30 minutes of daily MVPA. They have or they provide limited access to physical education equipment and infrastructure after schooling hours. There is a very poor infrastructure throughout the city and the rural areas for engaging in physical activity. How many of our footpaths or cycling tracks are actually usable? In those who live in the cities, you would agree that footpaths are already encroached. So where do you walk? The parks are there. There is an increasing level of awareness, but they're not adequate for the population that we are having in our country. Again, safety becomes one of the predominant factors for engaging in physical activity. Air pollution is becoming an increasing factor. So although the governmental policies are now promoting physical activity to a large extent, however, they are not still able to accommodate the entire adolescent population. So there is a much greater need to engage in more and more of policy advocacy for engaging our adolescents into, which begins right from the beneficiary, which is the adolescent, the parent, the caregivers, as well as the schooling, the higher education. Everybody needs to come together to promote activity at a much larger level. So we actually come down to the recommendations. Now, what are the recommendations for physical activity? So WHO has put down the recommendations as they need to engage in minimal 60 minutes of MVPA daily. So this is not an, you can't be a weekend worker. It has to happen on a daily front, but how to accumulate that is a big question. So the kind of activity that is promoted is aerobic in nature. So 60 minutes of aerobic activity through each day of the week. Then you need to accumulate at least 3 days of muscle strengthening activities to maintain your bone mass and your muscle strength. It is recommended that the sedentary time is reduced to less than 2 hours per day. So I think all of you are going to be termed sedentary today because we are all going to be sitting exclusively, extensively through this conference, which is good, but it is not the kind of thing that is health promotion. Now, some certain simple tips that can be adopted is doing some physical activity is better than doing none. So even though you may not be able to achieve 60 minutes of activity, but doing some physical activity is definitely better. Start with small. So some amount of activity can be accumulated and you can literally, how you have it in your bank, you put in a little at a time. So like boond boond se sagar banta hai. So start doing that. So you can recommend the same for your adolescent groups and gradually increase the frequency, intensity of the activity as well as the duration. Let it be enjoyable. Let it be safe for your. It's not all activity is age appropriate. You can't prescribe serious weight lifting to adolescents. They are still growing. They'll have epiphyseal closure. So you have to have the age appropriate recommendations for this particular group, which can be best provided by healthcare professionals and then taken it forward through self-driven programs. Now, the adolescents are going to be the ones who are attending schools, attending colleges. So workouts in the educational environment would be the optimal thing, but if they cannot, they need to engage in leisure time physical activity. So the recommendations it's very interesting. The recommendations remain same for children with the disability. Okay, both for adolescents as well as children, the guidelines remain similar. So they are expected to achieve the same amount of physical activity levels despite disability, but under the supervision of an expert so that they are not straining themselves unnecessarily. So this is the graph that I was talking about. You see that there is a direct connection between the amount of level of physical activity, the sedentary risk behavior, and the health outcomes. So greater is the amount of activity, better the health outcomes, and lower the sedentary time, better is the health outcome. So these are several papers that we have published and in the area of physical activity, both in health as well as in disease conditions. We've also had the pleasure and the opportunity to work with adolescents and create normative reference graphs. So this is data from over 2,000 children and adolescents, where we have given the percentile values for these different health domains, because physical fitness is an important health outcome of greater physical activity, and muscle strength, cardiorespiratory endurance, better body composition, these are all the domains of physical fitness. So greater the fitness, better are the outcomes. So these are the graphs, and you see that what we have observed is a large percentage of our children and adolescents fall in the lower percentile. So what you see is the various graphs have a lot of, the higher percentiles are fairly straight and sloping, but the lower percentiles, you can see a lot of variability. So you see a dip in the performance in children who are physically inactive, and they fall in these lower percentiles. especially in the adolescent age group where the girls are shy because of the menarche. They are not able to engage in physical activity for those particular days. So they often avoid doing physical activity. So during this period, although there's a growth spurt, so it is counterbalanced by a growth spurt. Therefore, you don't see sharp dips. However, they need to be counseled that even activity during the period of menstruation is fine. So they can engage in light activity during this period. So these are some other reports which we have, studies which we have taken up. And we've seen the benefit of even 45 minutes of training in patients with cerebral palsy. So we've observed that movements or physical activity programs helps to improve their transferability, their muscle strength, their anxiety, depression, their improved social participation. So it's a multifactorial effect that is produced because of engaging in activity. One thing cannot take care of everything. So that's a disclaimer. It's not only physical activity, but several interventions put together will definitely improve the outcomes. Another study that we saw was the effect of movement therapy on academic stress. So we saw a increase or the reduction in the stress scores in our own children, like the first years who come in our adolescents. They are 17 to 18 years old. And we saw a gross improvement in a reduction in their stress scores after they engaged even in for 6 weeks of movement therapy. So giving such short programs or building them within the curricular hours also may be effective in trying and reducing the academic stress. Along with, of course, the physical components definitely improve after activity. So another study what we saw was for sports participation. So effect of yoga. So what I'm trying to bring about here is that different kinds, any kind of physical activity is beneficial. So be it yoga, be it dance, be it aerobics, be it respiratory resistance muscles training. So all different forms of, the more the variety, the better it is. What is the benefit of a variety of programs is there is less monotony. Less monotony, greater is the adherence. More the adherence, better is the motivation and the health outcomes. So just try to summarize this and put together the various strategies that can be adopted to improve physical activity levels in adolescents. So which is one could be directly oriented at the level of the schools and colleges. So greater activity during school, greater engagement in family outings. So families working together are known to adhere to physical activity programs rather than a lone person working out alone. Greater involvement of the faculty members, greater involvement of physical activity before and after school. Now, giving my own example, I used to always think like, I don't have time. I reach home after traveling 2 hours at 8 o'clock in the night. So when do I work out? So one simple way is after dinner, I started walking. So you have to be self-motivated to try, and similar motivation has to be inculcated in the adolescents to why it is important to engage in the activity programs, because that is the baseline for their adulthood. The lower is the level or lower is the health outcome in adolescents, the poorer are the health outcomes for them when they become adults. And the same health behaviors will be carried forward. So they are the prime rich fertile area where the habits have to be inculcated right from the beginning. So this is a physical activity pyramid, like you have your nutritional pyramid. Similarly, you have a physical activity pyramid where the lowest level is that of activities of daily living, which is 1 or 2 minutes. So you are encouraged to do like don't take the lift. Dasila madam will agree. We encourage all our students not to use the lift. You can climb 2 floors, you can climb 3 floors. So that's one simple example. So that's how you accumulate that MBPA. Okay, take the lifts, walk to a block away, walk 2 blocks away, engage in, if you have a pet, walk the dog. So simple things can be accumulated to then increase your level of activity. The second tier is that of actual aerobic activity, which is required to be conducted a minimum of 6 days a week, not less than 3 to 5 to have your MBPA. Then comes your strength training 2 or 3 times a week. And last is cutting down on sedentary activity. Right, so this again has to be a multi-sectoral approach. As I said, it cannot happen alone. It has to come right from the government policies where we have people coming in together, working for the adolescent health clinic that are suggested, giving the nutritional counseling, giving the health, physical activity counseling, giving the psychological counseling, and so on. So everybody coming together will definitely improve the resources that we can provide to our adolescent community for greater health outcomes. So in conclusion, I will say, let's be active, everyone, everywhere, every day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Very truly said, something is better than nothing. So we have to do something at least. Now I would request Mrs. Fergenzia Jubilson to present the certificate to Dr. Bela Agrawal.
I want to thank the organizing committee for inviting me here today to share our
Next session is on lifestyle disorders in adolescent. And we are fortunate to have among us Dr. Prasad Vayangar, Head of the Department and Professor, Department of Preventive Medicine, NGM Medical College, Navi Mumbai. Sir has completed her MD in Preventive and Social Medicine in 1994. Former National Professional Officer, WHO Emergency and Humanitarian Action, Polio Eradication, WHO and Government of India. Editorial Board, Indian Journal of Public Health, 2013-15. Central Council, Indian Public Health Association, 2015-23. EC member, Maharashtra Chapter, Indian Association of Preventive Social Medicine, 2015-17. EC member, Maharashtra Branch, IPHA 2015-21. Secretary, Maharashtra Branch, IPHA 2021-24. President, Maharashtra Branch, IPHA 24-27. And sir has several credits as his publication and participated in various conferences. His area of interest is non-communicable diseases and health economics. Sir, we welcome you, and I would request you to come on the stage. To welcome sir, I would request Dr. Nirmal C. Mohanty sir to please come and felicitate sir with a sapling.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thanks to the organizers for inviting me. Dear friends, I'm going to talk on the lifestyle disorders in adolescents. Most of the times it is equated with our dietary habits, but basically lifestyle is a lot of things which it encompasses. But my job is easy because the previous speakers and the speakers were going to come after me are also going to touch the lifestyle. So time is also short. We are running behind the schedule, so I'll go through quickly. This is the WHO statistics that over 1.5 million adolescents and young adults aged 10 to 24 years died in 2021. We are talking globally. So sub-Saharan Africa, that was highest, and lowest in European and Northern America. Actually, adolescent, we don't expect much deaths. Young, healthy population, but still that happens. So if we see the pattern, the 10 to 14-year-olds, they're dominated by the infectious diseases. But there is a shift after that, and it is not just infectious diseases. So a lot of morbidities and mortalities are related with, let us say, non-communicable diseases or other events also. I'm going to come to that. When we talk about the definition of epidemiology, it is not just the diseases. We say that diseases and then the health related states and events, because those events, they are also to be studied, and those events could be attributable to the lifestyle. So injuries, including road traffic injuries and drowning, interpersonal violence, self-harm, and maternal conditions, that also are the leading causes of deaths among adolescents and young adults, which we usually tend to not give much attention to. So lifestyle disorders encompass a range of health conditions, primarily linked to an individual's daily habits and behaviors. These disorders are often preventable, making them a critical focus for the public health initiatives. Preventable is very important. That means we can bring out the change, provided we make the efforts in that direction. They can affect in various forms: physical, mental, or emotional well-being. As everybody knows, the adolescence is a crucial phase of life, rapid growth. However, modern lifestyles characterized by sedentary behaviors, poor dietary choices, and increased exposure to the various stressors have contributed to the rise of lifestyle disorders among the adolescents. Low physical activity, higher level of experimentation with alcohol and smoking and even drugs, high prevalence of obesity and hypertension in the school children. 2 days ago, there was in the news in the newspaper also that in a study done by BK Valawalkar College, there were 39 girls, they were found to be pre-diabetic in the rural area. The age group was so small, and then we are talking about the pre-diabetes, and in that age group, that is really shocking. We also will try to conduct a study in our rural area, in our adopted villages, and we'll try to identify about this situation. But it is really alarming thing that the NCDs are happening now at the earlier age. We have seen obviously the deaths which have been happening at the younger age, but by the time we talk about the NCDs and all that, there is not much time left for the change the lifestyle. So the change of lifestyle need to start quite early. So there is association between BMI, systolic and diastolic blood pressures among the children and other lifestyle factors. So nutrition related disorders, adolescents frequently face issues related to poor nutrition, including obesity, eating disorders, and nutrient deficiencies. At one side, there is a obesity, another side, nutrient deficiencies. Unhealthy dietary habits during this critical period will have long-lasting consequences. So by the time they reach nearing 40, they are already suffering from either coronary heart disease or the very severe hypertension and even a diabetes, for which not much correction is left out, and the longevity life is compromised. In prevention, we talk about there are different levels of prevention, and then there is a primary, secondary, and tertiary prevention, but there is one more category, that is a primordial prevention, which was earlier included into the primary prevention. On lighter note, we try to explain the primordial prevention to the students in a way that in a community, if there is no outlet for the burger, then don't allow it to open. I mean, don't allow the risk factor to be there to which the community gets exposed. Because the moment they get exposed to that and they develop those risk factors, automatically the results are going to be there. So that is the way you do the primordial prevention, by cutting off the risk factors. So inappropriate dietary practices, fast food consumption, low fruit consumption, and low leafy vegetable consumption, which are the common practices which is resulting into most of the non-communicable diseases. It is a global concern. Type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular diseases, and joint problems also. Obviously, this is not alone the diet, the sedentary lifestyle or the physical inactivity that also contributes to that, which is also a part of the lifestyle. So sedentary lifestyle, which Dr. Bela Madam had already explained about the physical inactivity in detail, that is also a matter of concern. And minimum 1 hour's activity in that adolescent age group, as the WHO recommends, is very much important. In today's era, the screen time or the mobile time that has become more habitual, and that is resulting into the lack of field activity or the field exercise by the students, which used to happen in earlier days. So globally in 2016, only 1 in 5 adolescents are estimated to meet WHO guidelines. And as Dr. Bela has already mentioned, that it's higher in females, the inactivity, as compared to male adolescents. So physical fitness, cardiorespiratory and muscular fitness, cardiometabolic health, blood pressure, dyslipidemia, glucose and insulin resistance. For bone health, for cognitive outcomes also, the academic performance and executive function, and obviously for the mental health. The depression will get reduced. That all will be the benefits of the improving the physical activity and reduce adiposity. GSHS, the Global School-Based Student Health Survey, that WHO has prepared a questionnaire module. And there are 10 key areas among young people aged to 13 to 17 years. So that is, these are being measured and assessed, the behavioral risk factors. Another thing related to the lifestyle and from a point of view of the adolescents is the substance abuse related disorders. Tobacco use, alcohol consumption, illicit drug use are prevalent among adolescents, leading to both immediate and long-term health consequences, including addiction, frequent partying, going to the cinema, shopping for fun, and having a boyfriend or girlfriend, difficulties with studies, lack of safety in the neighborhood, and a history of physical or verbal abuse, and tobacco use. These have been found in the research studies that these are the factors which are associated with the mental health disorders among the adolescents. So it results into stress and anxiety, inadequate sleep. There is a sleep deprivation. Again, it is rising with the more screen time, poor nutrition, and that will exacerbate the mental health issues. Substance abuse, again, relating with the depression and anxiety disorders. So there is a need of a holistic approach to deal with these situations. Half of all mental health disorders in adulthood, they start by age of 14, but most cases are undetected and untreated. An early onset of substance use is associated with higher risk of developing dependence and other problems during adult life. Tobacco use, which is again common in our country, but globally also 1 in 10 adolescents aged 13 to 15 years use tobacco. E-cigarettes, a newer thing that is particularly risky, and nicotine is highly addictive and young people's brains develop up to their mid-20s. So that is going to get affected. So the overall development is going to get affected with the tobacco use. Prevalence of heavy episodic drinking among adolescent aged 15 to 19 years was 13.6% in 2016 as per the WHO statistics, with males most at risk. Another thing which is rising is the cannabis. 4.7% of the people aged 15 to 16 years using it at least once in 2018. This is the events I was talking about, the road traffic accidents. 115,000 adolescents died as a result of road traffic accidents. Many of these accidents happen when either the driver or the pedestrian was having mobile in his hand. Drowning. Many times you hear about that a group of students have gone to the beaches and then drowning has occurred and all that. So the tendency of not following to the instructions, tendency of not following to the guidelines, and the risk-taking behavior which affects in the adolescent age group into these kind of accidents, which are also important from the point of view when we talk about the morbidity and mortality into the adolescents. Interpersonal violence. Injury, HIV and other sexually transmitted infections, mental health problems, poor school performance and dropout, early pregnancy, reproductive health problems, and communicable and non-communicable diseases. They are again related with the violence. HIV, though it is an infectious disease, it has a social and behavioral component, and again closely concerned with the lifestyle. 1.7 million adolescents were living with HIV in 2021, with 3/4 among adolescent girls. There were new infections might have fallen as we are improving with the AIDS control. But what happens is that the recent testing coverage remains low, suggesting that many adolescents and young people living with HIV may not know their status. And that's why the World AIDS Day, the slogan was given, know your status, because it's very important to know that with the risk behavior, are you suffering from HIV positivity or no? Early pregnancy and childbirth. Approximately 12 million girls aged 15 to 19 years gave birth each year in developing regions. Complications leading to death. So what are the prevention and intervention strategies for these lifestyle of the adolescents, education and awareness to address lifestyle disorders effectively. There must be focus on educating adolescents, parents, and educators about the importance of healthy lifestyle choices. This includes promoting balanced nutrition, regular physical activity, and stress management techniques. School and community programs. Incorporating health and wellness programs into school curricula and community activities can significantly impact adolescents' habits. Such programs can promote physical activity, provide nutritional education, and create supportive environments for overall well-being. Family involvement. This is very important. Parents play a crucial role in shaping their children's habits. Encouraging healthy behaviors at home, such as family meals, outdoor activities, and open communication about mental health can positively influence adolescents' lifestyle choices. So as the WHO promotes, the evidence shows that the social connection is a force for health, well-being, and economic good. The next strategy for the prevention is the healthcare initiatives collaboration. So between healthcare professionals, schools, where you are going to catch them young, and communities is essential for comprehensive preventive measures. Regular health checkups, screenings, and counseling services can identify potential issues that will happen early, and then even the corrections will happen early. So if we look at the future, the emerging trends and challenges, if we see as a society continues to evolve, the new challenges and trends emerge in the realm of adolescent health. The screen time is one such challenge. The impact of technology changing social norms and environmental factors must be considered. And technology itself can be used to promote healthy lifestyle technology. So if we use it responsibly through the mobile apps, through the online resources and virtual communities, the support can be provided and guidance for making positive lifestyle choices. That would be the best solution. That since we are worrying about the screen time, since we are worrying about the use of mobile, and then we cannot do much about changing that, why not to use the technologies using the same thing to deal that enemy. Ongoing research and developments. The field of adolescent health is dynamic, and whatever the research occurs, and then whatever the latest development is there in the field, we need to ensure that interventions remain relevant and effective. So to conclude, I would say that lifestyle disorders, they pose significant challenges to their current and future well-being. Understanding the cause and impact, that is very important. And by fostering education, by implementing targeted interventions, and encouraging collaboration among various stakeholders, we can create a healthier environment for the adolescents, setting the foundation for a lifetime of well-being. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would request Dr. Philomena Isaac, Chief in Quality Control, MGM Hospital, Kamote. Madam, please come on the stage to present the certificate to Dr. Prasad Vaingar. We have come to the next phase of our national conference, that is psychosocial development. The next distinguished to honor us with the presence is Dr. Rakesh Gildiar, Head of Department and Professor, Department of Psychiatry, MGM Medical College, Kamote. Sir will be dealing with various types of substance abuse and ways to avoid them. His former in charge of drug addiction, Did Addiction Center of Excellence, then a joint venture of UNDCP, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Delhi, BMC, and KEM Hospital, responsible for training health professionals in the field of de-addiction. Deputed by Government of India to participate in Asian Multi-City Epidemiology Workshop in de-addiction, organized in Penang, Malaysia, April 1994. Awarded Excellence in Psychiatry by Arogyam Dhansampada for contribution in the field of psychiatry twice in the year 2017 and 2023. Sir, we welcome you, and I would request Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to welcome sir with a sapling.
एक मिनट Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, thank you, Dasila ma'am and her team for having me here. My friends, Dr. Vijay Kamale, Dr. Rakesh Thamke, Dr. Mahanti sir, and everyone for giving me this opportunity to be here with you all. I'll try to be very, very brief. I think Dr. Prasad did cover about substance use. Definitely say everyone has been talking about substance use, especially in adolescents. See, adolescents are a real turbulent times. And believe me, everyone goes through it. It is quite troublesome. We do not realize, but it can make or shape your life. It can shape your, because at that age where you have a little bit of, you take risk, you are not able to see through the consequences of your actions. So that's why this becomes even more difficult. You are grown up, you're an adult. When you travel by train, you travel by anything, you have a full ticket. But still you don't get the right to drink, you don't get the license to drink, you can't drive a vehicle, you can't carry a firearm. So there are so many, even sex, even if it is consensual, before the age of 18 is a crime. It's not that you cannot. So that's why I say you are grown up, you're an adult, but at the same time, because the level of maturity is not there, you can't have the same activities which are pursued by the adults. Okay. Addictions, they've given me this topic. Of course, adolescence is more about psychiatry, not because I am a psychiatrist, but believe me, whether it is depression, whether it is anxiety, there's so much of stress the adolescents grow, the stress of growing up. And देखो जब भी when something is being formed, there are maximum chances of it something going wrong. So there is a time, this is a time when you have to take important career choices. You have to make a decision about which stream. You don't even know everything, but you have to take important decisions. Whether it will turn out to be, I have had so many people who have taken up medicine because they were good. So people said do medicine or engineering. And what happens after that? They have gone into something different. Some people have gone into fine arts. Some people have gone into movie making and all that. So you realize it's a very, very difficult time. There is stress, there is suicide, there is substance use, you name it. and everything is there. It is quite to a great extent this. Now about addictions, you see this, it's just diametric opposite. You either take the path to addiction or you take the path to life. And everyone, you think it is cool, it is life to take drugs. No, it is just the opposite. So that's why you have to be. Today, what I will be doing is, what are drugs? What are the different types of drugs? Risk factors for substance use, dependence, alcohol. Just now, I will just name them because I think Dr. Prasad Vengankar has done it. Managing stress and the ways to avoid, and healthy living, the way forward. See, you know what? How do we avoid? When they told me, I can think there is only one way. It is prevention, prevention, prevention. I don't think so. See, people, substances were there at that time also. I can say with a lot of pride, I don't touch a drop of alcohol. I don't smoke, not even wine or even beer or champagne, nothing. I'm not saying that the people who take it once in a while are doing wrong. It is okay, but you don't know when this occasional use is going to go into a regular use, and when it becomes an addiction, it is too late. You can never, most of the alcoholics or any addicts whom I talk to, and when I ask them that छोड़ दो, हाँ सर छोड़ देंगे, आप बोलो तब छोड़ देंगे, बट छूटता नहीं है. जब वो 5 साल के बाद विद सिरोसिस आता है, मैंने बोला था हाँ डॉक्टर साहब बट क्या करूं, मैंने बहुत कोशिश की, नहीं करा. नाउ सिरोसिस इज इरिवर्सिबल. Whether he stops his alcohol, his liver is not going to come back to normal ever. So drugs are chemicals and substances that affect both your mind and body. The prolonged use may lead to physical and psychological dependence, and overdose can also lead to death. In adolescents, very often I have seen young adolescents die because of substance use. It can happen even with stimulants, the party drugs. You want to party the whole night, you want to dance, you want to have fun. And what happens? You take these stimulants. And stimulants can lead to, it can precipitate, you have something, it can precipitate a fatal arrhythmia. And I have seen people who have combined a sedative drug with a stimulant drug. And what has happened? He has reached the lethal dose for the sedative drug without being knocked out, and he died. He was just, they were partying because he was going to he got a job in the Gulf. Huh? And what happened? They were partying. And जब उसका घर आया, तो उसके friends उसको उठा रहे हैं गाड़ी में, and he was dead. So you can understand, drugs, it is not necessary to be for prolonged use to have this. Okay. Now, what is the cause? It is multifactorial. You don't have for, or like for all psychiatric disorders, there's not one cause. But I think it starts with experimentation. Do not experiment. अरे मैं तुमको बोलता हूं, तुम एक छोटा कैपफुल ऑफ केरोसिन भी पियोगे तो तुम मरोगे नहीं, पर तुम केरोसिन पियोगे क्या? नहीं ना. हिंदी समझ लेते हो सब लोग? मेरा इंग्लिश अच्छा नहीं है यार. अच्छा, एनीवे, तो नहीं नहीं, हिंदी में भी मराठी में भी बोल सकता हूं मैं. हाँ, ठीक है. So why do teens do drug? Sometimes, you know what? I remember when we were in college, I was the first batch of 10 plus 2. I'm a very old man. Probably the oldest here. No, maybe Isaac Madam is senior to me, but otherwise I'm the oldest. Mohanty sir is also, but he looks young. He looks young. Sir, आपको old में गिनती नहीं करते. Okay. So this, you know, there एक adult movie आई, Aurora Talkies. I don't know how many know Aurora Talkies in Matunga. हाँ, so there was a movie. तो हमारा friend क्या है ना, एक था with me, he was a South Indian fellow. वो style से, हाँ, ऐसे जाए, cigarette लिया, and he was going in with a cigarette. That time you could smoke in public places. So he went with a cigarette. So to give the impression that he's older, तो हम तो घुस गए अंदर मूवी हॉल में, उसको साला रोका, और वो इसने जो सिक्योरिटी ने, बिकॉज ही आल्सो रियलाइज दिस फेलो, अभी दे आल्सो नो दैट ठीक है, these boys are going fine, but this fellow, because he was smoking and he tried to show off, उसको तो साला बाहर रखा, हम सब चले गए अंदर. Anyway, That movie was Irmala Doos, Manoranjan, जो शमी कपूर की पिक्चर थी. It was that English one, original. Okay. They try to do feel older to look cool. Today, many girls tell me that it is not cool if a guy smokes. So many people try to smoke to impress. अरे भाई ये बड़ा cool है. He is a grown-up fellow. He is smoking and all that. To feel different, to get into there's a senior group, you want to get into that group, you may try to do that. You may do it just to impress on to others. You may do it to relieve stress or relax, which I feel is not correct, because someone also told nicotine is a stimulant. I think Dr. Prasad just said it's a stimulant. When a stimulant cannot relax you, okay? But the activity, see, when we are under stress, we may sometimes pinch at a pimple. Sometimes we are under stress, we can just keep pulling at our hair or something. Okay, so these are the things why people would do. So they experiment. Experimentation can lead to repeated use. Repeated use will lead to developing dependence. And dependence means they get withdrawal symptoms when they stop. So that leads to repeated use, and then the whole cycle is there. Okay. So, and remember one thing, repeated use will lead to stressors. You will miss out your college. Your parents will be after you. Everyone will be this. Okay. Now, here are some other causes. Friends who use drugs, yeah, if you can avoid the group of people who are doing drugs, that will be the safest. Absence of a leisurely habit. I don't see children playing today. I remember when I was in a school, we played all games, including Atia Patia. You know Atia Patia? It's like something like Kho. I played Kho. I've done athletics. Even when I was in the medical college, I played all this. I played football. I played basketball. I've I was an All India Intermedical champion in badminton. And I'll tell you, it doesn't affect your studies. I've gone up to Everest Base Camp. Don't go by my obesity now. But this is because I have got a heart problem also, so I can't walk. That's a good excuse. Okay. So early antisocial behavior, people said about conduct disorder and aggressive then hyperactivity. Today, hyperactivity is very because they become positional defiant disorder. Someone was talking about it. तुम एक adult को बोलो इधर नहीं बैठना, तो वो उधर ही बैठेगा to prove that he is an adult. ये मत करो. अरे बाबा वो कुर्सी ठीक नहीं है, सर ने बोला है नहीं बैठने का, तो शायद it may be right here. Then parental drug abuse. If there is, my father would not. He's still alive. He's 98, and he did not do drugs, so that's why I also did not. Okay, no, drugs means alcohol also, smoking also. Academic failure. Again, there are. I think these are all. बोलते हैं ना, पीने वाले को पीने का बहाना चाहिए. Drugs and all, people who resort to drugs, tell me which of the persons hasn't had stress in his life? Everyone has stress, but everyone doesn't resort to drugs. So you give an excuse, you try to justify your drug seeking behavior and by doing all this. Okay. Even sometimes in some communities and all that, it is acceptable, to have a drink or something like that. Now that may also lead to person taking it. Okay. Parental exposure to alcohol, especially if in utero. So actually, I said it can be a biological, psychological, hereditary. Mostly all addictions are hereditary in nature to great extent. Family management of problems, poorly defined rules, lack of monitoring, excessive discipline. Even if parents are very strict, you might have seen people from conservative families going into alcohol. I had this boy at the 8th standard he would drink, and he came from a very conservative South Indian family, very strict rules and rigid lifestyle they had, but he was doing it, and everyone was surprised. Negative communication pattern, a poor anger management. Yes, I will be talking about anger management. What are the classes? I think people have told about this. Important ones are alcohol, nicotine. Don't take it lightly because smoking is the gateway. तुम smoking से चालू, जो smoking करता है, then he graduates into other this. He starts doing weed, grass, marijuana, or what you call this cannabis. tetrahydrocannabinol. Then they go into higher things like alcohol. They try. See, remember one thing, addiction starts if today I start drinking, I will never become an alcoholic. But people who start drinking at a younger age group, at say 12 to 14 years, they say that onset is 12 to 14 years and it peaks by 18 to 20. So by the time you are not even into your 20s, you are determined, if you have to be, you're already determined to become an alcoholic. So please, this is the age group where you should strictly say no to experimentation also. Cannabis, as I told you, one second. Cannabis, cocaine, this every category. There is even snake venom poisoning. I was the first in charge of Drug De-Addiction Center of Excellence at KEM. It started in 1992. There are only 3 Center of Excellences in India in drug de-addiction. I was the first in charge of that from 92 to 95. And I'll tell you one thing, I had a patient who used to take snake bite, snake venom poisoning. He means addiction. He would go and take that in a place. We'll discuss it some other time. Okay. See, these are stimulants. Mainly, they are divided into the category of stimulants, which are uppers. They are the downers, means which calm you down. And then there are the hallucinogens, which make you imagine. What is hallucinations? Perception in the absence of a stimulus. Means if there is nothing there and I see a crow flying or a bird flying or something, I see a fairy there, that is a hallucination. But so, so this is perceptual. So hallucinogens are, तुम लेते हो, you find dancing people, you find all colorful things and all that. So those are hallucinogens. These are the drugs which are commonly categories of this. Nicotine, I think everyone knows. Remember one thing, nicotine does not cause cancer, but the tobacco which you smoke contains at least 4,000 different toxins, out of which 19 are in that category of tar, but there are almost more than 100 which are carcinogenic. And हम लेते किसके लिए हैं tobacco? For nicotine, which is not carcinogenic. Then you will say e-cigarettes, whether e-cigarettes which deliver nicotine, but it is the habit. Why should I get dependent on something external, which is there is no use? See, when there is no use, then there is abuse. We told about nicotine. Nicotine is also not so easy, huh? People say, I can quit it anytime. Initially, you may feel that way, but a time will go. It is so socially acceptable. It is very difficult to give up smoking also. So don't think it's a harmless thing. Aajkal, I see a lot of young children, especially girls. There are a lot of girls. Earlier at our time, a girl who smoked was a rare thing, माने वो Guinness book में आ सकता थी. But अभी so I think there are greater number of females who are getting into smoking because they feel, why should he tell me not to smoke? I will do what I like to do. Wisdom is being able to see through the consequences. Okay. Marijuana, weed. Yes, the youth today argue with me. They say it is allowed in different countries. There is Netherlands, there is Canada, there is UK. What they have allowed, you don't know everything. Now, it has to have a certain content of tetrahydrocannabinol. इंडिया यू कैन नॉट इन इंडिया में तो कैनाबिस तो हर घर में बनता है नॉर्थ इंडिया में जाओ इट इज इन एवरी हाउस होल्ड थिंग कैनाबिस so when you have no control about the content of cannabis content because India mein it's very difficult we have such a large population base you cannot control that secondly cannabis was allowed out of a compulsion because udhar people are getting slaughtered. Presidential candidates are murdered and assassinated for cocaine and all that. So those drugs are associated with violent crime. It is majburi mein. तुमको मालूम है UK में if you are a drug abuser, you don't no questions asked. You go and give your old syringe, they will give you a new syringe without any charge. Do you mean to say the government is encouraging syringe? No. They are telling first, government says, don't do drugs. Second, they say, if you do drugs, don't mainline, don't take IV. And if you have to take IV, then do it in a proper way. Take this because you have to try to prevent the side effects. Like you can have infective endocarditis. If you share needles, you can share infections, hepatitis B, HIV, whatever. So cannabis is not cool. Cannabis, the amount of exposure India has to cannabis, no other country in the world has. हमारे इसमें from प्राचीन काल से शिवजी का प्रसाद, महादेव का प्रसाद was भांग. Huh? But that was, I don't know, maybe that was the only recreational. Today we have television as a recreation, but that is also now becoming an addiction. Okay, gadget addiction, as someone was talking. So remember, we have so much. Any young psychotic who comes to me, male or female, especially males, I ask whether there is history of cannabis, and you will be surprised. 50% of the times I find that yes, there is a positive history of cannabis abuse. Okay, so cannabis causes psychosis. Cannabis in long term destroys your brain. You become a vegetable. You don't have proper memory, nothing. Meth, it's a stimulant. Methylamphetamine. Heroin is a downer. I'm just giving you the names. Cocaine is again a stimulant. Very costly. You and I can't afford it. It is almost about 5 to 8,000 rupees a gram. And it is जो बाहर के movies में दिखाते हैं. They put the powder on a glass slide, then they cut it into, and then you snort it. You take it with a cylindrical tube, you chase that thing. That is cocaine. Cocaine or even many meth also is done in the same way. Stimulants are taken. So they go from the nasal mucosa and they hit your brain within seconds. Ecstasy, this is a typical party drug. This is a stimulant. People who go for parties, today I find it difficult to keep awake after 10 o'clock because I do get up a little early, but there are people who party all night. How do they do it? They take this. तुमको मालूम है, they have these rave parties. They put a stamp on your dorsum of your wrist. Okay. And what do? They give you some pills. These are the stimulant pills. There is liquid ecstasy, which is also GHB, which is a date rape drug, rohypnol and this. So people who are taking this, and these ladies or whatever it is, they are subjected to sexual abuse. Okay, because it alters your perception, it alters your reaction and all that. LSD is an hallucinogen. You start imagining things. Prescription drugs. Yes, I think you're all nursing students. We are at a risk. Medical students, nursing students and all that. We are at a high risk for because we have an access to sedatives like alprazolam, clonazepam, all these sedative pills. So please never, you won't believe, I am running 65 years. I have never tasted alprazolam. I have not even taken alprazolam. Yes, at least 2 days in a week in the night I don't get proper sleep. That's okay. ठीक है ना, नेक्स्ट डे फिर कभी कभी दिन में सो जाता हूँ, मैं नींद आ जाती है लेक्चर के बीच में. Not when you're delivering the lecture, when you're hearing, you feel sleepy, So never do it, Prescription drugs, they are given to someone else and you take it, or they are given to you in a particular, you are very anxious before your exam, I give you one drug, but you start taking it every day, even after the exam is over, or you take someone else's prescription. Okay, so these are prescription drugs. Be very wary. No sedatives, no cough syrups. These all sedate you. Okay. Anabolic steroids. Jaldi se tumko Salman Khan बनने का है. May not be a good thing. You have seen so many people, so many film stars die in the gym. You have to do. It is good to do muscle or muscle strengthening exercises and all that. But don't try to this, people should accept you for what you are, not for what for the muscles or something. How the ways to avoid, as I said, stress management. Stress is time management and anger management. Stress management ka the key thing is everyone has stress, including me. I have a stress, the phone is ringing continuously. I'd call my patients there and they're already Saturday hai. And they सभी करते जा रहे हैं. तो स्ट्रेस है, मेरे को भी जल्दी खत्म करने का है. मैंने रिक्वेस्ट किया प्रसाद को भी जल्दी कर देना, बेला को भी मैंने बोला जल्दी करना, मैं ज्यादा टाइम ले रहा हूँ. Anyway, so I'll also finish it soon. So stress management, remember one thing, stress is how we perceive it. Now, if there is a problem, I know there is a problem, I have to solve it. And you cannot solve it by running away from it. I cannot solve it by just taking an maladaptive way of thinking. So very often our stress is related to how we think, how what we make of a situation. Like if I fail in an exam, हाँ, तो मेरे को लगता है लोग क्या बोलेंगे? I am useless. हाँ, I am a failure in life. I will never go up. मेरा promotions रुक जाएगा आगे and all that. अरे who has not failed? Sachin Tendulkar has failed. Virat Kohli fails at times. He gets out in zero. Rohit Sharma in that Asia Cup or something, or in the World Cup. First match he got out in zero and then he went on to score the century in the next match. Yes, I'm telling you. So why I'm telling you all this? So failure is nothing, but it's how we think. एक हुआ तो मैं I'm useless, I'm good for nothing, and then I go into stress and depression. So it's how you appraise of a particular situation. A situation, how are you going to make what you make of it? Time management is again like Dr. Bela told you that time नहीं मिलता था चलने को, but then she decided because she's also very busy being a principal in a college. It's very difficult, but then what she did, she started walking after dinner. And then I could see the change. She has definitely lost weight. So time management, and for managing your time, you have to be aware of it. तो क्या करो मालूम है? तुम सुबह से उठ के रात के सोने तक वो तुम अपना लिखते जाओ. Got up at 6 a.m. Left home at 8 a.m. 6 से 8 में क्या किया? खाली ब्रश किया, नहाया और ये किया. बट क्या हो गया? ब्रश कर रहे, ऐसे कर रहे, कुछ टीवी देख रहे हैं, कुछ उधर जाके ऐसे ही just watching at the birds and the crows and all that. See, we are not aware. So once you get aware of your time, okay, I have 5 minutes to finish off my brushing and I have 10 minutes to finish off my bath, and I'm telling you, you will have time for everything. Okay, you'll have time to see your WhatsApp messages. Anger management also is important. Why I say WhatsApp manager? I think Dr. Prabha Dasila is not there, na? She knows, everyone knows, I don't see my messages. You have to phone me if you have to tell me. Even the emails I don't see. Don't do it, but this is just cognitive restructuring. Means you think your thinking should be restructured, build up your own resources. Physical is very important. Don't undermine the importance. कभी कभी हमको लगता था कि फिजिकल में टाइम जाएगा, पढ़ाई करने को टाइम नहीं मिलेगा. गलत. People who do well in studies are also doing well in sports. We used to, you all are lucky. हम लोग के टाइम में 12th में there were 2 papers in a day, and I would still go every day half an hour, and after the second paper घर गया तो आधा घंटे के लिए खेलने जाता था मैं. Okay, so physical is extremely important. Emotional also. Time management, as I said, prioritize your thing. क्या करना है? Just spend about 15-20 minutes. Write down what are the things to be done. क्या क्या पढ़ने का है, क्या subjects करने का है, क्या homework assignments complete करना है. Short term, long term, go everything. Eliminating this, fresh air, decrease noise, soothing music is good. I'll give you this. Relaxation exercises, meditation, any kind of meditation is good. It can be Sudarshan Kriya, it can be Raj Yoga of Brahma Kumaris, it can be transcendental meditation, it can be mindfulness, soulfulness, you name it. Any kind of meditative thing is good. Vipassana, there's so many different forms, different schools. Everyone claims that his form is the best, but I feel there is not much difference. Everyone is equally good. Okay? Breathing exercises extremely important. Your breathing, this through your olfactory nerve is directly to your hippocampus. Most importantly, yes, even we have to survive. You should visit a psychiatrist if there is any problem. Don't try to underplay it. People who commit suicide have given indications that they have been and they felt life not worth living. But we have tended to disregard it. अरे क्या बकवास करता है रे, सब तो अच्छा है रे, तू पास भी हो गया, मैं तो साला फेल हुआ फिर भी मैं खुश हूँ. हाँ, तो ये मत करो. Don't trivialize a person who has suicidal thoughts. If your friend is yours, please listen that person out. If you feel that person is little serious, please consult your teacher or your senior or a mental health professional. You can go to a psychologist also. Okay? Remember, they say na, tough times don't last, tough people do. कोई भी प्रॉब्लम है वो हमेशा के लिए नहीं रहने वाला है. रिमेम्बर कितने लोगों को स्विमिंग आता है? अच्छा, ओके। अच्छा, तुमको स्विमिंग नहीं आती, याद रखना, अगर स्विमिंग पूल में गए और एकदम नीचे चले गए, जब जमीन आ गई ना स्विमिंग पूल का फ्लोर, you can't go more down, you will only go up. So just push yourself, you will come up. See, when you hit the rock bottom, where can you go further? You will not go anywhere down, you will go up only. Up means स्विमिंग पूल में नहीं यार, मेरे को गलत समझ लेंगे. ओके, now healthy living program, follow this. Exercise, diet, everyone has talked about. Prasad just, Dr. Vengankar just said the same thing. Remember, family friends, number 4, important to socialize. आजकल क्या है, हम लोग socialize नहीं करते, हम किसी को नेबर को भी हम लोग SMS करेंगे. अरे नहीं भाई, दरवाजा खोल के चले जाओ ना, उसकी घंटी बजाओ. हाँ, लिटरली घंटी बजा दो उसकी. वर्क रिलैक्सेशन. ओके, ना अभी बस खत्म, जरा जस्ट कलरफुल स्लाइड्स. सिंग व्हेनेवर एंड वेरेवर यू आर. अगर चांस मिले अपने मन में गुनगुनाओ, ज्यादा जोर से गाओगे तो दे विल तुमको पकड़ के मेरे पास लेके आ जाएंगे. क्लासरूम में गा रही थी. अच्छा, तो प्लीज सी द अप्रोप्रिएटनेस ऑफ द सिचुएशन एज वेल. सी, डजंट दिस थिंग लुक वेरी नाइस एंड पीसफुल? Believe me, nature is that way. You go out in the nature, you'll enjoy. Art therapy, the ways to avoid one thing is develop a hobby. And a hobby does not mean video games or something like that. A hobby which gives an expression to your creative aspect. You do that. It can be painting, it can be singing, it can be drawing, anything. Everyone. I'm telling you, some great people have got positive this, art therapy, dance therapy. We were telling, Dr. Prasad just said that anything, it can be Zumba, it can be anything. It is fun because you are doing exercising at the same time. You are this. Not, I think that was Bela I said. Dance therapy, yoga, very good. Movies, yes, it is important. But again, I feel today there is such a this, but you try to see those old movies. कितने लोग ने चलती का नाम गाड़ी देखा है? मैं कितनी बार भी देखूं उसको मजा आता है. I sit down and see it again, and it makes you laugh, everything. Music therapy, it is never too late. अगर तुमको शौक है, learn some musical instrument or go and learn singing. Go, I tell my wife, she puts on this and she sings. I said, why don't you go for classes? She said, not at this age. Huh? So I said, no, it's never too late. Do it, pursue something. Karaoke. Get physical activity is very important. See, all we have not consulted anyone, but everyone talks about the importance of physical. Today in the CBME in medical education, they have put sports as a subject, as a period. Okay? Nature, sleep well. See how nice they're sleeping. So you have to sleep. Our body has not been designed just like that. We spend more than 1/3 of our life. We spend more than 1/3 of our life in sleep, more than any other activity which we will ever follow. See, Dr. Vijay Kamale may be a very hardworking. He works 14 hours a day, but he will do that for 10 years, 20 years. He will not do it. But right from the day he is born, when an small infant sleeps 20 hours a day. So we spend more than 1/3. So that is the importance of sleep. Don't undermine it. Please take your sleep. कितना भी प्रेशर हो, तुमको अगर लगता है लास्ट मिनट में पढ़ के तुम एग्जाम पास हो गए, नहीं, यू आर डूइंग इट ओनली फॉर योर सेटिस्फैक्शन दैट मैंने किया, योर गिल्ट दैट आई हैव नॉट स्टडीड द होल ईयर. और तुमने इफ यू हैव नॉट स्टडीड द होल ईयर, नथिंग इज गोइंग टू हेल्प यू. एंड इन अ प्रोफेशनल कोर्स, failing is no big deal. In professional course, you can never know everything. Remember that way. Nursing is a professional course. You can never know everything, so don't bother about failure. You're studying for the sake of knowledge, not for passing an exam, because you may pass an exam and you may still be unsuccessful in life. Okay? Watch your nutrition, what you eat and how much you eat. This is because of how much I eat. Okay? But it is okay to indulge once in a while. If it makes you happy, kabhi chocolates to khana hi chahiye. कोई आता है तो मेरे घर में सबसे पहला हाथ मैं ही मारता हूँ चॉकलेट में. What matters is how you see yourself. Forget about others. I tell my wife, मैंने कितनी बार अपनी वाइफ को बोला है कि you have married the best man in the world. She said, I said, no, but I feel I'm the best here. Okay. So it's important how, what you think of yourself. And if you feel there is something lacking, work on it, improve it. Okay. Bury your negativity. कोई खराब नहीं है. Even that terrorist who murders innocent children, he is wrong when it comes to the environment, but he is right as per his thinking. उसके thinking में है ये लोग ये है इनको मारना है. So sometimes what happens, I will give the benefit of doubt. If someone scolds you, someone doesn't agree with you, someone does not agree with your way of thinking, fine. Ram Ram. You go your way, I go my way. But why should I have any animosity? Okay, prevention is always better than this. Accepting life as it is. You have heard, na? Grass always looks greener on the other side. When you feel that way, it is time to nurture your own lawn. उसमें और manure डालो, उसको और greener बनाओ तुम. Why are you bloody envying the other person's yeah, grass यार? और उसका garden को क्यों envy कर रहे हो? तुम अपने garden को अच्छा बनाओ. See, this is what we do wrong. And lastly, this is my last slide. Happiness is a choice. It is not a result. If you think that when I get my big house, I will be happy, or if I pass my nursing, I'll be happy. No, it is I choose to be happy. Nothing will make you happy until you choose to be happy. Happiness comes from within. I was happy when I didn't have a car. I was happy when I was just staying me, my brother, my sister, we were staying in a one-bedroom house. Now everyone has his own room. So I think happiness is not on we try to link our happiness to something else. No, happiness is within, and it has to come out from within. No person will make you happy unless you decide to be happy. Your happiness will not come to you, it will only come from within you. Okay? ये नाम वो गलत है. It's actually Rakesh Gildial. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the wonderful session. Now I would request Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, madam, to present the certificate to Dr. Rakesh Gildiar, sir.
If I didn't go, I knew that certificate. They would fall off to sleep.
We will take a short break for lunch and we'll meet after the lunch for the next session. So I'll request the delegate to come fast because we are already running late. Thank you. Moving towards the next session, which is on academic pressure and peer pressure. Speaker for this session is Dr. Nirmala Almeida, consultant psychologist and psychotherapist, former HOD, Human Development, Nirmala Niketan College of Home Science. A blend of teacher, researcher, practitioner, counselor, trainer. She is PhD in psychology from University of Mumbai. She was an associate professor and head of the department, Human Development, College of Home Science, Nirmala Niketan for over 3 decades. Currently, she is a visiting faculty at St. Xavier Nirmala Niketan, SIES and CVT College, SVT College. She is the counselor at St. Xavier College and has her own private practice as well. She has to her credit at the national and international level 75 research presentations, 37 publications and 12 research awards. Her expertise in the area of health psychology was sought for developing the psychological module for the National Diabetes Educator Program and training diabetes educators across the country. She was also invited to be a key opinion leader with respect to the psychological aspects of kidney transplantation and has authored the chapter Best Practice Guidelines for the Psychological Management of Patients with Chronic Kidney Disease. We welcome you, madam, and I would request you to please come on the stage. To welcome madam, I would request Dr. Rakesh Thamke, sir, to felicitate madam with a sapling.
Good afternoon, everybody. Right at the outset, I would like the organizers for giving me an opportunity to share my inputs with you today on this very relevant topic, academic pressure and peer pressure. I start with the topic academic pressure. Arjun Gupta had just cleared AIPMT, which you all know is the predecessor of the NEET. For months, he studied 15 hours a day. The pressure was immense. Suddenly, I was caught in a spiral of very negative thoughts about myself, my career, my choices. The next 18 months were harrowing for Gupta. He was diagnosed with depression. Over time, Gupta's parents started locking the terrace door and hiding sharp objects at their home in Haryana. The turning point came when Gupta left a post on Facebook. I wrote about what I was going through, and the support that came my way felt like a game changer. He tweaked his dream of becoming a doctor and trained as a psychologist instead. Gupta is one of the very fortunate few. I have some alarming news. India has one of the world's highest youth suicide rates. One student took their own life every 42 minutes in 2020, according to the NCRB. Reasons: academic and peer pressure. Data from the NCRB show that students account for 8% of the total suicides in the country in 2021, with failure in examination listed as one of the reasons. Let's take a look at the international statistics in general on academic pressure. An Australian study found that 2/3 felt stressed about poor grades, more than half were anxious about test taking, even when they felt prepared. 37 were very tense while studying.
35% had anxiety symptoms, 30% depression. Let's look at the Indian statistics now. Nearly 2/3 of the students reported stress due to academic strain and, very importantly, feeling pressure from their parents for better academic performance. We see in the second study a similar finding where 2/3 once again reported that their parents pressurized them for better academic performance. And it was noted that greater pressure was coming from non-graduate than graduate or postgraduate parents. About 1/3 was symptomatic of psychiatric caseness, and 81.6% reported examination-related anxiety. In the survey conducted by NCERT in 2022, frequent mood swings were a major area of concern. 81% of the respondents reported academics as the cause of their anxiety, with girls being more stressed than boys. And now we come to what are the myths and what are the facts about academic pressure. Very often, your parents may have told you academic stress is natural. But let me tell you, there's nothing natural about academic stress. Academic stress is daily stress, prolonged stress, producing a physiological response, leading to adverse effects, both in health and well-being. Any level of test anxiety is bad. No, actually, interestingly, lower levels of test anxiety can be very motivating, enabling us to focus on the task at hand. Some people feel stress comes from outside us. No, it doesn't come from events or circumstances. And I'm going to show you this in my last slide of academic pressure. The stress comes from our own negative thinking, which in turn disempowers us. Some people feel I like to be stressed because it improves the accuracy of my memory. I study better when I'm stressed. I'm sorry, but stress creates irrelevant thoughts and it drains the resources that are required for learning and memory. And some of you, your parents may have told you, intelligent students don't have anxiety. That's not true, because the more you care about how well you do, the more you pressure yourself. And intelligent students fall under that bracket. What are the reasons for academic pressure? One is students sleep very late at night, so they feel very drowsy. And this insufficient sleep not only causes drowsiness in class, but decreased problem-solving abilities. It affects your memory, it affects your concentration, it affects your focus, and quite often it makes you anxious and depressed. The huge workloads create even more pressure. Some of you may lack confidence in yourself, or you may self-doubt your abilities, which again impacts you negatively. Most of you do not have time for relaxation. Believe it or not, we all need to recharge our batteries in order to de-stress. Lack of organization and poor management is seen in quite a few students. And unfortunately, these students then are behind schedule in their work. And because they are behind schedule, they become all the more frustrated. Procrastination. Most of my students procrastinate. And you might think they procrastinate because they're lazy. You're not lazy when you procrastinate. You may procrastinate for different reasons. Maybe you have a sense of perfectionism. Maybe there's an aversion to the task that you're doing. Maybe you're sensation seeking. Maybe you're feeling overwhelmed. Maybe you're exhausted. The list is endless. You need to find out what it is and change it. Our education system, unfortunately, focuses on rote memory and very long hours of study, which once again gives rise to stress. Quite a few students have complained to me that parents are uninvolved in their life. And so they go through multiple stresses without any support. This again affects their academic performance. And the last point, which is the most important point, is the parental pressure, overburdening the child for good performance, pushing their dream on the child, showing aggressive behavior when the child is not able to come up to their expectations. All this, my dear participants, not only cause academic pressure, but has contributed to the rising number of suicides in our country. Look at what the research has to say. similar to all the opinions that were given in the previous slide. Over expectations of parents, excessive assignments, vastness of the syllabus, peer competition, long study hours, rote learning, all these have been confirmed with research evidence that these are the causes for academic stress. And so how does it affect us, all this academic stress? First is our physical health goes for a toss. Fatigue, lack of energy, changes in appetite, which means you overeat or you don't feel like eating, poor sleep quality, headaches, gastrointestinal issues. Much of the time, the reason for this is stress. Cognitive, sometimes we are obsessed with the grades that we are going to get. We can't concentrate, we can't remember, we can't focus. Sometimes we are affected behaviorally. We are working constantly. There may be substance abuse, social isolation, reduced motivation, poor academic performance. And finally, our mental health. We become anxious, depressed. We can have eating disorders. We can experience burnout. Some of you may be interested in doing research on academic stress. There are lots of scales available in the internet. This is one such scale, and it has 3 subscales: stresses related to academic expectations, stresses related to faculty work and examinations, stresses related to students' academic self-perception. So what do we do? Because this applies to many of you sitting over here, we have to develop academic resilience. What does this academic resilience mean? Achieving good educational outcomes despite adversity. Martin and Marsh, 2003, speak about the 4 C's of academic resilience: confidence, control, composure, commitment. So let's see how we can help students. The first thing is to increase your self-belief. Break down a big task into a smaller one so that you experience small successes. Challenge your irrational thinking, and I'll show you how you can do that a little later on. You need to have some kind of control. So ask your teachers whether they can give you a choice in terms of what assignment you can do or what date you can submit the assignment. You need to have control. Providing feedback to you that is honest, direct, giving you rewards that is contingent on what you do can help. You have to increase your persistence. Many of us just want to pass or to do well. No, we have to focus on mastery. We have to encourage students to set goals, move towards the goals, review the goals, overcome obstacles. And of course, we need to reduce the students' anxiety. If only our parents could reposition success as we are looking out for your personal progress rather than outperforming others. How can teens in general deal with academic pressure? The important thing is not to be obsessed about the past, not to be anxious about the future, but to refocus your attention to the here and the now. Learn a lot of skills through practice, study management, time management, and so forth. Use positive talk. I help my clients by using a lot of positive talk. Instead of saying, hey, my life will never get better, you can say, I feel hopeless now, but my life will get better if I work at it and I get help. Take responsibility for mistakes. Okay, you submitted your assignment very late. It's okay, it was a mistake. Try not to do it in the future. Forgive yourself. Okay, you bombed an exam, you failed an exam. It's okay. It's not the end of the world. It's not a catastrophe. Forgive yourself. Show compassion just as you would show compassion to your friend. Focus on what you can control, and there's lots you can control. Your friend says, okay, let's chat, but you want to go to the library, you can exercise control and do so. Learn to feel good about doing a good enough job. You don't have to be a perfectionist, because if you strive for perfection, believe it or not, you will be so stressed that you will not reach what you want to reach. Take a break from stressful situations like music, art, drawing, whatever. Build a network of friends who can support you. How can parents help teens deal with academic pressure? I can see some parents in the audience as well. Introduce your child to different ideas of success. It's not only academic success. There is sports success, there is music success, there's drama success, there's painting success, whatever. Encourage your teen to be a teen. Parents are amazed when we psychologists tell them, please let them catch up with their friends, let them go for a movie, let them try out different cuisines, let them travel, let them explore. You're only a teen once in your life. Indicate, parents, your own past experiences. I know a father who told his son that when I was studying and in the same level as you, I gave so much importance to sports that my semester grades were poor. But after the second semester, I learned to balance the two. It was wonderful of that father to talk to the son because the son was going through the very same problem. Model good behavior. That's extremely important that we as parents show that we're looking after ourselves even in times of adversity. Okay, so this makes me remember a little joke about a child who went home and said, Mama, Dada, I want to show you what I learned in school. And this, what did you learn? 1 + 1, the son of a bitch is 2. 1 + 2, the son of a bitch is 3. Mother and father freaked out. They went to the school the next day. What have you been teaching our child? Say in front of the teacher. The child said the same thing. And the teacher said, excuse me, Mr. So-and-so, I think you said these words in the house because I taught all the children 1 + 1, the sum of which is 2. Okay, so you have to model good behavior. Establish a no stress zone. As soon as the teenager comes home from college, we tell everybody, don't hover over him. Let him go to his room. Let him talk to the same friends he has talked to the whole day. Let him de-stress. When he's ready to talk, he'll come out. Don't even give him food to eat. Just tell him it's there. He'll come when he wants to eat. Keep things in perspective. Okay, there was a student who did not know what she was going to major in the Bachelor of Arts degree. And the father was hysterically telling me, she's reached the first year, madam, and what is she going to do in the third year? Calm down. Keep a healthy perspective. It's not a catastrophe. Some people know what they want to do early in life. Some of them don't. Encourage healthy study habits and teach prioritization. Now, what is prioritization? Doing things that are urgent and important comes first. Then you do things that are urgent but not important. Then you do things that are important but not urgent. And finally, you do things that are not urgent and not important. So there was a girl who had an exam the next day, and guess what she does? She opens her cupboard and she finds it so untidy that she decides to happily do all the shelves and clean it up. Obviously, she didn't get time for the exam, to studying for the exam, and did very poorly. Not important and not urgent task was given the most important priority. Allow the child to make mistakes. Don't protect the child. Let him learn from his mistakes. Don't compare your child with others. I made a mistake once. I asked my child, Richie, how come you don't get as many marks? You didn't get as many marks as Shalak. And he turned on and said, Mom, how come you don't cook food as well as Shalak's mom does? And I think I really understood where he came from. Don't overschedule. Okay? Some of us overschedule. You have to do academics and then sports and then drama and then music. Child needs to de-stress. When we were younger, we were allowed to do whatever we want for hours at stretch. And I think that helped to calm us down. Don't misdiagnose apparent lack of effort as laziness. Some people are depressed. They have got an executive function deficit. They come across as being demotivated. But what do the parents feel? Absolutely lazy. Okay, don't misdiagnose. They don't consider the feelings of teen to be abnormal. They're all normal. Okay, sometimes a parent says, what are you going through? See what problems I'm going through. See how I'm taking it in my stride. They don't seem to understand that everyone's feelings are valid and the teen's feelings are equally valid. Anxiety, frustration, being overwhelmed. Don't feel that teens are too old for monitoring. I tell all parents, when you give a gadget to the child, is the time to tell the child the rules regarding the use of that gadget. Otherwise, it goes completely out of control. And of course, emphasize good health. As a therapist, and I do a lot of counseling and therapy, I use a therapy called rational emotive behavioral therapy, where I help students to challenge their irrational beliefs or their irrational thoughts. So somebody came to me and said, you know, I have to succeed, I have to do well. And I said, see, if you keep on making demands, you have to do well, and you don't do well, you're going to be very, very disturbed. So how about saying to yourself, I would like to do well? Look at the difference between the two, demand and a preference. Somebody came and told me if I don't score well, it would be awful. I said it would be frustrating, sad, disappointing, but don't exaggerate and tell yourself that it's awful. Somebody came and said, if I fail, then ma'am, I'm a failure. I said, no, you have worth regardless of whether you pass or fail. Your performance definitely does not define your worth. And then I also use what is called cognitive behavioral therapy, where I tell students what is their cognitive error and how they can rectify it. And it makes a lot of sense to them. For example, one student came and told me, I thought I was smart. Now I know how dumb I am. And I said, you know what error you are committing? You're committing the error of all or none thinking. Either you're smart or you're dumb. You are lying somewhere on the spectrum or the continuum of intelligence, not the extreme. Somebody said, I made a mistake. No, I'm going to continue to make mistakes in the future. You are committing the error of generalization. Just because you made mistakes in the past doesn't mean you cannot avoid them in the future. Somebody told me my teacher must be thinking I'm dumb. I said, you're jumping to conclusions. No one knows what another person is thinking or feeling. It's only an assumption. It's only your imagination. And still another student came and told me, I remember my teacher only pointing out my faults. And I said, let me see your assignment. And I saw so many compliments and a few criticisms as well. And I said, you're using the cognitive error of filtering. You have to acknowledge the teacher focused on both strengths and limitations. Right now, you only took in the negatives and you screened out the positives. And now we go to the second topic of today, and that is peer pressure. Now, whispered Sunita, quick, while the saleswoman is not looking. Heart pounding, Geeta leaned against the store's unattended makeup display and slid 2 tubes of lipstick into her purse. Outside the store, Geeta wailed, I can't believe you made me do that. Relax, said Sunita. Everybody does it sometime. And we didn't make you do it. She said nothing, but Geeta felt she wouldn't have done that on her own. She just had a very big dose of peer pressure. So what is peer pressure? Peer pressure is the influence exerted by a peer group, encouraging individuals to change their attitudes, their behaviors, their values in order to conform to the group norms. What are the areas of influence? You may be knowing this better than I do. Okay, so doing drugs, dressing in a certain way, drinking, smoking, dating, having sex, engaging in pornography, all these are the areas where peers can influence us. Well, we have what is called direct peer pressure, where someone comes to you and either verbally or non-verbally influences you to do something. So they either say, why don't you try this cigarette? Or they will actually put a packet of cigarette into your hand. That's direct. But sometimes it's very indirect. When nobody has singled you out, but the environment influences you to do something. So you're gone for a party, everyone is drinking, you assume you also have to take a drink. There's positive and negative pressure, yes. In positive peer pressure, your peers encourage you to engage in behavior that's constructive. For example, studying well. But very often the pressure is negative, where the person is influenced by somebody or others to do something inappropriate or something that goes against your values. For example, to do drugs, to have sex, to drink alcohol. Did you know that your buying behavior is also very influenced by your peers? You may or may not know this. In terms of cigarettes, alcohol, drugs, technological gadgets, Apple products, automobiles and other vehicles, branded fashion items. What is the foreign statistics to say about peer pressure? Well, 85% of teens have felt peer pressure. 28% say it helps them to move up the social ladder. No wonder people like to conform to peers. 70% said that they started smoking. 1/3 of teen boys were pressured to engage in sex. Teen drivers' risk of death rises by 44% when another teen is in the vehicle. This is very important news for all of you. What about Indian statistics? No different. 82% of Indian youth experience peer pressure. 68% admitted to being influenced as far as their career choices are concerned. 85% have talked about the impact of peer pressure. 75% have experimented with alcohol, and 28% have talked about report enjoying improved social status. And so what are the myths and facts like we are done in academic pressure? Some people feel, well, peer pressure is a normal part of growing up. It's not a normal part of growing up because it can lead to drastic consequences, as I will tell you a little later on. Parents have to be very vigilant. And if they see the warning signs, they need to take action. Peer pressure is the reason for poor choices. I'm sorry, teens can actively make choices. Peer pressure does not absolve anyone of responsibility. Peer pressure is always negative. By now, you know it can be positive. Peer pressure comes only from friends. No, it can come from the media. Peer pressure is a way for children to fit in. Can I give you the opposite way of looking at it? It's a loss of individuality. And lastly, peer pressure is an ultimatum from friends during teen years. Maybe it's a desire to conform, which started right from childhood. These are some of the positive peer pressure. I'm sure some of you have friends who have actually encouraged you to study well, encouraged you to get a job after school or college, told you to save money for a good purchase, discouraged risky behavior, and helped you to pick up good, healthy habits. What do the research findings have to say? Males had higher levels of peer pressure, and interestingly, working mothers' adolescent children had higher levels of peer pressure. 42.2% have started substance abuse as a result of peer pressure. 32.3% of males, but 70.4% of females had sex merely because of peer pressure. When students are asked, but why do you want to conform to your peer group? Some of them say, I want to maintain the group identity. That is why I adopt the interests and values of my friends. Some say, I want to fit in. I don't want to face rejection. Still others say, it's okay for me to do so at this age because of my age. They have read somewhere, and it's very true that the prefrontal cortex has not fully developed till 25 years of age. So teens sometimes engage in risky behavior, and therefore they have to be taken care of by the parents, and they are very, very influenced by peer pressure. Sometimes the personality of the individual goes against them. Those who lack self-worth, who don't have autonomy, who have strong attachment to their friends, they are more likely to be influenced by peer pressure. Today, you might have heard of this word FOMO. How many have heard of this FOMO? Anybody? Okay, so some hands going up in the audience. FOMO is fear of missing out. And because of the fear of missing out on exciting experiences, one is influenced by their peers. There's a need for validation. And how does this need for validation come in the current generation? Through likes and comments online. And that once again tells us that teens like to conform to popular opinions and lifestyles. Because if I want to get a like comment, I have to conform. What about family factors? Have we investigated family factors? Yes. If the child spends less quality time with the parents, if the child is not supervised, not monitored, parents don't know who are the friends, whether they are on the right track, wrong track. If you come from an environment which is absolutely chaotic, lack of nurturance and lack of stimulation, these are the factors that are going to influence the teen drastically. Does the peer group itself play a role? Yes. Peers are constantly available to you. They provide you with support all the time. And because your peers are the same age, studying in the same college, the same grade, with the same problems, you believe them more than you can believe your parents. Does social media influence play a role? Yes. Influencers and viral trends on platforms like Instagram play a pivotal role in shaping behaviors and aspirations. This is a peer pressure questionnaire. If in case you're doing any research on it, just to mention 2-3 points, there is always peer pressure for dating. At times I feel peer pressure to smoke. At times I feel peer pressure to watch pornography. What is the impact of peer pressure? You might feel it's very simple, there's nothing in it, but there's a big, huge negative impact. You're trying to adopt your friends' values, which may run counter to your own values. So you're going to land up feeling very anxious and depressed. Because your values are different from that of your parents, you're going to distance yourself from your parents. You might run the risk of behaviors that may have health and legal consequences. You get sidetracked as far as academics is concerned. You may neglect schoolwork, skip classes, compromise your educational performance. If all the time you're compared unfavorably to your peers, you will have low self-esteem. And all the time you will try to modify your dressing and your speech and your behavior to those of your friend, and you stop cherishing your individuality. What should parents be conscious about? When the teen says, I have trouble sleeping, when the teen has low moods, is making statements like, I can't fit in with my friends. When they're trying to avoid school, college, or other social situations, they're very image conscious, how they're coming across to other people. They're trying out new hair, new clothing styles. They're making social comparisons. All these are warning signals for parents. So how can parents really help these teens? First and foremost, tell your teen, you should know what is the right thing to do. You should anticipate people will ask you to drink, to smoke, to take drugs, etc., etc. And you have to make up your mind what is the right thing to do and then be firm. Know what you're ready to slide and what you're not okay with. Now, what does this mean? Okay, if I were your age and my friend asked me to bunk once in a way, I don't mind doing that. But if my friend asked me to bunk with her all the time, I don't want to do that. So I should be knowing my boundaries. If I'm going out with the opposite sex and the opposite sex wants to hold hands, that's okay with me, that's fine. But if the opposite gender wants sex and I'm not okay with that, I need to assert myself. Talk to the person who's pressurizing. Let him know what he makes you feel or she makes you feel uncomfortable. Tell the person to stop. Sometimes when somebody is offering you cigarettes or drink or drugs, just say politely, no thanks, not for me. If you have a friend who's in trouble and you also feel the same way as that friend, just say, I'm with you, let's go. Use humor, move away from the situation, avoid places and situations that make you uncomfortable. Choose friends, not because they are cool, but because they are caring and have similar values. Some of you might say, I want to say no, but I really don't know how to say no. So I'm coming up with some statements that can help you. I'm going to class, but I'll meet up with you after school to hang out in the canteen. Or I would get into so much trouble with my parents. Or nope, I'm not into that stuff. I'm not interested. Thank you. I'm trying out for the college team. This would hurt my chances. Hey, instead of going to the pub, let's go to the park and play football instead. These are some of the statements that you can use. How can parents help children? Teach teens to have confidence. If they have been able to avert peer pressure, reward them, reinforce them, build up their confidence. Tell them to look out for at least one member in the peer group who's ready to assert themselves. Once you have a positive peer partner, it becomes easier. The other 2 points I've already said before. Teach teens to ask questions and consider consequences. Somebody's telling you to rob. Geeta should have asked herself, whose decision is it to rob? If I rob, what are the implications? What will my parents feel? Will I get into trouble? Am I comfortable about robbing? She never bothered. She just did what a friend told her to do. Teach teens it's okay to make mistakes. Somebody offered you a cigarette, you didn't want to smoke, but you did not want to look childish, so you took the cigarette in your hand, you smoked. Don't let it make you feel bad. Okay, you can learn from the mistake. It's not how many times you fall, it is how many times you get up and walk. Teach teens to talk to a trusted adult who can give them information and wisdom. Okay, these are the 7 C's, very important for peer pressure: competence, confidence, connection, character, contribution, coping, and control. Competence is your skills to trust your judgment and to make responsible choice. Confidence comes with competence. Connection is a close bonds with your family and your friends to feel secure. Character is a sense of right and wrong to make responsible choices. Contribution is when you do something for the community, you feel good about yourself, sense of purpose. Coping, using coping skills to cope with your problems. And lastly, control, where you develop internal control to solve problems rather than being the victim of circumstances. Okay, I brought 2 practical examples for you to understand what to do if there is peer pressure. So there was a boy called Suresh. He was asked by his friends, ostensibly, to come along with them to the beach. I use the word ostensibly. Suresh understands his friends' coded language. Going to the beach implies having alcohol and taking drugs. He's in tune with his feelings, discomfort, guilt in relation to drink and drugs. Suresh knows his values. He doesn't want to associate with those who drink and do drugs. He can communicate his feelings clearly, honestly, indicate his boundaries. Sorry, guys, I'm not into that stuff. Also, I'm going out with my parents today. He engages in positive talk after the incident is over. I'm glad that I was assertive, not negative talk. Now my friends will reject me and I will be a loner. This was an actual therapeutic intervention that I had with a teen. So the teen comes up to me and says, I don't want to go along with my peers, but I do so want to fit in and be accepted. I force myself to succumb to peer pressure. I asked, and how do you feel about succumbing to peer pressure? I feel rotten, guilty to the core, resentful that my peers push me into doing things I don't want to do. Are you aware that you have a choice and that if you don't want to go along, you can say so, but they will reject me if I don't go along? Actually, they will respect you if you are firm. People only walk over doormats. Also, if they reject you, are they your true friends? No, I guess not. So who's a true friend? One who cares for you, trusts you, accepts you as you are? Exactly so. If your friends don't accept you, it means they are not your true friends. And it's best to search for other friends who allow you to be true to your values. It makes sense. I feel relieved that I don't have to go along with others just for the sake of it, that I can exercise my choices, that my friends should respect my choices, or else I can go about with other friends who respect me and accept me for whom I am. I just brought some quotes for you to look at. As you can say, I've said thank you for participating, but don't just let it remain here. Please translate your learnings into action. Okay? Thank you so much. Okay. I just have one more line to add. I'm so proud to tell all of you that my son has passed out from this college. He did his MBBS from the MGM hospital. Today he is in US and he's an interventional nephrologist. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request Dr. Jyoti Chaudhary, madam, to present the certificate to Dr. Nirmala. Next session will be on anxiety and depression. How can nursing professionals help adolescents? And I'm profoundly delighted to take an opportunity to introduce Shri Vithoba Narayan Mahalkar, Assistant Professor, Institute of Psychiatry and Human Behavior, Government of Goa. He has completed his MSc in Nursing Mental Health, MPhil Nursing, with distinction through Manipal Academy of Higher Education, Mahe Manipal University. Additional qualification, Masters in Hospital Administration, pursuing his PhD in Nursing with Bharati Vidyapith Sangli. Certified Emotional Intelligence Training working in the field of enhancing emotional intelligence for last 12 years. And has 10 years of clinical experience working in Goa Medical College and 10 years of teaching experience for BSc and MSc. Has developed a unique MOAC, a trademark registered emotional vaccination program, recipient of Ask Me Innovation Award 2021, conducts pan-India training and coaching program in enhancing emotional intelligence and mindfulness training for nurses, adolescents, academicians, corporate and teachers, officially appointed trainer for government officials in the state of Goa under Goa Institute of Public Administration and Rural Development, an apex body for capacity building. We welcome you, sir, and I would request you to please come on the stage. I would request Dr. Vijay Kamale, sir, to please come on the stage to welcome Shri Vithoba Narayan Mahalkar, sir, with a sapling.
Yeah. So at the onset, very good afternoon to all of you. Good afternoon. Let's burn some calories. Good afternoon to all of you. 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon. That's the spirit. Give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely. At the onset, I would like to thank for this wonderful conference and inviting me over here. I thank Sindhu Thomas for the wonderful hospitality since I've arrived in Mumbai. I thank my mentor and guide, Sarah George, Dr. Anis ma'am also for referring my name. It's my proud privilege to be over here. And today we'll be dealing with some pertinent topic. Since morning, So since morning, we have been dealing with some fantastic sessions. And today we'll be talking about how as nurses, we can help identify anxiety, depression, and what we can do. So the first question that I want to ask you all, can as a nurse, we help people with anxiety and depression? Yes, you have to answer now. I'll not be standing still and delivering anything. You have to answer. Yes, can as nurses help? So no. Yes. How come? How can nurses help? कैसे help कर सकते हैं? Yes to both. Yes, madam. How can help? Yeah. Okay. Okay, great. Good round of applause for her. That's the right intervention. Yes, correct. So, first point of contact, yes. Then we are doing a lot of programs in community, isn't it? School health programs are there. Then community health programs are there. Emergency department. So, a lot of places we get adolescents, we get people, we get patients, and there is the time we can intervene. And why do we have to intervene? Because adolescent is a time of turmoil, isn't it? Since morning, we have been listening to that. It's transition as well as turmoil. So changes भी हो रहे हैं और बहुत सारा confusion. क्या करना है? इस time पे हम उनका हाथ पकड़ सकते हैं. Many of y'all are still in that adolescent period also. So what we can just help. Another alarming fact, there was a study which was done, and then the happiness index has come, and to our surprise, we are ranked as high as 126 among 136 nations who surveyed. So now you might believe in that survey or might not believe in that survey. But what I can practically tell you is, like, I'm working in a tertiary care hospital, 200 bed psychiatric hospital. We have an OPD of 150 plus patients per day, and more than half of them is in the age group of this adolescent. So many cases are coming. Depressed cases, lot of anxiety cases are coming. So what is happening is, like, we are a young nation. So when we are a young nation, the burden is on us also. The responsibility also is on us. How can we target them? How can we make them productive citizens of the country? The onus is on each healthcare professional. And the average age is 26 to 28 in India, which is good as well as bad. Good because we are a very resourceful nation. Bad because we have to handle that nation also. So this is dual responsibility we have to focus on. So the important link, as I was asking one of the participants, why we are very important for that? Because we can identify those vulnerable population. We can say, like, yes, you are having some problem that is identified, and we can do the referral services, or we can do preventive as well as curative services also. That's why our role is very, very important. And anxiety and depression are the most common presentation when it comes to any psychiatric OPD or any psychological center. So these two things are very important. Why nurses play a very important role. So how do we have them? Since only half an hour is given, I have to speed up. Okay, so what we'll do is, like, what can we do? What are the different strategies? First and foremost is, like, we have to create a safe and supportive environment. Wherever we go, for example, if it is a community program or water was here. Yes, so wherever we are, suppose we are going for a child health clinic, we have something called a child guidance clinic. Every Monday and Thursday we have OPD and all. We have to create that environment where we are empathetic in our understanding. Most of the time it happens that we have a lot of knowledge and we have something called as verbal diarrhea. Before the person has finished, we are ready with our intervention. So what is very much important is, like, how empathetic are we in our approach? So that's why I will give you today the important astra. We might have seen Brahmastra, isn't it? So this is an important astra for you all to. We have to listen to respond rather than react. Adolescent has lot of things to tell. So that patient listening is very important. Not that we give our command or we give our conclusions on that. So that is very important. So have that habit of patient listening, because when you take that history, when you get a lot of data, we can come to a logical conclusion. Many times it so happens that whenever an adolescent is admitted, in a hurry, when it comes to an emergency department, a lot of history might have been missed. But when he's admitted in the ward, when the nurse, psychiatric nurse, talks to that patient, builds that trust, lot of information is got from the particular patient, which was not elicited earlier. That crucial is our role. That observation, that understanding is very, very important. So we should not mistake empathy with some other phenomena. Like, empathy is not apathy. What is apathy now? What is apathy? Total lack of emotion, isn't it? मुझे क्या पड़ा है? कुछ मेरे वो गोलियां लेके जाएगा, उसको क्या लेकर बैठना है? That approach also is not worthy, isn't it? We shouldn't be having that approach. Second is sympathy. What is sympathy? Because we confuse most of sympathy and empathy. What is the difference? कहाँ है ये sympathy? कहाँ है ये empathy? क्या है? What is it? इतना सन्नाटा क्यों है भाई? Yes. What is it? What is the difference? The faculties also can. There's no right and wrong. We can make it interactive, isn't it? And empathy is? No, actually it is totally opposite. In sympathy, you might be feeling, but you are not coming remedial measure. But in empathy, you are putting yourself
Yes,
in
true.
shoes, so coming to remedial
Yes,
measure.
true.
That's precisely the difference.
Yes,
So,
yes.
as nurses and nursing care professional, we have to understand. लोगों को आपकी दया नहीं चाहिए, आपको we have to understand and some solution has to come. Especially adolescent, whenever they are telling something, that solution has to come. अरे 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 बहुत बुरा हो गया इसके साथ ये नहीं होना चाहिए, ये नहीं चाहिए हमें. क्या कर सकते हैं हम उस सिचुएशन में? That is what is very important. What is PD? अरे 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 क्या हो गया, बहुत बुरा है इसके साथ, अरे भगवान बहुत बुरा कर दिया, उससे कुछ होने वाला है क्या? कुछ नहीं होने वाला, isn't it? So as professional, let's have professional approach and not telepathy. Most of the time we have this habit of telling things. No, if somebody is narrating about, if adolescent is narrating something, we'll say, "अरे तू कब I was switching to yeah." So what happened? तुझे ही हुआ है? अरे मुझे भी मेरे बचपन में हुआ था. उसने और कुछ प्रॉब्लम बताया तो भी हम बोलते थे मुझे भी ये हुआ. वो और कुछ बोल रहा है, अब मुझे भी ये हुआ था. ये इससे सोल्यूशन नहीं आएगा. You want to tell your experience, but it is like a telepathy. It will not be a solution because each individual is different and each individual's coping mechanism is different. So that is what we have to understand, and it is also not emotional contagion. Now, what emotional contagion? वो रो रहा है तो मैं उसके साथ वो मैं भी emotional होकर रो रही. कुछ solution आएगा क्या? ऐसा एक सिनेरियो मान के चलो, एक बच्चा कुछ बोल रहा है चाइल्ड गाइडेंस क्लिनिक में, 4-5 नर्सेज वहां पे वो भी रो रहे हैं, सब आवाज आ रहे हैं, तो रुदाली सीन हो जाएगा कि नहीं? Isn't it? So ये तो हमें नहीं करना है. We are professional, isn't it? So that's why we should not be doing. Second, educate and on mental and coping mechanism. Very important because as it is a turmoil phase, उनके पास solution नहीं है. क्योंकि हम बोलते हैं ना कि we have to listen to older people. आणि मराठीमध्ये एक म्हण आहे की त्याने आमचे तुम्ही ऐका, कारण आम्ही जास्त पावसाळे बघितले आहे. We say or not? Okay? Mother and father will say, parents are saying, isn't it? So that pausale they have not seen. So we have to understand them more. Why? Because you all have not gone through that pausale. And it is also reverse. You also have to listen to the parents, teachers. Why? Because they have that experience. They have gone through those phases. That is what we have to realize. So how we can do? We can do by practicing something called as mindfulness. So whenever you are practicing in the community or child guidance clinic or school health, see that you inculcate that mindfulness in them. Now, what is mindfulness? If you see this picture, you will understand. Two people are there. What is the difference? Difference क्या है? Image में difference क्या है? इसके भेजे में क्या भरा है? बहुत सारा स्टॉक है, isn't it? इसका क्या हो रहा है? Streamline हुआ है, isn't it? So we have to streamline our things rather than having the jargon. Previous speaker was telling about peer pressure, academic pressure. Lot of things might be going to the mind. So एक एक करके हमको वो छोड़ना पड़ेगा. वो कुत्ता जो है वो छोड़ना पड़ेगा and we have to streamline, prioritize करना पड़ेगा. And how do we do that? We do by helping them plan. You also should have a plan. Nobody has ever been successful without a plan. और वो प्लान दिमाग में नहीं होना चाहिए. वो कहाँ होना चाहिए? It should be written and pasted to see. It is not like आज बनाया मन में है कुछ नहीं होगा. Next, work with limited resources. बहुत बार adolescent करना नहीं चाहता है कि उसके साथ है, उसके पास है, मेरे पास नहीं है. All these thoughts are coming and they don't want to do things. But we have to tell them, at least make a start with whatever you have. Don't close it. Okay. Set target. So help them set target also. Focus on one target at a time. Tell them that you cannot target on many things and have a quality output. One target, prioritize. What should be the priority? Previous speakers were also talking about prioritizing things. And very, very important thing where adolescent falls short is the last point. Appreciate your achievements. बहुत सारे आते हैं ओपीडी में तो आते हैं वो बोलते हैं कि मम अप्रिशिएट नहीं करती है, डैडी अप्रिशिएट नहीं करता है, फ्रेंड ने अप्रिशिएट नहीं किया. So we should start learning like small things that we are doing, we should be appreciating that. आज मैंने अगर कुछ असाइनमेंट अच्छा किया है, okay, pat yourself. Give a treat in Baskins and Robbins or अमूल में जाके खाओ आइसक्रीम. आपने अच्छा नहीं कहा, पेरेंट का किसके लिए जीना है? No, why that particular thing? It shouldn't be like that, isn't it? You should start that exercise of appreciating yourself. Then see the change, because each thing that you do will be appreciable and you feel happy about it. Help the adolescent in handling the emotion. क्योंकि वो emotional turmoil इतना होता है कि they take decision at a spot. The previous speaker also was talking about the prefrontal cortex not being developed till 25. What happens is, like, whenever some situations come, they could go to an extreme. So what we can do as professional is identify their anger style. Now you ask me, like, anger के भी प्रकार होते हैं क्या? There are types of anger. I would rather say yes. There are types of angers, and that is what we have to understand in adolescence. What are the different type of angers? First is the first exploder. So now who's an exploder? Among you all also be some explorer. वो क्या करते हैं? को एक बम लगा, इसने कहा बूम यहाँ फट गए, इसमें कुछ कहा बूम यहाँ फट गए, वो फटते जा रहे थे. Is also there exploder. They will not tell now, but they might be, isn't it? So exploder, identify करो. I'm not talking about right and wrong. I'm talking about identification. Second is suppressor. Now क्या होता है suppressor? Explorer at least explore होता है. Suppressor उसी बम पे बैठा है और वो बम कब फट जाएगा हमको मालूम नहीं. Because he doesn't like to talk. He will not ventilate. He will keep everything to himself. And that is also causing harm for himself physically, mentally, isn't it? So that is suppressor. Third is very interesting category. Don't beat me if I tell you the census. In this category, females are more. Okay. So what is this category? That is blamer. ऐसे ही रहता है. उसने किसका था? तेरा. बुरा कौन है? बहुत ही अच्छी. But that is blamer. Always try to blame. That is also an anger style. We see a lot of persons who come who do not admit any mistakes and all. So we have to identify what type of anger is showing. Fourth is quiet one. Now quiet one क्या होता है कि मान के चलो you are a student of this college. मान के चलो सर ने आपको scold किया, बहुत डांटा. Can you say anything in reply? No, you cannot say. But you will go home, and if you are doing some work at home, मान के चलो चपाती करना है, किया, निकाला और बाद में वो निकाल दी. क्या इस कॉलेज में क्यों मैं वो किसका मुंह देखा था, क्यों गए मैं इसको? That is quite. That's also anger management style. Fifth one, भरे पड़े इस जहान में fifth category के वो है discipline. Now if sir scored, you tell get lost. No, you can't say that. No, you have to. And she's displacing the anger. What they are doing, they are expressing it on a low. They will not express a high level of frequency. So that is displacer. Now, whatever might be the style, if you identify, they have to move towards one particular style that is called as problem solver. Because there is solution for every particular thing that is happening. That is what we have to realize. Yeah, adolescent to a conclusion in a spot. That break has to be there. And how to do that? With this particular thing, free of cost today. During COVID, we have used various meters, isn't it? उंगली को क्या लगाया था हम लोगों ने? कौन सा मीटर? पल्स ऑक्सीमीटर. बगल में क्या डाला था? थर्मोमीटर. प्रेशर किससे निकाला था? स्पिग्मोमेनोमीटर. मैं फ्री भी दे रहा हूं तुमको आज मूड मीटर. Okay, I'm giving you the mood meter. Now, how do we apply this mood meter? Just imagine if anybody is coming or you are in that zone. An exam है और आज आपको anxious feel हो रहा है, palpitation हो रहा है, नींद नहीं आ रही, gloomy feel हो रहा है. Okay, now how to apply this? See, this red and blue is the negative emotion, and yellow and green is the positive emotion. Now, when you're going for exam next day, what you can do is, like, in any situation you can do it. I'm giving an example of exams. You sit and just start analyzing. Ask question for yourself. What type of emotions are you getting? Label it. And what is the emotion? You're feeling worried because of the exam. Can we take it? Okay. And you are also feeling down because of that. Okay. You're feeling very low. and you're feeling worried what will happen. Now, if you go next day for that with worried and down feeling, will you be able to answer well? Absolutely not. Now you're sitting the previous day and you are asking yourself, you identified I'm worried and I'm feeling down. Then you question yourself, is this the first time I'm answering an exam? The answer comes as no. How many times I have studied for the last moment and I have passed? Oh, there have been many times. Have I covered my portion? Oh, I have done 50%. Tonight also I can try how much ever I can. And now, immediately, when you question yourself from worried, okay, you are turning yourself to an emotion called optimistic. You're feeling good about yourself. Yes, I can do it. 10 बार पहले किया है, आज मैं कर सकता हूँ. And from being down, you are going to a feeling of being restful. So worried और down होके exams में जाने से अच्छा optimistic और restful होना है या नहीं है? Will you practice this? Yes or no? Yes or no? Big round of applause for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Lovely. Yes. Third is screen for mental health issues. You can tell me, ma'am, when the time is over. I will just run to the school. Okay, no problem. Okay. So screen for mental health issues. As professional, because we are having professional courses, isn't it? In the BSc curriculum also, there is mental health now. Okay. When we did our GNM and all, we had to do PP, BSc, and then my master's was in mental health. But now the BSc curriculum is having 270 hours of mental health. So now what is happening is like you are professional to know the different behaviors. So whenever you go, start screening. Keep the third eye open. Even if the person is talking to you, he's not maintaining an eye-to-eye contact. And whenever you ask him, how are you? He's saying, I'm fine, and he's laughing. The moment you turn, he's all gloomy. This change in facial expression. This is what we can identify. That is how we can screen them. Okay. So now there are various tools also through which we can screen. Like these are some sites which you can go through. Okay, National Institute of Mental Health and all. For anxiety, you can use Hamilton scales, this Beck's depression inventory. So there are various tools which can be used. Patient health questionnaire, where anxiety can be. So go on the net. There are various scales available which you can apply, and you can help identify if the person is going through anxiety or depression. Next, referral to mental health professional. सब कुछ हम नहीं कर सकते, लेकिन आइडेंटिफिकेशन हम कर सकते हैं. प्रिवेंटिव एस्पेक्ट में हम बहुत बड़ा काम कर सकते हैं. क्यूरेटिव एस्पेक्ट में भी हम बहुत बड़ा काम कर सकते हैं. रिहेबिलिटेटिव एस्पेक्ट में भी हम बहुत बड़ा काम कर सकते हैं. Okay, and how to do that? For that, we knowing the various symptoms of anxiety and the various symptoms of depression. So if a adolescent is coming to you all apparent, क्या हो जाएगा मालूम नहीं, कब क्या होगा मालूम नहीं, he is all confused. There is confusion on the age. उसको हमेशा वो नेगेटिव सोच रहा है, अरे क्या होगा on the edge. A sense of helplessness, अरे कुछ तो राहत भी दिखाई दे रही, सब कुछ धुंधला धुंधला नजर आ रहा है. All this is saying repeated negative thoughts, muscle tension, palpitation, difficulty breathing, trouble concentrating and making decisions. These many other symptoms are also there. So we should be knowledgeable enough to know about anxiety and depression also to identify. In depression, there might be persistent sadness, बात में हो रहा है. Okay, then loss of interest in activities. पहले कुछ अच्छी तरह से कर रहा है, अभी नहीं कर रहा है. Then loss of appetite. Okay, then feeling of worthlessness, become easily agitated, irritated हो जाता है. कुछ भी कहने जाओ तो irritated हो जाता है. Fixation on the past failure, तो failure है और खुद को blame कर रहा है बार-बार. Okay, extreme sensitivity to rejection and failures. Failure हो गया, वो उसी पर बैठा है, उससे बाहर ही नहीं आ रहा है. No matter how much reassurance you are giving, and frequent thought of death, dying or suicide. So when we identify, and opposite to this, if somebody is extra happy also, that is also alarming. Many a time people have committed suicide. The previous day they were totally in bliss. So we have to identify what is the normal behavior and what is the exaggeration. And that's how we can prevent suicide. So that observation, that vigilance becomes very important. Involve parents and caregivers. कुछ भी करने जा रहे हो एडोलेसेंट के साथ, तो कोई भी इंटरवेंशन है, it might be community based program or school health program, see that you include the parents and caregiver, because when you include them, they also know what the child is going through. And how can you do that? By helping them have open communication. Now open communication means what? The parents cannot be bound. So what happens sometimes the adolescent wants to ventilate, but we are so that we restrict it. But ventilation अगर adolescent psychological breakdown हो जाएगा उसको. आप सब लोगों देखा है, प्रेशर कुकर देखा है, चावल कभी you have done rice, okay, how do you do rice? चावल लेते हो बाद में पानी देते हो, पानी डालते हो, चावल डालते हो, कुकर बंद करते हो, कहाँ पे रखते हो, गैस स्टोव पे रखते हो. How do you know that the rice is cooked? After सीटी आ गई तो वो डुप्लीकेट कुकर है, और कुछ भी आना चाहिए क्या, स्टीम आना चाहिए, isn't it? So the steam is coming and the whistle is coming. तो मम्मी तुमको बोलती है काउंट करो, मम्मी 1 हो गई, 2 हो गई, 3 हो गए, 4 हो गए, अब निकालो राइस. होता है कि नहीं होता है? अभी मान के चलो वो सीटी भी ना आती और वो ठीक भी ना आती, क्या हो जाता, क्या हो जाएगा सर? फट तो बाद में हो जाएगा, पहले राइस काला हो जाएगा कि नहीं हो जाएगा? काला हो जाएगा. And even if that steam is not coming and the whistle is not coming, the cooker will blast. And it is the most precious pressure cooker in the world, ladies and gentlemen. कुछ भी अगर मन में है, you have to ventilate it out, because when you ventilate it out, the steam is coming out, whistle is coming out, steam is coming out, whistle is coming out, steam is coming out, whistle is coming out, and the pressure is coming down. The pressure cooker will not stop. So will you? No. Yes or no? Yes or no? Big round of applause for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. सुबह से जितना कैलोरी हुआ अभी बंद करें. Okay? Time हो गया? Okay, so I'll just go to one more slide and I'll stop. Okay, so this is one approach which I wanted to give you. This is the ruler approach. Now, ruler approach, R stands for recognize the emotions in you. Okay, क्या हो रहा है, क्या मन में चल रहा है, क्यों चल रहा है, why it is happening. Now understand why it is happening और उसका निकाल क्या हो जाएगा, और what will be the result of it. Then label that particular emotion. Anger है, disgust है, sadness है, क्या है. Okay, understand it. Then try to express to your near and dear one. When you try to express it, what will happen is like a solution will definitely come. But for that, first the identification is very important, and then you regulate. जब भी कोई situation आता है, you start regulating. Okay, take 2 minutes more. Okay, yeah. Okay, so foster positive relationship. How do we foster positive relationship? I was having that query of half an hour, isn't it? Okay, no problem. Yeah. So, the knowing yourself. Okay, I'll just go to something called as yes, overcoming learned helplessness. ये last slide के लेता हूँ और बाद में खत्म करूँ मैं. I would definitely come someday for a session and all, no problem. Okay. Yes. So, how do we overcome learned helplessness? Now, हम हमेशा बोलते हैं कि पॉजिटिव रहना चाहिए, एडोलेसेंट में पॉजिटिव रहना चाहिए, एडल्ट में पॉजिटिव रहना चाहिए. Is it possible for us to remain positive 24/7? Absolutely not. So then what is optimism? जब हम optimism जो बात करते हैं, ये क्या होता है? What is optimism? Sir? Wishful thoughts. I'll take that point, sir. What else? What is optimism? Hopefulness, isn't it? Yes, that's right. Even if there is a calamity now, I know this will pass. I know I can overcome this. Optimism, but that doesn't happen. And that doesn't happen because of this particular concept, which we immediately take. And it is called as learned helplessness. Seeki hui asayata. And how do one get it? There's a fantastic experiment which was done by Martin Seligman. उसने क्या किया? उसने कुत्ते लिए, कुत्तों को केज में डाला और उनको चेन से बांध दिया. Okay, and he closed the cage. Day one, Martin Seligman and started giving shock legs of the dogs. What dogs might have done? क्या किया? क्या क्या होगा? अरे क्या क्या होगा? कुत्तों को शॉक दिया, क्या क्या होगा? They were howling and crying. They wanted to move from the chain and go. They could not go. Day two, Martin Seligman came, started giving shocks on the leg of the dog. They howled, cried. They wanted to move from the chain and go. They could not go. Day three, Martin Seligman came, started giving shocks on the leg. They were howling and crying. They wanted to move from the chain. They could not go. Day four, when Martin Seligman came and started, something amazing happening. what might happen? What happened? The dogs just sat over, but they were not moving a bit. Day 5, when Martin Seligman came, he opened the cage, he left the chain and started giving shocks on the legs of the dogs. You know what the dogs did? The dogs just lied over there. They were not moving a bit. It finally happens to us. Twice a failure, twice a failure. Bring down our and I am a failure. So yeah, and I should not be staying here. What kind of opportunity was that? It was open, but you have given up. So we have to build that habit of turning adversities into opportunities. Will you do it? Yes or no? Will you do it? Yes or no? A big round of applause for yourself, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Okay. There were a lot of other things, but yes, I would like to tell you about this particular, sorry, this particular thing which is available. Can make use of it because this is a community service which is available free of cost. Whenever you are in distress and all, you can definitely give a call. Okay. And then there is a, sorry, then there is a system of help which will come to you. Automated message will come, and then there are teams which have been trained and all. They will contact you, and anonymously you can seek support. So very important. Pass it on to your friends and all, because this is pan India, available all over India. You can very well take in times of distress. Just call them, and you will really get the help that is needed. Okay. Yeah. So to conclude, the adolescents help the adolescents know themselves better. Talk to their trusted one. Communicate, very important. Emotions को hijack नहीं होने देंगे. Mindful रहेंगे. Stay connected and share happiness. As nurses, we can initiate based program and community-based intervention programs. And finally, we shouldn't be giving up. We have to believe in a philosophy that peace to share. Having a conversation. And Akbar asked people, what is that one statement that is giving you happiness and sadness at the same time? People thought that particular statement is what you're partying today, having a ball of a time and dancing, ये वक्त गुजर जाएगा. And if you're tense, depressed, anxious, you want to give up, stay over there. ये वक्त भी गुजर जाएगा. Thank you very much. God bless you. Thank you. Goodbye sometime.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an energetic. Thank you so much, sir, for such an energetic session and so interactive as well. I would like to call sir on the stage and would request Dr. Vijay Kamale, sir, to please present the certificate to
Round of applause for sir.
Sri Vithoban Narayan Nayak.
Thank you very much. God bless.
Thank you, sir.
Next.
Next, we have among us Dr. Sindhu Thomas, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. She will be dealing with importance of psychosocial health in adolescents. She is a teaching faculty in MGM New Bombay College of Nursing since 2009, worked bedside as a registered nurse for 2.5 years, nursing PhD guide, certified parenting coaching, counselor for adolescents and adult issues, published articles in peer-reviewed journals and secured awards for oral and poster presentations, hosting 2 YouTube channels on parenting and on psychological approach for mental issues, secured first rank in MSc Nursing in 2012, attained Entertainment Championship in Manipal College of Nursing in Bachelor Degree. We welcome you, Madam. And I would request Dr. Mohanty sir to please come on the stage. To felicitate Dr. Sindhu Thomas with a sapling. Thank you, sir.
A warm good evening to one and all present over here. I, Dr. Sindhu Thomas, being the organizing secretary of this conference, the exact condition that we are running short of time, and we are really getting late, and I'm really concise my presentation. In fact, I'm so happy that the previous speaker and I are alumni of Manipal, and we are guided by the same teachers, and I could resemble some kind of characters there. And Mohanty, who felicitated me, is my PhD guide, and from 2013, he's been a father figure for me. Without much introduction, I would like to be into my topic, that is the importance of psychosocial health in adolescent. We are hearing throughout the terms, that is adolescents according to WHO, that is World Health Organization, the age group is from 13 to 19. But we call them as teens as well. So this presentation is mainly for all the delegates, not for the bigger people those who are sitting here, how we can manage the chaos or the issues what we are going through. So teenagers is mainly from 13 to 19, as the word says, that means the teenagers. As we already said, that is the heightened stress period, because this is the time we select a career, isn't it? We all have undergone a lot of stress in 11th, 12th, where parents are telling to take this, then our friends are doing something, our relatives telling to us so many things. So making a lot of decisions from the people around us, along with us, our hormonal changes, because hormones also play an important role. We want to study, but we want to spend time with our friends, our mobile games, and on social media, and we get emotional breakdown, as previous speakers has already said. According to actually Stanley Hall, he termed the adolescent period as storm and stress. Storm means our self-control level is very less, whereas the stress means we are very sensitive. If anyone is getting angry or anyone is going to tell anything, we are going to react more than respond. We become adulthood to learn how to respond than reacting. And according to this person, it's known as the father of adolescence. And according to him, the adolescent period is till 24 years. So you can also be considered into the adolescence because you're still in the learning period. From this background, I would like to just show what is the WHO fact sheet is, as all the speakers have said that anxiety, depression, and behavioral disorders are the comorbidities and illness you can see in adolescent, and suicide is the fourth leading cause you can see in the adolescents. Coming to the next topic, that is the adolescent development. We all know that our growth spurt is highly potential in this age, and our gonadal glands are also growing bigger, where a man become a matured man and a girl become a woman in this particular age. But the cognitive development is the abstract thinking, what we are, no, sorry, concrete thinking instead of abstract thinking. Concrete thinking means I am explaining myself based on the facts. Whereas abstract thinking, I will think what others are thinking and I'll think about the consequences. This is abstract thinking, which is not there in the adolescence, that makes the adolescent rebellious to the parents. Hope you all are fight with your parents for one or other reasons. The next one is the emotional and value development. This is the time we are emotionally vulnerable, but whatever we are doing, there is a value system. If I run with a boy, if I run away with a girl, what can be the consequences? That kind of thinking we start having at this period of adolescent. And educational economic development, which is very important. If the developmental task of, yes, I want to study well, I want to read somewhere, and if you go other than, outside countries, by the age of 18, you're out of the house and you start working. So that kind of concept should be inbuilt to understand the economical development. So if you see what are the main changes in an adolescent, all the changes what we are going to explain is normal and nothing need to be guilty about ourselves. That we are preoccupied with our body image. Am I correct? We are into selfies, we are taking pictures to see that how I'm looking in public. Next is I want to make my own identity. Who am I? Because when a child becoming an adult, that transition period, I want to show that who am I and how to make my identity better. And we all are into daydreaming. In between, sudden mood swings happens, fights between friends and parents are happening. Even we have attention-seeking behavior. Sexual attraction is very common in this age. Nothing wrong with you. That shows that you are growing adequately. And you are more curious and interested in this nature. You are full of energy and your concrete thinking as explained before you're having. You are self-exploratory and you are evaluating whatever you are doing, and you always depend upon the peers. How did I do? Or is my response good? This way you're not asking your parents or bigger ones, you may be depending upon the friends that you are in between. And you seek affiliation, whatever instability you're going through, and the peer group defines what kind of behavior you are having, and we are going into new relationships. If you see what is psychosocial development, other than all the bio aspects, that the biological aspects other than the body, all the emotional, social, mental, and spiritual well-being together, we can call it as the psychosocial health. So let's see what are the factors. This is the points we all can help, even if we are big or small, help each other. First thing is the family. We have no choice which family we can belong to. Am I correct? And we don't have any choice what kind of parenting style our parents are having. So if you see the parenting styles, the one type of parenting style is authoritative parenting style, where the parents take the children's opinion to come up with a decision making. How many of you are having a authoritative parents who takes your opinion for all your decisions? Fair enough. The second one is authoritarian parents. They are very disciplined, strict parents. Tell the children what to do. How many parents are there for you? My parents were authoritarian parents. The third one is the permissive parenting, whereas parents are very casual, whereas the parents are very casual, where the child's complete interest will be taken care by parents. Any parents among like that? Whatever the child says, yes. There is no for that. Okay, I can get through very good. And the last one is neglectful parents. That is parenting, whereas parents are not bothered. They are just worried about their work or they are just worried about their own life, and the children are overlooked for what kind of lifestyle they are having. I'm just getting through. It's a systematic review how family involves the life of a parenting. If the family dynamics, if the parents are competent and resilient means any kind of trauma happening in the family, anything happen, but they get back immediately. So as the previous speaker was telling, anyone can have any kind of fall, but how fast you're coming out of your trauma will make you a resilient person. Or the kind of social support the family is having, the kind of parenting style, and the leisure practices. How many parents take out you for a leisure on every week? How many parents of you? I need to appreciate those parents because it is very rare because parents are literally struggling to take care of the family and the house chores. And the family functioning, that is how the problems are resolving and communication and the roles what they are going through and the relationship that the family is having. Anytime can you get back to your parents for the painful thing what you have done? I can see only 2, 3 head notes that shows that the family, you are more close to the friends than the families. And the last one is the family adjustment. There is the parental stress or the broken families or the conflict between the parenting styles and the health of the parents or any kind of family protection. So these are the main aspects a family can contribute to the parents. Coming to the peers, that is the second group, whereas in this age, the adolescents detach from the parents and get attached to the peers. And one of the main developmental task of adolescent is they need independence. Am I correct? You want independence, right? And you want to go for dating, you want to go for night outs. All the parents allow for the same? How many parents allow for the same? So these are the needs. What do you have? Only Tejas parents allow everything. I really want to meet your father and mother. So we need to understand that this is the independence what you need to have as an adolescent. But what you will do, you are not getting the independence, you will follow the leader of the group whom you belong to, and you follow the group rules. Once you've started being the group rules, based on the group you are in, you will be going to the risk-taking behaviors. It can be a sexual activity, a drug abuse, or being a part of gang, whereas you are into some other wrong practices. I would like to help you with friendship. So we really, adolescents really go with heart, not with brain. So what there is a scale we can assess, is our friend good enough? So even though we are working with our heart, at least this will help you to protect your heart from being broken after some period of relationship. Just find out, is your friend's behavior is dignified? Is he or she giving a mutual respect? Is he or she concerned about you? And how transparent is he or she to you? And is he or she exploiting you for maintaining the relationship? It is a rating scale where you can understand how good is your friend, then continue the relationship. Because nowadays, relationships are only basis on needs. So this will help you that you will not be tormented after some days of relationships. Next is we talk about friendship. Now we are talking about relationship, which is very common in adolescent. So some points as adolescents or youngsters, we need to understand that how we can help our younger ones, or how as parents we can help the adolescents is teach the teen about what is a healthy relationship and describe what are the different types of abuse. If adults are not able to understand the kind of abuses in a marriage or relationship, how difficult for adolescents to understand. So it can be a physical abuse, an emotional abuse, it can be an insult, manipulation, forced isolation, possessive. He's possessive about me, she's possessive about me, keeping you away from everyone. This is an emotional abuse, or any kind of sexual abuse, financial abuse, digital abuse, or stalking. Hope you all know about all these trendy terms. And we can again explain what is the difference between lust, infatuation, and love, and talk realistically about sex. What are the pros and cons about premarital sex, and what are the religious and the moral values associated with this kind of premarital sex? It is not going to help you. The culture has kept a milestone of marriage where sex is allowed inside the marriage. But now the youngsters has really crossed the limits, but it can come up with harmful effects. And as I already said, set the expectations and boundaries. Use gender inclusive language that remains neutral to sexual orientation. Nowadays, girls likes more to girls, that is more of homosexual and lesbians are seen this time. So when you're addressing the crowd, we can talk those themes as well, because understand no one is born with this kind of behavior. Any kind of sexual abuse in their childhood, make them do or make them turn their means interest from heterosexual to homosexual people. So this way also you can address the adolescents. And these are top secrets, but people will come up and come out with guilt that they are in this kind of relationship. Next is be respectful in discussing dating and relationship. Don't tell them, don't talk all this things, this is nonsense. Because when the adults are telling them to keep quiet, they do in private without telling the others. That's the only thing, by then they will do it. Next is know when you ask help, when you are in mess, when you are gone for an unprotected sex or gone for an unwanted pregnancy. Obviously, you need to go for an immediate help than going unknown way or illegal way and end up in complications. And escape from toxic relationship. Hope you know about the toxic relationship. The next point, what we can help the adolescent is identifying their identity or how to develop their identity. As I already said that this kind of kids have a concrete thinking instead of abstract thinking. So this kind of abstract thinking, they are having an invulnerability. And this will drive them for smoking, drugs, sex, rash driving. And one of the main things what they can see is they're always preoccupied their body image, and there is a concept called body shaming. Hope everyone knows about body shaming, that someone else is bullying for your structure, being fat, being thin, being dark, being fine. So the points what we can manage to overcome body shaming is look beyond our body. Our body is just a figure, and we are much beyond what our body says so. So we can use our strengths, appreciate the perfectly functioning body. Whatever people are speaking, if someone see, we need to be very clear. If someone speaks bad on you, the source is bad, you are not bad, but the word should not break you. That's the way we need to train ourselves. And if you are telling that I'm wrong or if I'm not looking good, who are you to tell me? This is the approach you need to tell. This is what I am. So this will help you to come out from the term of body shaming. Surround with accepting people, develop self-compassion and some kind of life enhancement movement, as previously Dr. Ragesh Gilder was telling about a lot of yoga and other management. Regulate the smartphone and social media. Hope you all are sleeping very late. You will tell me it is because of assignments, but your phone is next to you, talking to different people on social media and using the different gadgets. So this one of the studies shows that the smartphone and social media can increase the overuse, and it is seen in a survey, a worldwide survey, that almost all or majority of the adolescent is using social media more than 3.5 hours. So the impact is that increase the mental stress, self-harming behaviors, and the suicide tendency. By the end, we need to learn how to manage our time for sleep, for good nutrition, and Avoid TV while eating. We really don't know how much we eat. We just eat because we are concentrating on the TV. And hygiene practices, have good friends, physical activities, balance academic pressure, avoid unwanted influence of others, which all other speakers has covered. And we need to learn to say no if anyone look at you bad, having given a bad touch, any bad words, and if you're surrounded by bad people. By the end, this is a phase, and as Vitoba sir said, this phase shall too pass away. But this all create memories, and these memories will be there till we reach any age of the life. These memories keep on coming. It is up to us whether I need to cherish it or I need to stop it. So whatever we are going through, whatever problems, incidents, whatever is happening, that will create memory. And what we as big people still we need guidance. For the youngsters, we can give guidance to reduce the number of mistakes we are doing. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sindhu. I would request Dr. Nirmal Mohanty sir to please come on the stage to present the certificate to Dr. Sindhu Thomas. Moving towards our next session, adolescents friendly health services. For this session, we have among us Mrs. Vandana Kumbar, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. She has completed her MSc in Community Health Nursing and pursuing PhD Nursing from MGM IHS. She has altogether 21 years of professional rich experience, member of many professional bodies, participated and organized many conferences and workshops and presented research papers and posters, publications in national and international journals, conducted and organized various health awareness and mega health checkup camp and campaigns, worked as an NSS and Rotaract coordinator, conducted occupational and school health assessment camps and services, organized and conducted a special training program for peripheral health workers, conducted and organized various environmental sanitation and Go Green drives and campaign, examiner, paper setter and evaluator in government and private university. Madam, I would request you to please come on the stage. And I would like to call Mrs. Siv Kama Sundari, Assistant Professor, MGMU Bombay College of Nursing, to felicitate Mrs. Vandana Kumar with a sapling. This is a presentation.
Good afternoon, dignitaries, faculties, my colleagues and delegates. Today I'm here to present a topic, adolescent health services. I know we are running short of time, so I'll be taking it in short. So everyone knows the age group adolescent is from 10 to 19 years. And it is divided into the two groups, that is early adolescence and late adolescence. Early adolescence, that is 10 to 13 years, and the middle adolescence is 14 to 16 years, and the late adolescence is 17 to 20 years. So why we are investing in adolescence? Basically, today I am talking about the initiative taken by the government of India regarding the adolescent health. So why invest in adolescent? That adolescent constitute about 1/4 of our India's population, and about age group which is 10 to 24 year is almost 350 million. That is 1/3 of the India's population. The age group comprises of individual in transition phase, life requiring nutrition, education, counseling, and guidance to ensure their development into healthy adults. So if we invest in the adolescent, it will help to achieve the Millennium Development Goal, that is 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Apart from that, it will enhance the economy and productivity of our nation. So that's why Government of India is investing more on the adolescent health. So current state of the India, since morning we have seen the problems, we identified, or we have seen the problems of the adolescents. So these are the few problems which I have enlisted, that is malnutrition related, then lack of access to the health services, high prevalence of the mental health issues, gender-based violence, then even a common few of the non-communicable diseases are also identified into the adolescents as well. Whatever the non-communicable diseases we are finding in the adult or the elderly people, that is because of the wrong practices followed by the adolescents during the adolescent period. So that can be also controlled, which can control the further morbidity. And another problem is lack of awareness about the sexual and reproductive health. So we will just see the Government of India's initiative regarding the adolescent health services. So under the National Health Mission, Government of India has launched the program called RMNCHA, that is Reproductive, Maternal, Neonatal and Child Health, and the plus A is adolescence. So there are 3 components, and one of the component is a RMNCHA. So here the one of the important components, that is adolescent health services under the NHM. So that we will be seeing. The vision of the adolescent health services is all adolescents in India are able to realize their full potential by making informed and responsible decisions related to their health and well-being. And the objectives of this program is increase the availability and access to information about adolescent health, increase accessibility and utilization of quality adolescents, counseling and health services. Even forge the multi-sectoral partnership to create safe and supportive environment for the adolescents. So these are the few components. This is the way which we can which we can achieve the adolescents' health. So there are 4 components, that is health promotion for healthy community, strengthening clinical services, strategic partnership, and community-based approach. So under NHM, we have RMNCHA, and under that component, Government of India has merged all the health services under the Rashtriya Kishore Swasthya Karyakram, that is RKSK. So basically, I will be speaking about the RKSK. So in February 2013, RKSK program is launched to address the adolescent health needs. Apart from that, the sexual and reproductive health is also included the nutrition, injuries and violence, including the gender-based violence, non-communicable diseases, mental health and the substance misuse. Shift from the clinical-based approaches to promotion and preventing and reaching the adolescents in their own environment, such as in schools and communities. The RKSK is a comprehensive health program that aims to address the health needs of adolescents through a multi-sectoral approach.
So the main objective of RKSK is to improve nutrition, enable sexual and reproductive health, enhance mental health, prevent injuries and violence, prevent substance misuse, address the conditions for non-communicable diseases. So these are the strategic priorities. That is, improve the nutrition and reduce the prevalence of malnutrition among the adolescents. To reduce the prevalence and iron deficiency anemia, enable the sexual and reproductive health, to improve the knowledge, attitude, and behavior in relation to sexual and reproductive health, to reduce the teenage pregnancies, to improve the birth preparedness, and enhance the mental health. So RKSK program is divided into two sections by providing the health services in that is community-based interventions and the facility-based interventions. So community-based interventions, again, they have a four main services, that is peer education, quarterly adolescent health day, weekly iron and folic acid supplements program, and menstrual hygiene scheme. And the facility-based interventions are the adolescent-friendly health clinics, school health, and wellness program. So these are the main initiative taken by the government of India since 2013. So we'll be seeing the community-based interventions under the RKSK. So first is a peer group. That is a peer education. Still not that heading, they are not able to see. That heading is not seen. No, but that heading is not seen. No?
Online का जो है, this is for online.
It will not go down.
तो छोटा कर सकते हैं क्या नहीं?
Yes. So first is the peer education. In this, the 4 peer educators is been appointed from the each village. 2 will be the male and 2 female. And the peer educator will select the per village 1000 population where the Asha habitation is there. Then each male and female peer educator will be expected to form a group of 15 to 20 boys and girls respectively from their community and conduct the weekly 1 or 2 hour participatory session using the peer education kit, which includes a book detailing curriculum for PE session and the games. So here in the peer education, they will refer the young people to the adolescent friendly health clinic or the adolescent helpline and the adolescent health day for the health checkup. So that we will be seeing what is adolescent friendly health clinic and what is adolescent health day. Next. So these are the some pictures where the adolescent peer education is conducted. Most of the health posts, that is PSC, CSC, and the district hospital, peer education sessions are conducted. Then second is a quarterly adolescent health day. So the one of the strategy to achieve the objective of the adolescence health program seeks to improve the coverages with preventive and promotive interventions for the adolescents. So during this adolescent health day, health checkups are also conducted. Apart from that, the awareness session on the nutrition, sexual reproductive health, mental health, and the prevention of the injuries and the violence. Awareness about the substance abuse also is organized. So you can see a few of the images of adolescent friendly club meetings and quarterly adolescent health days. Before this, I would like to play the video. And the target population for this program is the school health going adolescent girls, boys from the government and government aided school, municipal corporation school, as well as the girls, those who are out of the school. In Anganwadi, these iron supplements are provided by the Anganwadi workers and the ASHA worker. The next initiative is a menstrual hygiene scheme. So the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has introduced a scheme for promotion of menstrual hygiene among adolescent girls in the age group of 10 to 19 years in rural area. And the major objective here to increase the awareness among adolescent girls on menstrual hygiene, to increase the access to an use of high quality sanitary napkin to the adolescent girls in rural areas. So it is not only the government is promoting this, they are with the help of the CSR, they are distributing the sanitary napkins, sanitary napkin making machines, incinerator to the in the rural area, as well as menstrual hygiene kit is also provided to the schoolgirls under the CSR. Then to ensure the safe disposal of sanitary napkin in an government friendly, environment friendly manner. So these are the few posters which has been released by the under the RKSK program. Then the another initiatives by the government of India under the facility based intervention, that is adolescent family health clinic, that is Sathiya Kendra. So there are the 7 components under that. That is first of all, the Sathiya Kendra is for the universal coverage of the 10 to 19-year-old adolescent girl. And the 7 components are the content, where the nutrition, sexual and reproductive health, mental health, all aspects of the adolescence is covered. Then communities, that is peer education program. Then clinic health facilities, that is adolescent friendly health clinics are there at the all district hospital as well as the community health center. Then capacity building, inclusion of adolescent health specific, that addition or modifications in the curriculum of undergraduate and postgraduate or in the medical and nursing courses. Then counseling, provision of appropriate awareness and information. Communication, health professionals should act as an advocate on the behalf of the young people. And the convergence, where the all departments, it is a multi-sectoral approach. So all other departments are also involved in the adolescent health, because government or the health department alone only cannot help the adolescents. So these are the few programs, that is Kishore Health Cup. Then second initiative is a school health program under the Ayushman Bharat. Objectives of the school health program under Ayushman Bharat are to provide age appropriate information about health and nutrition to the children in school, to promote healthy behaviors among the children that they will inculcate for life, to detect and treat diseases early in children and adolescents, including the identification of malnourished and anemic children with appropriate referral to the PSCs and hospital, to promote use of safe drinking water in schools, to promote safe menstrual hygiene practices by girls, to promote yoga and meditation through the health and wellness clinic, to encourage the research on health, wellness and nutrition for the children. So the package under the school health services is school health promotion activities, that is age appropriate incremental learning for the promotion of healthy behavior and prevention of various diseases, delivered through the school teachers, health and wellness ambassadors trained in the school. So each school, there are health and wellness ambassadors who will take the training for the school children's. Then the screening of children for 30 identify health conditions for early detection, free treatment and management through the dedicated RBSK mobile health teams. Provision of iron and folic acid and albendazole tablets by teacher through the WIPS. Just now we have seen the WIPS program and the non-communicable disease control program, respectively. Provision of sanitary napkin age appropriate vaccination, then next component is the electronic health records is maintained of the each child in the school and imparting the skills for the emergency care. These are the few posters which the NHM has developed for the school health to display in the school. That is about the nutrition, about the good touch and bad touch. For the mental health, for the awareness of the iron and folic acid tablets, for the use of electronic media, even for the substance abuse. So till now we have seen the government initiatives. Now we will be seeing the initiative taken by the non-governmental organization. So it is not only the government responsibility. Under the CSR or by the non-governmental agencies are also supporting for the adolescent health services. So NGOs often fill the gaps between healthcare system and reaching the marginal and underserved population, as we have a huge population and only our government cannot alone work for the health of the community. So the non-governmental organization are always supporting to the government. So for the adolescent health services are also NGOs are supporting. So the best practices and the success stories, that is community engagement. One successful approach in adolescent health services is community engagement. By involving the local communities, we can raise the awareness, promote healthy behavior among the adolescents. School-based program, implementing the health program in school as shown the promising result. By integrating the health education into the curriculum, we can reach a large number of adolescents and provide them with the necessary knowledge and skill to make informed decision about their health. So this is a quote. Adolescents are not a monsters. They are just people trying to learn how to make it among the adult in the world who are probably not so sure themselves. That's it. Thank you. There is one more video to play. एक और छोटा वीडियो just for 2 minutes. दूसरा ना ये
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I would request Mrs. Sivkama Sundari, Assistant Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, to present the certificate to Mrs. Vandana Kumbar. Thank you, ma'am. Now we have reached to the next session, that is panel discussion, and we will take few minutes to arrange the chairs and for the panelists. So please be with us, and we'll be soon starting with the sessions. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Kalyani Patra, consultant pediatrician and adolescent expert, Navi Mumbai. Madam, please come on the stage. And I would request Dr. Prabhakar Dasila ma'am to felicitate Dr. Kalyani Patra with a sapling. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Ankita Patel, developmental and behavioral pediatrician, Navi Mumbai, to please come on the stage. I would request Dr. Prabha ma'am to felicitate madam with a sapling. Next, I would like to call upon Dr. Chitra S. Kulkarni, consultant pediatrician and adolescent expert, Raigad district, to come on the stage. And I would request Dr. Prabha ma'am to welcome madam with a sapling. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Mani Mistry Elavia, Child Empowerment Facilitator. Madam, please come on the stage and request Dr. Prabhakar ma'am to felicitate madam with a sapling. Next, I would like to call upon Mrs. Anna Hima Thomas, Assistant Professor, NGMU, Bombay College of Nursing, to come on the stage, and would request Dr. Prabhakar ma'am to felicitate Mrs. Anna Hima with a sapling. Next, I would request Shri Vithoba Narayan Mahalkar, Assistant Professor, Institute of Psychiatry and Human Behavior, Government of Goa. So please come on the stage. And would request Dr. Prabhakar Dasila to felicitate sir with a sapling. Thank you, ma'am. Now we will start with the panel discussion. Over to you, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen, the last session today, but still you are showing your enthusiasm by clapping so loudly. That is very great. So today we are having experts in field of adolescence, starting from doctors, pediatrician, developmental pediatricians, nurses, the nurse practitioners, and the social workers as well as child empowerment personnel. We have done a lot of sort of theoretical work sitting there. Vipul has made you active for some period, but again, this today's last session also will be little bit interactive. You can ask questions after our session is over. So keep your questions ready. We are eager to answer your questions in short. Before wasting much of time, I think I will introduce my colleagues. Fellowships program and certificate program related to adolescence. She is founder secretary of Navi Mumbai Adolescent Health Academy, which is the accredited body and part of Indian Academy of Pediatrics. She is youth forum in charge of AACCI of Navi Mumbai also. She's faculty for awesome adolescent young adult programs, also faculty of Mission School Uday program by Dr. Vandana and contributor for suicide prevention in adolescents. But welcome, Dr. Kalyani Patra. And we are really working with the adolescent field. The next slide. Madam, she is the president of Adolescent Health Academy again of Raigad. She has just finished her MBBS in 1994. Are you able to hear? And she has done postgraduate diploma also from Kerala University in 2003. Life member of IAP, IAP and Raigad Medical Association. She is regional head, SSS and pediatrician at Park. A third resource person is Dr. Ankita Patel, alumni of MGM. Again, once again, I called her because she has done developmental fellowship also, and she is working in her private setup as well as she is giving services to MGM also when asked for. And she has almost 12 years of pediatric care experience. Then next is Mani Mistry Elavia, madam. I had opportunity to work her almost for 7 to 8 years in a child care center called Vishwabala Kendra, and after that she is working. Previously she was working in social fields. Now she is working as a social field as well as she is doing child empowerment coach, and she has many books into her credits, and she's a good speaker also, and basically for parenting she will be giving some certain tips. Then Mrs. Anna Hina Thomas, everybody knows, so I don't have to give her much of information. The way you clap for her, she was, so there is no need of introduction. Then Professor Narayan already the, so I will not read it once again. So I think I discussed I think whatever experts are doing related to that only I am going to ask questions. They will answer briefly or whatever the time. I don't, you take your time. Now there is no time limit. We are the last people. So no time limit, but I hope everybody will be the consideration so that they will go. So the first question will be related to obviously pediatricians. When a child becomes adolescence transition period, child is falling throughout to the pediatrician. Pediatrician has already noticed some red flag signs. They will say some problem is there, but parents don't listen. And they come into adolescence, or sometimes what happens is till 5 years they follow a pediatrician regularly. After 5 years, they miss out because nothing is there. Child is active in school. School is so much of competitive school activities, and they certainly at around 10 years they will find some problem and they come to the pediatricians first, obviously. Your first contact pediatrician only at around early adolescence. Or sometimes they go to certain other people, not people like us, but they go to some people try different alternative medicine, come little late also. And they come to right. They come to us and find some. So how do you assess? My question is to Dr. Chitra. So how do you assess a child to get it, we want to give some positive thinking on that. So how do you assess such a child who has come with some problems, but or you have recognized that some problem is there. So how do you assess such a child in practice?
Very good evening, and first of all, let me I think the mic system is also having exhaustion now. Oh, okay. Just stand up for a second. Stretch your arms. All of you. All of you. Yeah, then the exhaustion will go away. Are you ready? So it's a two-way communication. It is not just a panel discussion. Okay? So what is your age group? Can I know? Are you less than 21? So this relates to you also. Very important. When an adolescent comes to your cabin for a overt play of some headache, body ache, pain, there is definitely different undercurrents going inside. So today we are going to, next slide please. Going to know what is the type of history taking we do for adolescents. And it's a simple acronym of HEDES. बहुत सिंपल है, आप याद रखो. H is home, घर के बारे में पूछना है. Ask them about what is their home environment, are they happy, how many people are there, how much attention they get, and if obviously the child is admitted, ask about the hospital environment as well. Second will be education, schooling. What are their school timings when they wake up, when they go to school, when they come back, and what are the favorite subjects and what are not that good subjects for them. ऐसा होता है ना, many of the kids are very good in mathematics, but they find languages very boring. And it might be the reason of some starting of the issues. And if it is an older adolescent, 17, 18 या उसके आगे, there are issues in employment environment. So do ask them about this. This all comes in the personal history. The third and very, very important thing is eating habits. We know kids want to go to school at 7:30, or the bus comes at 6:30 a.m. or your local stay is at 6:49 and all that thing. They run. Just wake up, wash their face, change the clothes and run. They don't have time to prepare breakfast or have tea, and then the vicious cycle of eating outside food starts, which is nutritionally not appropriate. You have learned in morning about what is the importance of nutrition. So definitely it's a very important history what they are eating, what they are having likes and dislikes, what time they have their dinner, and the frequency of outside food. Along with this, many of the children, teenagers are having body image issues. They deliberately avoid breakfast, and where the day starts without glucose for their brain. Along with school, the next point is what is their day-to-day activity, their extracurricular activities, hobby classes. School में बाद में रुक के whether they do sports activities, tuitions, they go back home exhausted at 6:37. Many of the times they open their own lock because both of the parents are working nowadays. These are real facts of life. And then they may eat again ready snacks which is available, and they may avoid
the nutritious homemade food. Along with extracurricular activity, do ask about friends, their peer circle, whom are they connected to more than their parents. The relationship with family members also is important and you have to ask about it. Another thing is D. D is drugs. In our country, it may not be that open to talk about it, but we know outside the school premises also there are peddlers, there are predators, and whenever you find that there is something different for this child who is presenting with some complaint. Okay. I have to give it.
Yeah. So, is this better? Okay, I'll hold it. So when a child is having some complaint which is not related to your physical findings, do ask about drugs. And it may start with some non-verbal communication, like having some stains, shabbiness, teeth marking, nail marking, or like not able to concentrate, constantly sneezing, watery eyes, coughing unnecessarily, then do ask about smoking, alcohol, or drugs. And you cannot ask them directly. Ask whether some friend is having some problem. And it may be difficult for a child to accept in front of caretakers. So it is always a hidden mystery, and ask that whether your friend is having smoking issues, or are there any parties, or have you ever witnessed that the group is very late, who is not coming to classes. Like that, indirectly you can get a clue. And sexuality are again point of concern, and when we confide with them that we will not share sensitive information to anybody, the child or adolescent may tell you the real issues, and take this chance and advise about what, because we have to accept that these things are happening in society. मराठीमध्ये ती एक म्हण आहे की कोंबडं झाकलं तर सूर्य उगवायचा थांबत नाही. So 13, 14-year-old child is experimenting, and we have to sensitively ask about this history. When a girl comes for urinary tract infection, we do ask these type of activities if they are present or not. Here, with stressors of modern life, there are very much possibility of getting high and low of emotions. As such, all of you know, in the transitional period, your right brain, emotional brain, is very high, and your left brain, abstract thinking brain, is on backseat. So, how is your mood? You have just learned it from the experts, and to ask the history of depression and suicide, again, there should be by violin. How you are feeling? Do you want to go? Have you looked forward to your weekend? A child may go there to continue the school activities, but when the weekend comes, he not engaged with friends, remains aloof,
and doesn't take interest in the childhood favorite activities, there you are like asking that what is wrong with. The last is about safety. And I'm sure everybody must be up to 1 a.m. or 2 a.m. busy with internet, surfing or watching movies late night, but there is a trap. Always your digital history is recorded somewhere. And these digital footprints are permanent. Whenever you go to seek a new job or find out opportunities for further education, along with your CV, they check your and internet things. Like instead of you watching the net, they are watching you. So be aware that we may not find the problem upfront, but it is going inside. Along with this, the location history of that child, if he is or she is traced or not, that also we have to find out by our history taking. Any injury marks on the body, the child may not say anything, but when you find that there is a slap mark, an injury mark, a cut mark about violence, fighting, or unusually quiet child, and ask about child abuse. It is not only fighting with the peers, it might be a violent act by caretakers, and then they have brought the child for medical attention, posing as something different. These are very salient points, but as we know that 99% of the diagnosis is done at the end of history taking. Next slide, please. So why we have to ask all these things? Why headache is important? This gives an important clue for making a diagnosis and find out whether there is a self-harm type of behavior of the child, and can we prevent the further unwanted event of suicide by picking up depression in time. And the last thing is, we as caretakers and doctors are having legal responsibility for that child up to 21 years of age. And suppose they refuse the treatment, what action has to be taken? That we have to decide at this point after taking Heber's history. Next slide, please. So it's easy to shape an adolescent brain than to repair a broken adult. Thank you.
So it seems the heads is a screening strategy. It is very exhaustive and we have to take a lot of efforts to screen all possible problems in adolescent, then only you can treat them. Vandana took some government initiative where that was mentioned. So I will ask questions, sub-questions for 1 minute only. In government of Goa, how frequently are you doing heads or how do you are screening and how frequently screening is done?
Yes, good evening to all the panelists. Yes, it's a very pertinent question. We are doing headache assessment, as you have rightly said, sir, very tedious, but the data which we get out of it is really worth for making a diagnosis and all. because as you know, Goa is known as we should not say that, but drug destination, and we're getting a lot of cases. In fact, in Institute of Psychiatric and Human Behavior also, a lot of young people are coming with a lot of drug addiction, and this questionnaire per se becomes very important for us because it not only tells about the drug history, but it also puts highlights on the sexual activity. It also highlights on their education, the employment aspects, what are their eating habits, so safety concerns. So basically, yes, in Institute of Psychiatric and Human Behavior, given the coastal area we are using AIDS assessment quite frequently.
Thank you, Utama. Actually, health is advised every yearly in a school also that IIT is stressing on that and government will come off yearly assessment on health also. In addition to that, certain blood tests also are to be done frequently. As a pediatrician or nurses, we should advise that to them. That is not today. So I will go for the next one more question is regarding confidentiality. How do you tell mother or father who has come along with the child, adolescent, that there is a problem and how do you, this is again for Chitra Kulkarni madam, how do you assess? Because confidentiality issues are very important in treating adults. So 1 or 2 minutes, how we can go.
So is the question like that mother leaves the exam room without offending her or implying that adolescent is hiding?
Both have come, father, mother and the child, and the child is not very confident to think that some problem is there. Child doesn't want to share the problem with
Exactly. Usually this is a common scenario. Every time we get an adolescent, the complaint may be of stomach pain, leg pain, or headache, but the real reason is different. And with the body language that the child is very quiet, doesn't want to cooperate. And when we ask what is happening to you, like leading question, the child always says, मला काहीच होत नाही. So he's saying, oh, I don't have any complaint. And then one child has come to you. This is the first point where we have to suspect. And then we have to take both of their interview separately. Even if the two parents come to us, that is also an unusual scenario. Most of the time, we get only one parent. Then you listen to the parent, take out the points, and then ask the child to come inside and then ask. And again, what I have said last time, that when you confide that we are going to only between two, whatever you tell, and then they start telling about the issues. And it may not be first visit, it may be second or third visit where the child is more comfortable. Thank you.
Next question is to Dr. Kalyani Patra regarding environment of family and nutrition behavior. So how do you assess the environment in family and tell about take the history of nutrition and counsel them?
Thank you, sir, for the question. First, I want to congratulate MGM Institute for such a wonderful adolescent days conference, and the topic covered are really very, very good. And I am very blessed to be sitting here in front of these future health professionals and getting the opportunity to talk to them. So as we have already discussed, Chitra ma'am said the health assessment is the psychosocial history, which is really important for us to gather these things from where we can get to know something which the adolescent may be not telling upfront. But while doing so, two important things are privacy and confidentiality. So whenever you are talking, make sure that you are telling this to the adolescent. The interview should be with adolescent only. And before doing that, you should take into account that the parent may be apprehensive. So talk to them that this is whatever we are doing is for the betterment of the adolescent. Then we can have the interview with adolescent. While talking with them, it is important to tell them upfront that this is going to be private Whatever you are sharing is confidential. It is not going beyond these walls. Also, as we are talking about very sensitive things like substance or sexual history, it may not be the adolescent is not knowing. So he may not come up with these sensitive things. He may not talk. So what is important is rapport building. So what is rapport building is when adolescent comes, you should be very welcoming to him. You should address him by his name. So you kind of give him this identity so they feel good. The other thing is when you are talking to them, you need to be non-judgmental and empathetic. That means many times we have our own judgments, or maybe I am absolutely against drugs, so I hate drugs. And if somebody is saying the word drugs, so these assumptions should not come in my way of interviewing that adolescent. So non-judgmental and empathetic approach is the key if you want to build rapport. So while building rapport, I have been given the question of environment, home environment and nutrition behavior. So these two things are light topics. You can break the ice or start a conversation with them. Also, I will suggest before this, I have one point which I follow in my counseling session. I try and talk about their strength, their interests. That is what I talk first because that kind of creates a rapport and the conversation is light. I ask them, what is the best thing you feel about? What are your strengths? What are your hobbies? What do you think you are very good at? So these are sentences which kind of create a positive conversation with the adolescent. And the next topic, as heads is design, first comes the home, because why we are discussing about home is very important in the overall adolescent development. The home environment plays a huge role, but it's equally important that we know whether they are safe or supportive in that environment, whether they are feeling safe and supported. So how we know that? While taking this history, what we need to find out, our aims are, we need to find out what are the risk factors and what are the protective factors they are coming from this home and environment. So how we judge that? We have a certain questionnaire, like these are common questions we would be asking adolescent on a very light note. So what we start our conversation with is, whom do you stay with? Are you staying with your mother and father? Because there may be separated families, divorced families, or there may be adolescents where the parents are living in another city because of the jobs. So this point is important. Then what is your equation with your parents? How is your bonding? How much time you are spending with your parents? Then how many siblings you are having? Sibling history is really important. Also ask the age of the siblings. So age gap between the siblings also can be a stressor, because I have come across adolescents where there is sibling rivalry and that is creating problems in home environment. So age gap between the siblings, bonding between the siblings. What other things we are asking is, what are the topics where usually your home there are arguments, and how the arguments are dealt with? Like post argument, what is the environment? Are there any specific rules you are following? Like some homes follow rule ki 9 o'clock के बाद कोई phone नहीं use करेगा, या everybody in bed at 10 o'clock. So are these kind of other things to be done? This gives us a clue whether the parenting is observed, whether the parents are involved in the care of the adolescent. What are the other points? As ma'am mentioned, there is also this possibility that the adolescent may be coming from a disturbed family or a family with marital disharmony. So these kind of things will definitely have a huge psychological impact on the adolescent. So when you get the cues that the child is becoming or the adolescent is becoming sensitive while you are asking that question, so you need to be very gentle while addressing. So you can't just ask them कि तुम्हारे पापा तुम्हें मारते हैं क्या? We can't ask them. So what we can ask them is, as I talk with many teenagers, I am working with young people. So there are young people who tell me that they don't have very good equation with their parents. There are frequent fights, there are frequent arguments. Some have told me that there is also kind of physical abuse. Is something like that happening at your home? Is something about your home you want to change? So these are subtle things we can ask in our interview without offending the adolescent. As we are doing this in first visit, it is very important to be gentle. The second point, what we are discussing is nutrition behavior. Nutrition behavior nowadays is absolutely important because, as we know, because of the changing peer dynamics and the peer pressure, there is a huge demand to be fit in. All these adolescents are having this craze of having a perfect body. They want to have a perfect look. They need to have a perfect selfie. So all this is creating a huge pressure, and that is transferring onto their diets also. So when you are asking in dietary history, what you will be asking is, what are your dietary habits like? Do you know about what is healthy diet? What do you think? What you are eating, is it healthy? We don't want to offend them. That's why our questioning is very gentle. So what are the other points we will be asking is, has your weight or your look anytime cause you any stress? Does it offend you or does it makes you sensitive? Or what do you feel about your body? Is there anything which you have done to gain weight or lose weight? Like there is this huge craze of fad diets, keto diet and all diets and all different kinds of diet. And adolescents usually tend to get influenced by media as well as peers. So dietary history should also consist of whether they are following any kind of diet. Also importantly, whether they are doing any physical activity regularly. So these 2 points are important, and by asking so, we will come to know whether there are any body image issues which are troubling the adolescents, because they may not come upfront and tell that. Also, we can judge from their answering whether there is low self-esteem, which is resulting because of their body image. So this dietary or nutrition behavior history, what it gives us an opportunity to tell them, educate them about the healthy diet and nutritious diet, healthy eating behaviors. Also, at the same time, we can take this opportunity to educate them about the link between unhealthy eating behaviors, sedentary lifestyle, and increasing amount of lifestyle disorders. Thank you.
Thank you, Kalyani. The next question is regarding risk-taking. Sorry, so I will ask Mr. Vitova Malkar, what are the different factors that act as a catalyst in adolescent risk-taking behavior? So can you throw, because risk-taking behavior is becoming very common. Adolescent injuries, as said, is one of the important cause, and that also road traffic injuries are more common than in USA. Probably pistol and the firearm may be more, but in our country, road traffic injuries are quite common.
For that question. Yeah. So we are talking about risk-taking behavior. Before I start with the factors and all, I would like to tell you one incident that happened in Goa recently. It was like maybe 25 days back. What happened was like one bike was kept outside a house, and the neighbor forgot to take the key out of that bike. So what happened was like one 11-year-old boy, he took that bike because the key was there. He started it and he started riding. And the house was on a cliff sort of. And he took the bike and he fell down from the cliff. And the boy is having a battle of life and death in ICU in Goa Medical College now. When the news came, now what happens is like every news is flashed on social media. So when the news came on social media, like Facebook and all, everybody were cursing that neighbor, and they were saying like the neighbor should be jailed. He should be punished for that offense because he cannot be so neglectful. He cannot take the things for granted. He should have taken that key. And what happened was like there was a case and all everything. And when the thorough history taking was done, it was noted that the father was giving practice to the child to ride that bike 15 days back. So what happened was he got that त्याला मराठीमध्ये आम्ही म्हणतो चटक लागणे. Okay, he got the thrill. He said like, wow. And father was finding a lot of pride in how he was handling, and that came out through police investigation, of course. And then the whole tide turned, and everybody was blaming the parents and all. So basically, what happens is like sometimes it's the casual attitude of parents also leads to such kind of incidences. The situation which is given also is similar to the episode which has happened. So let us understand what are the different factors. So which are contributing to that. Okay, first will be the socio-economic factor. So people coming from a society where there are, we have an area called as Miramar in Goa. A lot of posh people stay over there, and everybody has these racer bikes. And now what happens is like 20 people come together on that beach side, and after 11 o'clock when the traffic and all is not more, they'll be having the bike racing over there. They'll be doing something called as wheelie. You might have known what is wheelie, raising the front wheel and all. And a lot of accidents are happening because of that. Not only rich people, because of poverty and other antisocial elements around also can contribute to this risk-taking behavior. Second is the parental factor, what I have mentioned just now. Very casual attitude or feeling getting pride in your son achieving milestone before the age. Like if at 15 or 14 he's riding or driving, the parents feel elated about it. So this casual attitude also can lead to this high risk-taking behavior. Then neighborhood, school, and peers. Of course, as we since morning we are discussing that adolescent is a transitional period with turmoil. So what influences those people is the opinion of the peers. So whenever the plan is made, sometimes without the knowledge of parents and all, so various thrilling incidences will be done, and the incidences come to light when some accident happens. So having a good neighborhood, going to a good school, keeping a watch by parents and all becomes very important. Early childhood experiences. So research also suggests that traumatic, physical abuse, sexual abuse, whatever it is, makes the child very much prone or inclined towards risk taking. Next factor, which I would like to highlight with an example, the media. Media plays a very important role, and now everything is available at a click of a button. I would like to narrate one story which happened in my house. I might not be taking much time, but this is relevant, not of high risk taking, but how opinions can be made. I was dropping my children every day to the school. They are in second standard. I have twin son, so I was dropping them, and I was not going to the gate of the school. So I was dropping them at the opposite on the road, and they were walking towards the gate. So every day I used to see one of my son greeting his gang of friends by doing like this. Okay, so I was not getting it from the car. What they are doing? Everybody, all 4 or 5 people are coming, and they're doing like this, and then they are entering the gate. So now my curiosity was there to know what exactly they are doing. So what I did was like I parked the vehicle, I came with them, and then when he was entering, he's little bit social and other one is little bit reserved. So the gang came, and they did like this, and then they said, "Bolo Zuba Kesari." Okay, now a 7.5-year-old boy saying Bolo Zuba Kesari was absolutely stunning for me. And obviously because he might have seen the ads and all, and they're talking in the school and all. So now see how opinions are made. Next day I made it a point that I will have a conversation regarding this, regarding tobacco use and all with them. So I started the conversation. You shouldn't be doing like this because it is not a good product. It is harmful. I was telling that. And immediately one public transport bus passed over there. Kadamba, we are having Kadamba transport. It passed, and at the back of it, there was a board of 3 gentlemen standing. And he asked me a reverse question. If this is bad, why these 3 people are eating it? There was Shah Rukh Khan, there was Ajay Devgan, and there is Akshay Kumar. So what should I answer that person? Then I said, like, take this mobile and see what happens after eating tobacco. So the elder one is little bit sensible. So he went into images. So all oral cancer, this and all images were bombarded. And that's where a positive opinion was made. So social media is very, very powerful medium. So negativity will come on social media. So the onus is on us, how we can control this risk-taking behavior. certain mental health conditions like depression, mania, or some always will be prone for risk-taking behavior also. Evidence suggests this. Next slide, please. Now in adolescent, why they are taking risk? We have all gone through adolescent period, so we have undergone that. You are going through that period. So to demonstrate a mature status to mark their conversion to adulthood. So we are always in a hurry. The adolescent is always in a hurry to be called a man. So how to demonstrate that? Okay, ये कह रहा है, okay, cigarette पीना है, ये fast bike चलाना है, ये अगर किया तो मैं matured लगूंगा. So that's what they do, and they fall prey to this risk taking. Consequences of heightened egocentrism and sensation seeking. ये किया तो कैसा लगेगा? Curiosity is mother of invention, they say. So what they say, okay, एक पैग लिया तो कुछ नहीं होता है. अरे इधर 80 लिखा है, 100 चला है तो कौन देखेगा? So what they do is like they try to break rules. They want to take that thrill. Then exploration of limit and boundaries as well as their abilities. No matter how much the parents and teacher are telling, your peer might be telling, अरे तुम ये भी कर सकते हो, तुम वो भी कर सकते हो, अरे तुम सब कुछ कर सकते हो. So that influence is there. So then they will be prone towards risk taking. So always see that, see what happens, prefrontal cortex is not getting that much matured until 25. So whatever is like they're taking a decision at a spot of moment, viewing danger in a different perspective. So they're literally taking the meaning of that DU ad. You have seen what is the slogan of DU? डर के आगे जीत है. So they are literally taking that. Yes, the ultimate thing is taking risk. The ultimate thing is like डर के आगे जाके तो देखते हैं. Okay, so they try to test themselves. Parents might be feeling it is a calamity, it is very dangerous thing. We might be feeling as professional or teachers, they are viewing it, no, ये नहीं किया तो क्या किया. So the approach is totally different. Next is urgency for a sense of belonging. Madam Almeida was talking about FOMO, isn't it? Fear of missing out. अगर मैंने इसका साथ नहीं दिया तो क्या कहेंगे, लोग क्या कहेंगे, they will call me a nut or dumb fellow. All these things are playing on their mind. And then delayed executive functioning, as I was rightly saying, like prefrontal cortex not getting developed. So what we have to do? Yes, this hijacking takes place. अगर दोस्त ने कहा कि पेरेंट्स को मत बताओ, हम जाएंगे बाइक राइड करके, हम मुंबई से पूना जाएंगे. So now this hijacking takes place. So reasoning is not happening. So whatever we sense, मैसेज आ गई दोस्त से कि हम जाएंगे राइड करके, तो अगर मैं मैच्योर होता तो क्या हो जाता, वो थैलेमस के पास जाता, थैलेमस बोलता ये प्लान हो रहा है, तो उसके बाद वो कॉर्टेक्स के पास जाता और कॉर्टेक्स बोलता था अरे पेरेंट्स को बिना बताए मैं ये रिस्क नहीं ले सकता हूँ, आई एम नॉट इवन 18 ऑल्सो, हाउ कैन आई राइड. All these questions would have come, and then the amygdala would have said, no, I am not in a part of this plan. I should not be telling lies to my parent. But this is not happening because, again, brain is not that matured enough. So क्या होता है, cortex को हम cortex तक बात ही नहीं जा पाती है, जो कुछ भी friends बताते हैं वो thalamus तक जाता है, and then amygdala से चल करते हैं, पता चला तो पता चला, बंद मारेंगे, करेंगे, किसी को पता भी नहीं चलेगा, घर में भी नहीं बताएंगे, स्कूल में भी नहीं बताएंगे. So this is how risk-taking behavior takes place. And as I was telling you, we are a young nation, so we have to be more vigilant about this risk-taking behavior. Thank you.
Thank you, Vithoba. The next question, we are talking a lot about parents and other thing, but we have to talk about today's adolescents also. So what are the strengths of present day adolescents whom we call digital natives, and what are they losing out on? It is not that the adolescents are all adults are bad, many are good also. So some strengths also. So, Madam, please throw some light on this strengths of today's adolescent in digital era.
Yeah. Well, see, actually, I admire a lot has been talked about adolescence from up till now. So I'll focus on the adolescence of this era. That's why I've said, not that where there's a lot difference, but still there is 100% difference the way we are moving technologically and digitally. I admire them. I admire them for their proficiency in technology. I have a very young coach, 12-year-old nephew, who is my coach and troubleshooter for any digital issues that I face. Because I belong to the other era. Of course, I've moved ahead. So, and not everything is bad. I think some of the positivities of adolescent
I'll start talking. The good points are that because of there are two things. They've got a lot. They're materially also well endowed. They've got lots of material benefits and services, and which is in a way not very good. But digitally, they have benefited a lot. They can access any information. They are globally more exposed than even like if I see my daughter who's now 27, and if I see my nephews, I can sense a vast difference in attitude, understanding, a lot. So, and also, they are exposed to that, which I think is good. Because we were getting ghettoized, we were thinking, like forming stereotypes about gender, about culture of different communities. With this exposure to diversity, I think we should leverage, we should use that and change the outlook, help in for promoting changing the outlook. The world is slightly different. I hope these adolescents make the world slightly different, rather. So, but what is happening is they are fast, जो भी चाहिए information मिलता है. It's like you can get anything, right, wrong, whatever they may think. And it is not always wrong. Of course, there are wrong quick fix solutions that they also, get hooked on. But there's a lot of it. So their dependence on school education and the dependence even on parents has become less. Even reading is something that they are not interested in unless parents make efforts. We know where families have insisted on reading right from childhood. So in spite of the COVID era where everybody was dependent on mobiles and gadgets, online studies, those children have still a very good habit of reading. But that is where parents play a role. Now, I would like to talk about some of the schools that I have been visiting, and I am also linked for counseling to a coaching class. The teachers are having a hard time because teachers cannot understand them. And adolescents are getting bored with the regular style of learning. And I feel even our curriculum insists that you have to learn all the subjects. It may be good, but how to do? So I think there is a great need now for even the teaching sector. I know of one school where 4 teachers have left. Adolescents have made them leave. The way they have been looking at the children, glaring at the teachers and preparing profile on Facebook. So, but the thing is, how can teachers win them over? Because I have worked in an orphanage and I have worked with adolescents, and I could see, and it was terrible. I mean, it was terrible when I joined. I could see a 360-degree turn. So it's on how we handle and how we understand. The other risk is overexposure to information before the adolescents are before the age of maturity. Again, this is shocking. Some of the schools where they are finding condoms in bag, but they don't want to say. Don't give the name of our school. Please keep it hush hush. Obviously, they don't want to say. But it is the thing is, I don't think the school also has to be assured because it is today's situation. It's how people. Of course, I would not say which school, but it is how people are still viewing. We have not moved ahead with the times, and instead of the parents supporting the school and trying to see if some counseling could be done for the child or explaining, they are denying. I have been hearing about parents denying. Parents are still denying that my child cannot do any such thing, and it is where we run the risk. So The other thing is, one loss is uh, lack of interest in personal connections, in human connections. They are not very interested in continuing with family functions personally, or they have a very good network. I feel adolescents have a very good network, great friends, but digitally, which means they have friends of particular age. They are not being exposed to family, to pardon? Yeah, yeah, their age. They are not being exposed to all ages. So they are losing out on two things. One is the wisdom, especially the adults. And they will not want us to be with them. They will not want us to be with them on the network. And they want so the wisdom of the adults and simultaneously empathy. They don't understand what different age groups require or what is a requirement or how does one behave with different age groups. And at the same time, when you don't want to meet physically, you are losing out on, you have not experienced, you have not picked up the skill of body language, of facial expressions. You are more comfortable and feel more safe communicating digitally. So you say, and that's how it also leads to some amount of nastiness, and they do not, of course, that gets affected. They get the other side person gets affected even with that on the digital media forum. But these are some of the things. The other is one thing we need to check is we need they don't speak out. That is why what is going on in their mind. And when when it is when that anxiety, depression, a parent doesn't understand why the hell this person child is doing that. So there is always comparison and labeling. That's a common. And but they are not realizing, parents are not realizing that this is a different generation. It's like अगर गांव के एक विलेजर को मैं अगर ऐसा ड्रेस पहन के गई तो they will not accept me. But in Bombay, they are accepting me. So it's a different generation. So I will not say, so it's same way. The child has moved ahead. We have not moved ahead with times. Of course, we may have on teaching certain values, but the child has moved ahead with times. We have not moved ahead. And then we do comparison, we do labeling. Sometimes we blame the child for the responsibility. All this is happening because you're all the time stuck with your mobile. Now this makes the child lose out of the. My parents don't understand me. It is not worth discussing with my parents, not worth approaching my parents for any help. And the child is going at a loss. So these are the few things that I would like to say.
Next. We are seeing today regarding depression, anxiety, and other things. But the one more common problem in adolescent is they will constantly complain some pain here and there, fatigue, etc. They are otherwise okay. Sometimes they are waxing and waning thing is there, and that chronic fatigue syndrome is common from adolescent to even older age also. But nowadays, adolescents are having this problem also. So how do you, Dr. Ankit, how do you assess and counsel regarding chronic fatigue syndrome, or another modern name also is there, it's an old name. So how do you assess such children?
Hello, everyone. So first of all, we just take a brief about what is chronic fatigue syndrome. So chronic fatigue syndrome or a myalgic encephalomyelitis, which is the other name, is a chronic disease which has a chronic fatigueness or relapsing fatigueness, which is present in a child to 6 months or more. And it is not aggravated by any exertion, physical or mental, nor it is relieved by the rest. And the condition is not explained by any other medical condition. So the symptoms of fatigueness and other flu-like illnesses symptoms which affect child's in a significant way, that daily activity of their functionality is also affected. So if we go to the symptoms of the chronic fatigue syndromes, like they have extreme fatigue. So in adolescents, we say they suddenly they take lots of absence in school. They are very impaired concentration and memory. So they have a difficulty in coping with homeworks. Their grades are dropping. They are spending less time with peers and other social activity or sports activity as much as they are spending previously. They have a usual complaint of headaches. They have a complaint of unrefreshing sleeps. Like they have a difficulty in falling sleeps or maintaining a good sleep, frequent awaking and nights, vivid dreams. And they have like nausea, digestive issues, all kind of bowel issues. Also, they give in a complaint. So, whenever you see these complaints in a clinical setups, there is an approach we have to go systemically. So, first thing is to thorough history and clinical examination to rule out any other medical, clinical or psychological or psychiatric illness which mimic the symptoms of chronic fatigue syndrome. So after that, we go do a basic blood test for a screening purpose to reassurance any other medical underlying conditions like complete blood tests or LFT, RFT, thyroid profiles, and urine analysis. So after confirming if there is no other medical conditions, then for a diagnosis of CFS, we have to see criteria and that are according to that unexplained persistent relapsing fatigue, which is new on onset or definite onset that is not due to ongoing exertion and it is not relieved by the rest. And it should be present at least for 6 or more months. For another criteria is that the following symptoms, which are like should be present in 4 or more, like impaired memory and concentration ability, which affect their functionality, sore throat, tender and cervical and axillary lymph nodes, muscle pain, multiple joint pains without any redness and swelling. They have a post exercise malaise, like after giving a physical or a mental exertion, they feel more this flu-like symptoms, which is more than 24 hours. They feel extreme fatigue. They feel like soreness of the throat. They feel weakness and disturbing the sleeps. So after going through this clinical evolution, we can diagnose totally clinically chronic fatigue syndrome. So this is all, we don't have any diagnostic method proven by laboratory or something. This is totally a clinical judgment. So after obviously diagnosis and that what are the risk factors which all are under trials, they are under analysis. They are that genetics, viral infections, because they are mostly seen like a flu-like symptoms. So Epstein-Barr virus infections mononucleus are more common. After that, 8 to 14 weeks after the illness, adolescents usually come with a symptom like CFS. Immune system blood, like it's more mimicking autoimmune diseases. Stress, again, high cortisol level, altered hypothalamic pituitary adrenal cortex levels of hormones, which also affect or mimics the CFS, like symptoms, hormonal imbalance, which is more common in adolescence age, that all can cause and do a CFS like symptoms, but these all are risk factors. There are no definitive reason for CFS. So if we go to management, so ultimate goal for the management when the child present with the chronic fatigue syndrome is to restore their previous daily activity, to do daily activities. So obviously the early diagnosis, we should not wait till 6 months until to start our intervention. So we have to educate family, teachers, and other members about the disease pattern. There are pharmacological and non-pharmacological interventions, but so far the disease is not, pattern is not established, and there is no other definite medical condition. Usually we start with the non-pharmacological methods and we use pharmacological things only for the absolute need. So for that, cognitive behavior therapy nowadays is very important and shows better result in a child with chronic fatigue syndrome. So providing them information about diet, how to regain their activity in schools, at least for some time spent in lunch time or with their peers, or giving them more about their information about how they can conduct a continuing education. This all will help them to manage their functionality age appropriately. So if we go for the prognosis wise, chronic fatigue syndrome has a better prognosis in adolescents and children than the adults. So usually with a good management and intervention within 1 to 4 years, these children shows better result in regain of their daily. Thank you. Any question?
Thank you, Ankita. Actually, my aim was to tell that not each and every small problem we should make it ourselves make a severe and label somebody इसको psychiatric problem है, इसको ये problem है. So you observe the children, assess properly, follow the ICD classification, and then label, give them due time, let them grow up of those symptoms, and then label, and then so that is why I asked this question.
See, always there should be way to label our children, because obviously the adolescents as labeling have a very big impact. Even I want to say a counseling about, because counseling is very stigmatic in children nowadays, because they're frequently in school, they have a counseling session and everything. So counseling is such a beautiful thing in an intervention wise, but now it become more stigmatic because of the overuse of it.
Thank you, Ankita. The next question is regarding spirituality and morning. There, basically, health is a state of well-being, and one of the component is holistic component. And spirituality is also one of the important part of it. So, holistic. I will ask Mrs. Anna Hina Thomas regarding holistic components of adolescent healthcare and spirituality.
Very good evening to one and all sitting over here. So throughout this national conference from today morning itself, we have gone through so many topics, which is related to almost all the aspects of dimensions of adolescent health. We have seen growth and development, various psychosocial issues, behavioral issues, emotional problems, how to deal with them. But the last dimension of health was missing till now. So let's complete it. That is spirituality or spiritual health. So this is also very important aspect in order to provide a good quality of life for everyone, especially the adolescents. So before going into the details, let us discuss few points about spirituality. What is spirituality? It's a very complex term because it's a very difficult term to define, because it is a very subjective, like we are saying about pain. Spirituality is also very specific. It is unique to each individual. Everyone will have their own explanation about spirituality. So that is the reason why in this area, adolescents are already facing like major conflicts. So the spiritual conflicts are also very important in the life in the adolescent children. So what is spirituality? Spirituality is a new concept. In simple meaning, we can say spirituality is a concept through which you will find a meaning and purpose for your life. And now there are two terms which are using interchangeably, that is spirituality and religiosity, religion. So we may have a confusion whether it is similar or different. Actually, even though we are using it synonymously, there are slight changes between spirituality and religion. Spirituality is subjective feeling, which is meant to be finding the purpose and meaning for your life. But religion is something which is a collection or organization of so many beliefs and values that is existing in a family or in a community. But religion is a tool, we can say it is a tool to express our spirituality very much outwardly. So this is a way to express spirituality, and it is a very easy method. There are so many other ways of accessing this spirituality, but through religion it is very easy, and already the religious beliefs are already existing in the family and in the community, so it is very accessible. Now connecting, this is a feeling which will connect with your mind, body, and your spirit. That is known as spirituality. And there are so many concepts we have to discuss when you're saying about spirituality. The first one is your inner feelings and inner strength or the inner energy that you possess. That is also one concept of spirituality. Then self-transcendence. What is self-transcendence? This is the way, this is a feeling that there is existence of a supreme power. It can be a God according to your belief. It is not necessary that it should be a God, but maybe God or any other supreme power. That feeling is known as self-transcendence. This is a very important concept. The next one is connectedness. When we are saying about spirituality, connectedness is very important to achieve the spiritual well-being. You have to connect interpersonally. That is, you should know about yourself. You should connect towards yourself. Interpersonally, you should connect between you and others. And transpersonally, you have to connect yourself with the supreme power, that is a God. So this concept is known as connectedness. And then faith. Faith is also one important component of spirituality. Faith is nothing but, I'm not telling you about blind faith. Faith is nothing but you're believing in a concept where it doesn't require any physical evidence. That is known as faith. You will believe everything, but you don't want any physical evidence to prove that. So that is known as faith. And hope, that is a positive outcome. You are expecting a positive outcome and a positive feeling, that is hope. So these all are the various concepts in spirituality. Now coming to the spiritual. So when we want to discuss about the spiritual development of an adolescent, it should start right from the infancy. Spirituality is something which you cannot inculcate in a person, especially during an adolescent or a school age years. This has to be inculcated or it has to be developed in an individual right from the infancy. It is completely inherited. So parents will have a very important role to inculcate spirituality in each and every children. So the spirituality start right from the development of trust. So this development of trust is mostly seen during the infancy. The child, when the child is born, the child will trust the primary caregiver, that is the mother. So the trust is developing, the spirituality is developing in the infant with the mother. So for the infant or a child, mother is considered as a first God. So now as the child progresses through different phases of growth and development, now the child will come to the next phase. So now the child is more mature. If the child has already developed trust, the child will have optimism and faith. This will be automatically developed. And finally, during the phase of adolescent, it will be more mature. So coming to the spiritual development, there is a theory which has been given by Fowler. So in that theory, you can see the transition from the spiritual development of a child right from birth till the adolescence. So when a child is born, it is completely undifferentiated. There is no concept of spirituality. It is a very pure, the child doesn't have any, all the developments are completely immature. Now, once the child reaches to the toddler years or the preschooler age, so the child will go into a stage of intuitive projective faith. That is nothing but the child will start imitating the behaviors, the spiritual behaviors, the religious activities, the religious beliefs, whatever is existing in the family. So like they will fold their hands for the prayers, but they doesn't have, the meaningless will not be there. They will just follow what others are doing. That is known as imitation. This is the most important characteristics which we can see in toddlers and preschoolers. Now, when they reach to the early adolescent, they will go into the next phase that is known as mythical literal phase. So this is actually seen during the school age children, where they will be very enthusiastic. They will develop the property of self-transcendence, that is a connectedness between the God. They will be very enthusiastic, actively participating in the religious practices. So all these are the various components under mythical literal phase. Now, starting with the early adolescence, the things will change. So during the mythical literal phase, this is the period of religious awakening. So they will have that self-transcendence connection with the God. Now they will reach to the early adolescent. It will convert to the synthetic conventional faith. Here, they have faith in God, but as the psychosocial development progresses, their way of thinking will change. there is a transition from egocentrism, which was seen during the school age to the abstract thinking, but still the abstract thinking is very immature.
Anna, in short, how you will advise the role of spirituality for adolescent treatment sort of thing?
So,
What advice?
adolescents will always question the religious beliefs, which is already inculcated in them. They will have so many questions why I should go to the temple or the church, why I should do these religious rituals. So, this is a question which is arising, which is known as spiritual conflict. So, it is a responsibility of the parent to involve the child. They have to express their spiritual concerns. So the family, the home should be a place for various family discussions. You should promote healthy behaviors. You should try to inculcate good lifestyle habits. And so many practices like yoga, meditation, then positive outlook towards life, prayers. So all these are the various activities which we can make in for changing the life for the adolescents so that the spiritual conflicts can be minimized.
So faith should be there, blind faith should not be there. That should be stressed upon the parents because they will go for various treatment also for this. So that blind faith, okay.
It was a very good deliberation. I would only like to add 2 points. One thing for spiritual intelligence, what I feel is like a sense of purpose also has to be developed. And over a period of time, if we help adolescents to develop that sense of purpose or on their own also, if they develop, then spiritual quotient will definitely be high. And as you rightly said, we have to practice stillness because when you have that calmness, we are giving all the fancy name for that now. Mindfulness concept have come, many things have come, but that stillness is very important where you can think beyond whatever you're doing. So it has to be the connection, isn't it? So you might term it as God, but some actional energy which is there, it has to be the connection between that. So the third point, which is very important, like everybody has to work on self-awareness. So when we work on self-awareness, we get a parameter like, oh yes, where do I stand? What is the purpose? Why I've been on this planet? What am I doing? What should I be doing? Am I doing something right or wrong? So those are the steps which will eventually take us towards high spiritual quotient for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Anna and Vithoba. Now next question is, I think we are already discussing regarding new age parenting. Mani, Mr. Madam will be, so in short, but this is regarding addictions, this particular questions. Mani, Mr. Madam will be regarding some different aspects. So regarding addiction, in short, how will you suggest the new parents, how to stop that? Already has been taken, but in short, that is why.
So it's very, very important. When we direct a finger towards somebody else, the other 4 fingers are directed towards ourselves. So in short, in one sentence, it is a new age parent, if he or she himself is a role model, how to spend your day in relationship, in home, house, activity, then casualness, then openness, true to yourself, then the child will be like that. Thank you.
Parenting issues. So how do parents compensate for what the adolescents of this generation are losing out? So this is a question for assessment.
Certain things have been covered, but one is, first of all, parents have to work on themselves. They have to change their mindset, and we have to, because as a human being, our responses are quite, I've not explained in detail over here, but our responses are quite impulsive. We mostly react. Then we have to keep aside our ego. We have to accept that this is a, and we also have to move, because our be able to help out the kids, and we'll also not be at mental peace with ourselves. If we are not at peace with ourselves, we'll not be able to take care of adolescents peacefully. So the second So these are the few things where I'll have to, I as a parent have to first take care of myself. The second is even have some calming techniques, etc. As parents that will help us cope with the situations. Because I'm talking of just now handling parents, I'll cover that aspect also. That either meditation or affirmations or positive affirmations. There can be lots of positive. When I'm talking of positive affirmations, later on I have mentioned somewhere that we have to, nourish the soul power of children. When we're talking of nourish the soul power of children, what we are meaning is, first is help the child have a positive self-image. How are my conversations going? Am I giving the child certain tasks with trust, which helps the child gain confidence, and the self-image of the child is increasing? Because there are lots of factors around which influence the child, and even the type of comments. The other thing is, when I talk of nourish the soul power, you've talked of spirituality. So the second aspect is affirmations at different levels. One could even work out certain affirmations and give the child. Third thing is gratitude. Developing a gratitude journal. A friend of mine has made it and it's going like hotcakes amongst parents also, and children are also enjoying. That's for some 5 to 7-year-old, but gratitude journal for even adolescents. So these are the things which, it is very important to nourish the soul power of the child. I'm talking in very brief, there could be a number of things. The second thing is, here, as I said, they miss out on human relationships. So empathy, humility, apology, patience. Now, where do they learn from? Preaching is all a waste. Don't waste a minute in preaching. Be a role model. One. Second, besides, as you said, somebody said, no, just you said, like you have to first, we are most of the time on mobile, and then we grumble about the child. And we are being on mobile is, I feel that we have to spend quality time. So whether we like it or not, we have to spend time, just as we have to spend time for our own health and going for a walk. We have to spend time with the child. Only if you build up relationship with the child will we know what is going on in the mind. Only then will the child also listen to us. Now, so all this patience, apology can be practiced by the parents to teach. And second is discussion. Like if there is a special needs child in their own colony and who keeps watching others and who cannot really get into the same race. So we talk about how the child must be feeling, what can be done. So that way empathy can be explained. Or when we see somebody on the road with a spatial problem, or when somebody has died, when a class friend has lost a mother, having a discussion on that. That's the way empathy can be built up. So then the other thing is allow your child to flourish and generate strength from the failures. Don't get scared of your child failing. And don't blame or label the child feeling. Like there's one ad, I'm not connecting it with that ad that much, but it's different to fail and it is different to accept failure. Move ahead. And home is a secure environment. If the adolescent learns that after failure, he or she can also win, that child will become resilient. The cases of suicides will also lessen. When they are alone also, they'll not have a breakdown. So allow failures, allow the children to do by themselves, don't pamper. And only pampering doesn't convey to the child that I love you. What could convey to the child is give time to listening to the child. Converse and not converse and change your converse and not just interact, do this, do that. Have a nice chat, spend time chatting. Spend time listening, looking into the eye. And not while cooking or not while answering somebody's message. Because then the child, once a child knows that you are listening, the child will open up. So tomorrow the child may not need an external person. The child may talk about his or her feelings to you also, not always. Still, they may need some external help. but it will lessen. Share your days. Many times we feel, abhi ye saal ka hua na, now that child, he doesn't want to talk to us. He doesn't want to share what he does. He doesn't want to share about his friends. But if we have had the practice of sharing our day, our experience, our not great tensions, but some mistakes we have made, the child also learns that I can also talk about my mistakes. What's wrong? If my mama or papa is facing this problem, I don't have to hide. I don't have to feel bad. I don't have to get frustrated. So I share your and involve them in family decisions, because once involved in family decisions, there's a sense of ownership, the sense of belonging that the child feels. And if you involve them in family decisions, it's also that they are listening to my, if you are involved, we are going to listen. Decisions you can decide age specific, that they are going to listen to my opinion. If I as a parent listen to the opinion of my child, then my child will also automatically learn to listen to my opinion. Because there is a two-way communication. There is this bonding. And regular family discussions help a lot, because lots of things may come out. Certain resentments which a child may not tell one-to-one. But when it comes to family discussion, it may come out. And be ready to say no.
Questions, I think we could answer in 1 or 2 lines only. So how do you deal with hospitalized adolescent chronic problems? Because we are too late, generally speaking, but I cannot.
Okay, regarding the hospitalization is considered to be the most stressful event in any age group, especially the adolescents. So we have to, you should identify the stressors of hospitalization in adolescents. So there are various stressors which was identified. The first usually seen stressor is separation anxiety. So the separation anxiety in adolescence is not that evident, but it is actually hidden. In younger children, they will just express their separation anxiety in various ways, like temper tantrums, showing protest, showing detachment. But adolescents, they want to seek independence, they are developing their own personal identity. To a great extent, they will not express their separation anxiety, but as a parent and as a healthcare professional, you should identify whether the separation anxiety is there in the child. So that is the first stressor. Second one is bodily injury and pain. That is pain in any forms. So you should you should communicate with the adolescent according to the developmental age. Developmentally appropriate communication should be given before doing any procedures. You should not make the adolescent in shock. Suddenly you cannot call them for any procedures. You should prepare the adolescents in all the means. In a very simple language, you should explain, and you can also provide diversional therapies for minimizing their bodily injury and pain. The next stressor is loss of control. So they are not able to control themselves when they are in a restricted environment. They have so much of physical restrictions, and their routines are disrupted, and they cannot have any communication with their peer groups, and they cannot be with their family members. So these are the various concerns regarding the loss of control. So you have to make adolescents obviously will be in the pediatric ward. So normally we have to allow the parents to be with the child, and always you should have flexible visiting hours so that the friends can come and visit them. And always you should admit an adolescent along with the same age group, and they never likes to get admitted with any other age group. So the same age group patients can get admitted together. So these are the various ways you can overcome with these stressors of hospitalization.
The out-of-box setting for counseling.
Yeah, so for counselors, I would say to understand adolescents' development, that they are in a stage of development that constant transformation is happening. So in a traditional counseling patterns, you need to add a little bit more creativity to engage them, or develop a more good rapport building and alliance with the adolescents who is coming for the counseling sessions. So you can use digital media and gadget for the scoring system, or you can use experience after every session, rating the experience. So, and again, involve them in more narratives, and because they like a self power is a quality of adolescence. So if you involve in a goal setting, in narrative settings, so they will become more cooperative in counseling sessions.
One or two lines regarding opposition and defined problems, because these are also one of the important problem of adolescents.
What is opposition? These are the adolescents which are having these anger issues. They are having behavioral problems, and also they are having resentful behaviors. Like, and whenever you are getting problems of this oppositional disorder, it is important first to categorize it by DSM-5 criteria. What are the criteria? They will be often angry. They will be resentful. There will be anger outbursts. They will defy follow the rules of the authorities. While management we first categorize to mild, moderate, and severe. If it is in two settings, then it is moderate. How, as you're a society and outside, then it is a severe ODD. So whenever we are severe ODD, make sure that you are ruling out coexisting disorders. Other disorders like anxiety disorder, then ADHD, attention deficit hyperactive disorder, and depression. Because if they are all together simultaneously, will help the is the parents to handle the behavior that can be defined. Staying calm, taking care of themselves and time. And psychotherapy cognitive behavioral therapy for adolescents who are having ODD. So what CPD address the thought process of the adolescent. We advise them to acknowledge their thoughts, their behaviors, and how they are causing them problems, and we train them to change that thought process to unlearn those unhealthy behaviors or troublesome behaviors and learn good healthy behaviors. So that is done through CBT sessions. Also, CBT teaches anger management, problem solving, and social skill development.
I think we have covered most of the whatever untouched topics which were not covered till now. There are a few, but for the lack of time, uh, we will stop here. I thank you all my panelists, experts for joining this session, particularly in spite of their busy schedule. All are busy. Somebody has come from Mumbai or other places. So I thank, and if any doubt from the audience is there, they can ask directly after the session or anytime nursing college thing is there. We will advise online also regarding this. Any problem is there. Basically, important is communication. So communication is important at every stage for adolescents, teachers, and teachers, and nothing is there because Madam Secretary, they are asking questions to the teachers, and teachers find it difficult in their living. So that is not actually true because teachers themselves also get trained regarding the adolescent management. And the basic concept was to train students so that they will become a future parents and the future generation will be better. So that was the basic aim of this particular conference. I think we have succeeded to certain extent into this venture. This was, as said, this is one of the first this sort of conference we are holding. So there may be some deficiencies that you have to take into account. And we will come next time with IAP and other thing with a better conferences. We are not saying it is a good, it is a good conference, but a better conference will come in a larger and larger participant. Thank you very much. Thank you, College of Nursing and MGM College for giving us opportunity to us. Thank you.
It's a time to felicitate our all panelists with a certificate. So I would request Dr. Rakesh Thamke, sir, Head of the Department Family Medicine, to please come on the stage and present the certificates to our panelists. First, we will start with the First, we will start with Dr. Vijay Kamale, sir, who is the moderator for our panel discussion. So please come forward. Next, I would like to call Dr. Kalyani Patra ma'am to come forward to receive the certificate. I would request Dr. Chitra S. Kulkarni, consultant pediatrician and adolescent expert, to come forward and receive the certificate. I would like to call upon Dr. Ankita Patel, developmental and behavioral pediatrician, Navi Mumbai, to come forward and receive the certificate. Next, I would like to call upon Ms. Mani Mistry Elavia, Child Empowerment Facilitator. Now I would request Ms. Anna Hima Thomas, Assistant Professor, MGMU Bombay College of Nursing. Shri Vithoba Narayan Malharkar, sir, please come forward and receive the certificate. Would like to thank all the panelists and Vijay Kamale sir as the moderator. Thank you so much. Now we have come to the end, valedictory session. नहीं I would like to call upon Dr. Padmaja Bhavle, Associate Professor and Nursing Superintendent, MGMU Bombay College of Nursing, to propose the vote of thanks.
A warm good evening to one and all present over here. Feeling of gratitude without expressing, it is like wrapping a present and not giving it. Distinguished dignitaries, speakers, delegates, colleagues, and my dear students, we have reached to an end of the conference on adolescent health. So it is a great pleasure and honor to extend our vote of thanks on this memorable occasion. I extend my gratitude to our management trustees for being guiding light for us and their support throughout our journey in academics. I take this opportunity to thank our patrons, Honorable Chancellor Sir Sri Kamal Kishore Kadam, Trustee, MGM Trust, Dr. S.N. Kadam, Medical Director, MGM Group of Hospitals, Trustee, MGM Trust, Dr. Shashank Dalvi, Sir, Chancellor, MGM IHS, Dr. Nitin Kadam, Sir, MGM Trustee, Pro Vice Chancellor, MGM IHS, and Dr. Rajesh Goel, Sir, Registrar, MGM IHS. I am extremely grateful to our advisory committee members, Dr. Prabha K. Dasila, Ma'am, Director Nursing, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Dr. G.S. Narashetty, Sir, Dean, MGM Medical College, Navi Mumbai, Dr. K.R. Salgotra, Hospital Director, MGM Hospital, Navi Mumbai, Dr. Archana Chatterjee, Medical Superintendent, MGM Hospital, Kalamboli, Dr. Sushil Kumar, HOD, OBGY, MCH Hospital, Kalamboli. I also extend our sincere thanks to our organizing chairperson, Dr. Ponchitra, our Vice Principal, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing, Dr. Vijay Kamale, Sir, HOD Pediatrics Department, Dr. Rakesh Thamke, Sir, HOD Family Medicine, and co-chairperson, Mrs. Maria Matthew, Associate Professor, MGM New Bombay College of Nursing. I take this opportunity to extend our most sincere thanks to all our eminent speakers who have come over from different destinations to share their knowledge and expertise with us and gracing this conference to come true. I would also take opportunity to express my heartfelt thanks to our members of various committee like registration, organization, hospitality, and scientific committee for their endless efforts for making this event successful. I would also extend my thanks to IT department who have helped us to make this event come true. I thank Mr. Pawar for his food services and our non-teaching staff for their cooperation and help throughout this event. I also express my thanks to all the participants who have come here all the way from different destinations to gather the information and knowledge so that they will be an expert in delivering the care to the adolescents in their own areas. Before concluding, let me thank Almighty God for his blessing on this occasion. So once again, I thank all of you to be here, sharing, participating, even the participants who have participated in the paper presentation and e-posters. So I congratulate the participants to the winners of this e-poster and paper presentation. Thank you once again.
Post-test and feedback link is given in the group. So please, the delegates are requested to fill the post-test and pre-test. The delegates, students can leave. Thank you so much for being with us. We know that it's late, but thank you so much. So much for your tireless effort. I would request all the dignitaries to have a group photo.
मीटिंग बंद कर रहा ऑनलाइन बंद कर ऑनलाइन बंद कर